action. Ponder for a moment this dramatic scene from the pages of German military history. It is 1942, a year of fate for the German army. "Incredible," he muttered to himself. "Absolutely overwhelming." Marshal Fedor von Bock stood at his hilltop observation post just southeast of WWII, shaking his head at the scene. The vista beneath him was one that few generals in history had ever been privileged to see, an entire enemy army surrounded in a tiny pocket just a few miles away. He focused his field glasses here, then there, flitting back and forth. The entire area couldn't have been more than 2 miles wide from east to west, perhaps 10 miles from north to south, and every inch of it was seething with activity. Massed formations of dusty brown infantry, tank columns so dense you could probably walk from one vehicle to the other without touching the ground, guns of every shape and description, all milling about, moving hither and yon without apparent plan or purpose. Above them thundered hundreds of Luftwaffe ground attack aircraft, Richthofen's boys, Stukas and 109s and Ju-88s, bombing and strafing and herding. With so many men and tanks, guns and horses packed into such a tight space, they were an impossible-to-miss target. The airmen were probably licking their chops, he thought, and the same went for his gunners. As he surveyed the scene, he could see artillery firing from all points of the compass into the helpless, writhing mass below him. There were explosions everywhere, every square inch of the pocket roiled with fire and smoke. He thought of a term he had learned so many years ago as a cadet in the War Academy. Kesselschlacht, the cauldron battle. It was the perfect term to describe what was going on below, an entire enemy army being boiled alive. He remembered studying the campaigns of the Great Elector, Frederick the Great, Blücher, and Moltke. They were the gamblers of their day. Bold maneuvers, daring attacks from flank and rear, battles of encirclement. And he remembered another word, Vernichtungsschlacht, the battle of annihilation. There was a massive explosion in the killing fields below. Bock couldn't know it, but a single 500-pound bomb delivered from a Stuka had just struck a Soviet ammunition convoy. The explosions, both primary and secondary, had killed or wounded over 300 men. Were those screams he heard? Horses? Men? No matter. He was back to his reverie. He thought once more of those long-ago classes, the handsome red-bound books. Der Schlachterfolg, they were called. Success in Battle. They contained the battles and operations of all the great German captains, and they were required reading in the first-year course. The great cavalry commander Zeitlitz, slashing across the march route of the hapless French army at Rossbach and destroying it in an hour. York, crossing the Elbe River at Wartenburg into the rear of Napoleon's army, the maneuver that trapped the emperor and led directly to his defeat at Leipzig. Hadn't the king given him a new title after that one? Yes, he thought, York von Wartenburg. Best of all, Moltke's elegant maneuver at Königgrätz, coolly risking the destruction of one army while waiting for another one to slam into the Austrian flank. Bock had long ago memorized the details of every one of these battles, could recite their orders of battle, could still diagram each one on a chalkboard from memory. He was 61, but he felt young again. Not one of those immortal battles, he suddenly realized, could rival what was happening beneath him at this very moment. For ease, for swiftness, for decisiveness, this might be the greatest victory in the history of the German army. "They'll be adding another name to that list," he chuckled. Maybe he'd even get a title, like old York. He chuckled and rolled it from his tongue. "Fedor von Bock und Kharkov." At Marshal Bock's feet, an enemy army was dying. This scene may seem strange. If 1942 means anything to the informed student of World War II, it means the turning point of the war, the year of El Alamein and Stalingrad, and in the Pacific, the year of Guadalcanal and Midway, the turning of the tide, the hinge of fate, in Winston Churchill's memorable phrase. It was the year in which the German army, the Wehrmacht, died and took German dreams of conquest along with it. But it was also a year that began with no fewer than 5 of the greatest victories in the long history of German arms, at Kerch, Kharkov, and Sevastopol in the Soviet Union, and at Gazala and Tobruk in North Africa. Here, the Wehrmacht wrote a new chapter in its already impressive resume of battlefield success. On a strategic level, things had turned sour for Germany in December 1941. Germany, already at war with Great Britain, a conflict that it tried half-heartedly to end in the summer and fall of 1940, had done nothing but add enemies since then. In June 1941, with Britain still unconquered, it had launched Operation Barbarossa, an invasion of the Soviet Union. The early weeks of the campaign had seen the Wehrmacht smash one Soviet army after another, at Bialystok, at Minsk, at Smolensk, and especially at Kiev. As summer turned to fall, Barbarossa became Operation Typhoon, the drive on Moscow. The Germans were within sight of the Soviet capital by December when the Red Army launched a great counteroffensive that drove them back in some confusion. The next day, the Japanese bombed Pearl Harbor, and the German Führer Adolf Hitler decided to join them in their war on America. Earlier in the year, Germany had been at war with Britain alone. Now, just 6 months later, it was at war with an immense and wealthy enemy coalition, which Churchill, with a nod to his great ancestor, the Duke of Marlborough, dubbed the Grand Alliance. The Grand Alliance controlled most of the world's resources. It included the preeminent naval and colonial power, Britain, the largest land power, the Soviet Union, and the globe's financial and industrial giant, the United States. More than enough potential power to smash Germany. Harnessing that dominating power, however, proved to be a difficult thing. The United States, in particular, had come into the war with only the barest idea of how it intended to fight it. It would become evident to all concerned that there was a world of difference between potentially beating Germany and actually defeating the German army on a field of battle. The problem: the German way of war. Performing that feat would prove to be harder than anyone could have imagined. If there was one army in the world that was used to fighting from a position of material inferiority, this was the one. Since the earliest days of the German state, a unique military culture had evolved, a German way of war. Its birthplace was the Kingdom of Prussia. Starting in the 17th century with Frederick William, the Great Elector, Prussia's rulers recognized that their small, relatively impoverished state on the European periphery had to fight wars that were kurz und vives, short and lively. Crammed into a tight spot in the middle of Europe, surrounded by states that vastly outweighed it in terms of manpower and resources, it could not win long, drawn-out wars of attrition. From the start, Prussia's military problem was to find a way to fight short, sharp wars that ended in a decisive battlefield victory. Its conflicts had to unleash a storm against the enemy, pounding it fast and hard. The solution to Prussia's strategic problem was something the Germans called Bewegungskrieg, the War of Movement. This way of war stressed maneuver on the operational level. It was not simply tactical maneuverability or a faster march rate, but the movement of large units like divisions, corps, and armies. Prussian commanders, and later their German descendants, sought to maneuver these formations in such a way that they could strike the mass of the enemy army a sharp, even annihilating blow as rapidly as possible. It might involve a surprise assault against an unprotected flank, or both flanks. On several notable occasions, it even resulted in entire Prussian or German armies getting into the rear of an enemy army, the dream scenario of any general schooled in the art. The goal was Kesselschlacht, literally a cauldron battle, but more specifically a battle of encirclement, one that hemmed in enemy forces on all sides before destroying them through a series of concentric operations. This vibrant and aggressive operational posture imposed certain requirements on German armies: an extremely high level of battlefield aggression, and an officer corps that tended to launch attacks no matter what the odds, to give just two examples. The Germans also found over the years that conducting an operational-level war of movement required a flexible system of command that left a great deal of initiative in the hands of lower-ranking commanders. It is customary today to refer to this command system as Auftragstaktik, mission tactics. The higher commander devised a general mission, Auftrag, and then left the means of achieving it to the officer on the spot. It is more accurate, however, to speak, as the Germans themselves did, of the independence of the lower commander, Selbstständigkeit der Unterführer. A commander's ability to size up a situation and act on his own was an equalizer for a numerically weaker army, allowing it to grasp opportunities that might be lost if it had to wait for reports and orders to climb up and down the chain of command. It wasn't always an elegant thing to behold. Prussian-German military history is filled with lower-level commanders making untimely advances, initiating highly unfavorable, even bizarre attacks, and generally making nuisances of themselves, at least from the perspective of the higher command. There were men like General Eduard von Fließ, who launched one of the most senseless frontal assaults in military history at the Battle of Langensalza in 1866 against a dug-in Hanoverian army that outnumbered him 2-1. General Karl von Steinmetz, whose impetuous command of the First Army in the Franco-Prussian War in 1870 almost upset the entire operational apple cart, and General Hermann von Francois, whose refusal to follow orders almost derailed the East Prussian campaign in 1914. Although these events are nearly forgotten today, they represent the active, aggressive side of the German tradition, as opposed to the more thoughtful, intellectual approach of Karl Maria von Clausewitz, Alfred Graf von Schlieffen, or Helmut von Moltke the Elder. Put differently, these hard chargers in the field tended to elevate the strength of the commander's will over a rational calculus of ends and means. Indeed, although Bewegungskrieg may have been a logical solution to Prussia's strategic problem, it was hardly a panacea. The classic illustration of its strengths and weaknesses was the 7 Years' War, 1756 to 1763. Frederick the Great opened the conflict with a classic front-loaded campaign, assembling an immense force, seizing the strategic initiative by invading the Austrian province of Bohemia, and pounding the Austrian army in front of Prague with a series of highly aggressive attacks. Unfortunately, he also pounded his own army in the process. When the Austrians sent an army to the relief of Prague, Frederick attacked it too, at Kolin. It may have been his own fault, or it may have been due to an overambitious subordinate commander, a general named of all things von Manstein, but what Frederick intended as an attack onto the Austrian right flank turned into a frontal assault against a well-prepared enemy who outnumbered him 50,000 to 35,000. The Prussians were mauled and retreated in disarray. Frederick was now in serious trouble. The Austrians were resurgent, the Russians advancing, if ponderously, from the east, and the French moving on him from the west. He retrieved the situation by some of the most decisive victories of the entire era. First, he crushed the French at Rossbach, November 1757, where another ambitious subordinate, the cavalry commander Friedrich Wilhelm von Seydlitz, who, like Manstein, would also have a namesake general in World War II, played the crucial role, actually maneuvering his entire cavalry force across the march route of the French army. Then, at Leuthen in December, Frederick's keen gift for operational maneuver resulted in the whole Prussian army dramatically appearing on the perpendicular against a weakly defended Austrian left flank and a shocked Austrian high command. Finally, in August 1758, he warded off the Russians at Zorndorf, a murderous and close-fought battle that saw him march his entire army clear around the Russian flank to attack it from the rear. Frederick had saved himself, for the moment, with classic examples of short, lively campaigns. But with his enemies refusing to make peace with him, the overall situation remained dire. The alliance facing him was huge and had many times his own number of men, cannon, and horse. His only way out now was to fight from the central position, holding secondary sectors with small forces, often commanded by his brother Prince Henry, rushing armies to whatever sector appeared most threatened in order to bring the enemy to battle there and crush him. Even while Prussia sat on the overall strategic defensive, however, the army's task was to remain a well-honed instrument of attack. It had to be ready for pounding marches, aggressive assaults, and then more pounding marches. It couldn't destroy Frederick's adversaries, either singly or collectively. What it had to do instead was to land such a hard blow against any one of them, France, let us say, that Louis XV might well decide that seeking another round with Frederick wasn't worth the money, time, or effort, and therefore decide to drop out of the war. It wasn't an easy mission for the Prussian army, especially because the incessant attacks it launched in the first 2 years of the war had dulled its edge, with casualties among the officers and elite regiments being especially high. Prussia fought all its succeeding wars in similar fashion. It opened them by attempting to win rapid victories through the war of movement. Some, such as the October 1806 campaign against Napoleon, misfired horribly. Here, the Prussian army deployed aggressively far out on a limb to the west and south. It was an ideal spot to initiate offensive operations as Frederick the Great might have conceived them. Unfortunately, Frederick was long gone. His generals were in many cases well into their 80s, and they were now facing the Emperor of the French and his Grande Armée, two forces of nature in their respective primes. Prussia paid the price at the twin battles of Jena and Auerstedt. It was Bewegungskrieg of a sort. Unfortunately, all of the Bewegung was performed by the French. Other Prussian campaigns succeeded beyond their commanders' wildest dreams. In 1866, General Helmut von Moltke's dramatic victory at the Battle of Königgrätz essentially won the war with Austria just 8 days after it began. The main action in the war with France in 1870 was similarly brief. Prussian troops crossed the French border on August 4th and fought the climactic Battle of Saint-Privat-Garlotte 2 weeks later. Major operations in this war ended with an entire French army and the Emperor Napoleon III bottled up in Sedan and smashed from all compass points simultaneously. Perhaps the purest expression of the Kesselschlacht concept in history. The year 1914 was the major test for the Prussian and now the German doctrine of making war. The opening campaign was an immense operation involving the mobilization and deployment of no fewer than 8 field armies. It was the brainchild of Count Alfred von Schlieffen, the chief of the General Staff until 1906. Like all German commanders, he had set a general operational framework, usually labeled incorrectly the Schlieffen Plan. What he most certainly did not do was to draw up any sort of detailed or prescriptive maneuver scheme. That, as always in the German way of war, was up to the commanders on the spot. The opening campaign in the West came within an inch of winning a decisive operational victory. The Germans smashed 4 of France's 5 field armies, nearly trapping the final one at Namur. They came far closer to winning the war than historians have generally assumed, but eventually came to grief at the Battle of the Marne in September 1914. The failure at the Marne was the decisive moment of World War I. For German staff officers and commanders alike, it felt as if they had returned to the time of the 7 Years' War. All the ingredients were there. There was the same sense of being surrounded by a coalition of powerful enemies. There was the same sense that the army would never be as powerful as it had been before the bloodletting of that first autumn. Its new commander, General Erich von Falkenhayn, went so far as to tell Kaiser Wilhelm II that the army was a broken instrument, incapable of winning any sort of annihilating victory. Most problematic was the locking of the Western Front into trenches, barbed wire, machine guns, and a solid wall of backing artillery. This was no longer mobile Bewegungskrieg, but its exact opposite, what the Germans call Stellungskrieg, the static war of position. With both armies hunkered down in trenches and hurling shells at one another, it was by definition a war of attrition, and that was a conflict that Germany could never win. Even now, however, there was a sense that Germany's only hope lay in driving one of its opponents out of the war. Although the Germans did indeed become experts at defensive war, warding off a nearly constant series of Allied offensives, they also launched repeated offensives of their own, attempting to restart the war of movement that German officers continued to view as normative. For the most part, these offensive operations targeted the Russians, although there were huge offensives in the West in both 1916 against Verdun and 1918, the so-called Kaiserschlacht, or Kaiser's Battle of the Spring. There were also large-scale offensives against the Romanians in 1916 and the Italians at Caporetto in 1917. It is significant that the post-1918 professional literature of the German army, the weekly Militärwochenblatt, for example, spent almost as much time studying the Romanian campaign, a classic example of a rapid Bewegungskrieg, as it did the much larger campaigns of trench warfare in the West. Those 4 long years of trench warfare exhausted the German army and eventually ground it down, but they did not change the way the German officer corps viewed military operations. It should be clear by now that the Wehrmacht's situation after 1941, ringed by powerful enemies who vastly outnumbered it, was nothing particularly new in German military history. There were unique aspects of this war, such as Hitler's vast plans for European and world empire, his racialism and eagerness to commit genocide, and the willing participation of the Wehrmacht itself in the crimes of his regime. On the operational level, however, it was business as usual. The Wehrmacht, its staff, and its officer corps were all doing what the Prussian army had done under Frederick the Great, and what the Kaiser's army had done under Generals Paul von Hindenburg and Erich Ludendorff. Until the end of the war, it sought to land a resounding blow against one of its enemies, a blow hard enough to shatter the enemy coalition, or at least to demonstrate the price that the Allies would have to pay for victory. The strategy failed, but it certainly did its share of damage in those last 4 years, and it retained enough sting to the very end to give British, Soviet, and American commanders alike plenty of premature gray hairs. Although launching repeated offensives in order to smash the enemy coalition failed in the end, no one at the time or since has been able to come up with a better solution to Germany's strategic conundrum. A war-winning strategy? Not in this case, obviously. The optimal one for Germany facing a world of enemies? Perhaps, perhaps not. An operational posture consistent with German military history and tradition as it had unfolded over the centuries? Absolutely. The work. In 1942, the Wehrmacht provided a characteristic answer to the question, what do you do when the Blitzkrieg fails? By launching another one. The attempt to defeat the Soviet Union in a lightning campaign in 1941 had come to grief in front of Moscow, and the winter that followed was one of the worst periods in the history of the German army. It survived, but it suffered massive casualties, over 1 million, and losses in equipment and weapons that it had still not made good the following spring. Despite the low manpower and poor supply situation, the High Command, Adolf Hitler, the staffs of the Army Command and Armed Forces Command, and the Chief of the General Staff, General Franz Halter, immediately began planning for another offensive round in the Soviet Union. They chose the southern sector, aiming for the oil fields of the Caucasus, a strategic target whose seizure would provide Germany with the fuel it needed to fight a war of almost indefinite duration and permanently cripple the Soviet war economy. Along the way, the army would have to block Soviet reinforcements from arriving in the sector by either masking or seizing the city of Stalingrad on the Volga River. Before this offensive, codenamed Operation Blue, could begin, there also had to be certain preliminary operations. Clearing Soviet forces out of the Crimea, for example, or cleaning up a number of jagged salients along the highly irregular front. For an army that had barely survived the previous winter, it was a full operational plate. So large were the demands that it would place on the Wehrmacht that the High Command had no choice but to rely on the allied and satellite nations for much of its manpower: Italians, Hungarians, and especially Romanians. Although the mass of the Wehrmacht would be heading east this spring, a significant German force was already in contact with the British in North Africa. The Western Desert, as in west of Egypt, was the highly unusual turf of General Erwin Rommel's Panzer Army. It, too, was a coalition force, a pair of German panzer divisions grouped together into the Afrika Korps, the German 90th Light Division, a motorized formation especially equipped and trained for desert conditions, and a mass of Italian divisions, a few of them motorized, Ariete Armored Division, for example, but most straight-leg infantry. As May dawned, Rommel's army was facing a much larger and better equipped British Eighth Army, ensconced in a tough defensive position that stretched out into the desert south of Gazala. The operational problems of desert warfare were in many ways unique, but some things never change. Just as the Wehrmacht was marching off to attack a much larger and wealthier adversary in Operation Blue, so too did Rommel react to his situation, an entrenched enemy that outnumbered him, by doing the characteristic thing: launching an offensive at Gazala, Operation Theseus, that would mark the apogee of his career. Death of the Wehrmacht is intended as a sequel to my previous book, The German Way of War, from the 30 Years' War to the Third Reich. Where the former work covered 300 years of military history, this one will analyze roughly 7 months in the operational life of the German army, starting with the decisions to launch Operations Blue and Theseus, and ending with the destruction of the Panzer Army at the Battle of El Alamein and the encirclement of the German Sixth Army at Stalingrad. It will provide a detailed account of German military operations in all theaters during those fateful months, both in the Eastern and North African fronts. Starting with an overview of the campaigns of 1941 in both the Balkans and in the Soviet Union, we will turn to the renewed fighting in the East, the launching of what the Germans called the Second Campaign. The action will begin in the nearly isolated peninsula known as the Crimea, where General Erich von Manstein would write another chapter in his own personal resume, first by smashing Soviet armies in the eastern Crimea in the highly mobile Kerch campaign, a decisive and improbable victory that is nearly forgotten today, and then launching a successful, although bloody, assault on what was at the time the strongest fortress in the world, Sevastopol. From here, we moved north. Operation Friederichus was one of the preliminary offensives to regularize the front in the east before the start of Blue. Directed at a sharp bulge jutting into the German lines between German-held Kharkov and Soviet-held Izium, it was on the launching pad and ready to go when something unusual happened. The Red Army launched an offensive of its own, this one out of the Izium salient toward Kharkov. It was a new model Soviet force, one that relied on tanks and more tanks, very different from the infantry horde that the Germans had come to expect from 1941. The clash of armor would be one of the largest in the war so far, and the result would be one of the greatest victories of annihilation in the history of the German army. just weeks after decisive victories at Kerch and Kharkov, Rommel would launch his own grand offensive at Gazala. The situation seemed particularly unpropitious for an offensive. Manpower levels, numbers of tanks and guns, the inherent strength of the defense, all these crucial factors tilted decisively toward the British. The Panzer Army had something too, not only a skilled general, but a way of war that called for seeking the operational level opening, one that scoffed at an ordinary victory in favor of an annihilating one. Rommel's solution to the Gazala problem was simple: march his entire mechanized army in the dead of night and across a featureless desert around the flank of his adversary. The British woke up to more than their morning tea. They found an entire tank army in the rear of their carefully constructed defensive line. When all was said and done, the Eighth Army had been routed. Rommel had seized the fortress Tobruk that had eluded him the previous year, and the Panzer Army was in Egypt, driving hard for Alexandria, the Nile River, and the Suez Canal. It was an amazing May, but everyone in the Wehrmacht planning circles knew that the main event was yet to come. Operation Blue began well and ended badly, a microcosm of German operations in both world wars. With no fewer than 5 German armies, along with 3 and later 4 from the satellite countries, involved in the initial thrusts, it was a complex plan over which Hitler and Halder alike were determined to maintain a firm grip. Above all, they wanted to avoid the operational chaos that had arisen during the drive on Moscow the previous fall, a factor that had played no small role in the German failure. The success of the opening assault seemed to bear them out. Blue slashed through the Soviet lines within days, heading east toward Voronezh, and then swinging to the south, brushing the Don River with its sleeve on the left. The Red Army appeared to have been caught off balance. Most of its best formations were completely out of position, screening Moscow from the southwest against a thrust that never came. In front of the German assault, one Soviet formation after another simply vanished. Seen by some as a new, flexible operational approach on the part of the Soviet Army, and by others as simple flight, it was probably something in the middle, an order to retreat from higher command echelons that got lost in translation by the time it had reached the common riflemen in the field. At any rate, it was a process attended by a sense of chaos all its own. From the German perspective, the Soviet flight, whether planned or spontaneous, was a development that threatened the entire operational sequence of Operation Blue. On 2 occasions, at Milerovo and then at Rostov, German armored pincers closed on what the High Command believed were large Soviet concentrations and came up empty. Like the proverbial tree falling in the forest without anyone to hear, the Wehrmacht had fought a Kesselschlacht without the enemy being present. Analysis of the German reaction to this failed maneuver scheme will form a major portion of the book. It is a disturbing picture, a sequence of fired generals and a raving Führer, hastily improvised operational plans, and in the background, a 1,000,000-man army hurtling ever further from its bases of supply and communications. By September, it was stuck, with 2 strong arrowheads embedded firmly at Stalingrad and in the Caucasus, unable to reach its objectives and equally unable or unwilling to retreat. It was in southern Russia that Bewegungskrieg ground to a halt, giving way to the very type of war that the German army had historically tried to avoid: Stellungskrieg. At virtually the same time, the wheels had come off of Rommel's offensive as well, and he too found himself stuck fast against superior forces. The result in both theaters would be decisive and catastrophic defeat. After their promising starts, the German offensives of 1942 would give birth to twins, Stalingrad and El Alamein. In the course of this survey, we will attempt to answer some fundamental questions about the Wehrmacht. How does a military force configured, armed, and trained for the offensive war of movement and quick victory cope with a military situation that suddenly turns sour? How much responsibility does Hitler bear for the catastrophe? How much should be shared by the general staff and the field commanders? How much was it the result of individual decisions, and how much was the result of more impersonal systemic factors, the complicated matrix of military culture, tradition, and history that comprised the German way of war? Indeed, how much of it was simply chance? Throughout, I have tried to refrain from argumentation that attempts to show how the German army could have won at Stalingrad, or what the Wehrmacht should have done to win the war. This is a history book. It does not offer a series of perfect plans for 1942, as if it could make any difference at this point, nor does it purport to be a manual of lessons learned. These approaches, which praise this decision as correct and that one as wrong, with all the assurance of a 16th century reformer parsing scripture, are essentially ahistorical, as important as they may be to the training of soldiers and officers. They are akin to writing a history of the French Revolution that does nothing but tell Louis XVI how he could have avoided it. Operational history, that is, explaining what actually happened in the course of a campaign and why, is complicated enough without spending time lecturing the historical actors on what they ought to have done. Admittedly, there are times when it is hard not to. Hitler's decision to split the offensive into two parts in late July 1942 and head simultaneously for Stalingrad and the Caucasus, Directive 45, is a classic example. Another was the decision, shared by all levels of authority, to send Rommel into Egypt with an unconquered Malta still choking off his supply lines. In both cases, however, the Germans came within an ace of victory anyway. The short distances, in some cases only hundreds of yards, that separated the Wehrmacht from its strategic objectives in Stalingrad, the Caucasus, and North Africa, should give anyone pause about treating 1942 as a foregone conclusion. Chapter 1. From Victory to Defeat, 1941. In the opening years of World War II, the German army uncorked a run of victories that was quite unlike anything in living memory. In contrast to World War I, in which the front lines soon solidified and battlefield stalemate was the norm, this war saw the Germans move from one dramatic success to another. With their fearsome tank or panzer formations as an apparently irresistible spearhead, and with a powerful air force, Luftwaffe, circling overhead, the Wehrmacht ran through, around, and over every defensive position thrown in its path. The opening campaign in Poland, which went by the operational name Case White, saw the Germans smash the Polish army in 18 days, although a bit more fighting was necessary to reduce the capital, Warsaw. Equally impressive was the invasion of Denmark and Norway, which went by the operational name Exercise Weser, which saw two enemy capitals, Oslo and Copenhagen, fall on the first day to a combination of ground forces, seaborne landings, and paratroopers. Still, there were those among the European general staffs who took comfort in the fact that up to now, the Wehrmacht was beating up on weaker, smaller neighbors. The great offensive in the West in May 1940, Case Yellow, quickly disabused them of that notion. Here, the German panzer formations met and smashed the cream of the French and British armies, destroying the former and booting the latter off the continent altogether in a hurried evacuation from one of the last ports still in British hands, Dunkirk. Even with most of the British army gone, the Germans took something like 2 million French, British, Dutch, and Belgian prisoners. Combined with the minimal nature of their own losses, Case Yellow was one of the most decisive military victories in history. The next year continued the pattern. A lightning drive into the Balkans in April 1941 overran both Yugoslavia and Greece. When a British army arrived to help defend the latter, the Germans drove it from position to position, then off the mainland altogether, forcing their hapless foe into its second forced evacuation in less than a year. The British destination this time was Crete, where they were hit by a true thunderbolt. Operation Mercury, the first all-airborne military operation in history. It quickly seized the island from its British and Commonwealth defenders, who had to evacuate again, this time to Egypt. Indeed, in the opening period of the war, it sometimes seemed like the evacuation had become the characteristic British military operation. Certainly, no other army in the world had as much practice at it. Analysis of these German operations in World War II continues to paint them as somehow novel, as an example of a new method of war-making called Blitzkrieg, or lightning war. Allegedly invented in the interwar era, Blitzkrieg is said to have transformed warfare by mechanizing it. In place of the foot soldier and the cavalry, there were now machines, especially tanks and aircraft. In place of the trench deadlock that had characterized World War I were vast campaigns of breakthrough, encirclement, and maneuver. In fact, the word itself is a misnomer. The German army didn't invent it, and they hardly ever used the word outside of quotation marks. It was a term that seems to have been kicked around international military circles in the 1930s to describe any rapid and decisive victory, in contrast to the long, horrible war of attrition that had just ended. Even if they didn't invent the Blitzkrieg, however, the Germans clearly did something in the interwar period. It had been a time of rethinking and experimentation for them, certainly, but we might say the same thing for all armies of the day. The British had invented the tank and were working on a radical experimental mechanized brigade as early as 1928. Likewise, if there was one military force in the world that seemed obsessed with the possibilities of tanks, aircraft, and paratroopers, it would had to have been the Red Army. What distinguished the activity of the interwar German army, the Reichswehr until 1934, then renamed the Wehrmacht, was that it was not trying to discover anything new. It felt that it already had a workable war-fighting doctrine, Bewegungskrieg, the war of movement on the operational level. This is where the Germans saw tanks and aircraft as making their contribution. These new weapons had to be used on the operational level, that is, in large units from divisions on up. The result was the Panzer Division, a unit built around tanks but containing a full panoply of combined arms, infantry, artillery, reconnaissance, supply columns, bridging trains, and more, all of which had their mobility raised to the level of the tank. A panzer division was more than any contemporary army could handle from 1939 to 1941. It could assault and penetrate, smash through into the clear, pursue and destroy any defensive position or formation that tried to stop it, then reform and do it all over again. It wasn't a wonder weapon or magic bullet, but it certainly might have looked that way to a Polish Lancer or a Belgian anti-tank gunner. As important as the tank and the airplane was the Wehrmacht's highly articulated system of command and control. Some of this harkened back to older German traditions, especially the notion of the independence of the lower commander, often referred to incorrectly as Auftragstaktik or mission tactics. Arising first out of the distinctive social contract in Old Prussia, in which the king had only limited authority to intervene in the operations of his commanders, who were, without exception, of the noble or Junker caste, it had evolved over the centuries into the distinctive characteristic of command in the Prussian and German armies. In the eyes of Field Marshal Helmut von Moltke, the victor in the wars of German unification, modern field operations had become far too complex to be tightly choreographed in advance. There were simply too many factors in play: huge forces, complex weaponry, and massive supply requirements, not to mention the friction and fog that were simply part of war in any era. Under Moltke, the Prussian army prided itself on providing general missions to lower levels of command, then allowing the lower commander to devise the best way to carry them out. On all levels of command, orders were to be short, snappy, and to the point. Ideally, they were to be delivered orally. The Prusso-German armies made more limited use of written orders than any other contemporary force. Finally, commanders were encouraged to forego maps, if at all possible, and to deliver their orders by pointing to the actual terrain. The recipient was to listen, repeat the order out loud in the presence of his superior, and then go off and carry it out in the best possible way. On its face, the Prussian command system might seem to be a recipe for chaos, a free-for-all in which each division, corps, and army commander fought his own private war. In fact, there were two circumstances that worked in its favor. The staff system was the first. While on campaign, each commander had a chief of the general staff at his side, an operational advisor and confidant. He was not a co-commander, and in fact, the formation commander always bore ultimate responsibility for his own decisions and the performance of his unit. The chief of staff, however, was an elite officer who had been taught the art of war in a highly selective school with a murderously difficult curriculum, the famous Kriegsakademie. Members of the staff tended to see operational problems in a similar way and to dispense remarkably similar advice to the commanders with whom they worked. A second factor that made Auftragstaktik work was the highly aggressive nature of the Prussian-German officer corps. Throughout German military history, the officer corps' operational doctrine almost always consisted of one thing: making a beeline for the nearest enemy force and launching an attack on it. It rarely meant slacking or laying down on the job. Prussia-Germany had fought dozens of campaigns since the 17th century, and virtually all of them saw the army on the operational offensive, seeking to strike a sharp and unsettling blow against its opponents. The short and lively war demanded such an aggressive posture. Frederick the Great was the exemplar. perhaps the most aggressive commander of the entire 18th century, and certainly one of the top 10 of all time. He didn't think war was all that complicated. "The Prussian army always attacks," he once said. During Prussia's difficult path through the Napoleonic Wars, there was Marshal Gebhard Leberecht von Blücher, a septuagenarian oddball who wedded an innate battlefield drive and aggression to a visceral hatred of the French enemy. His art of war wasn't all that intellectual either. His men nicknamed him Marschall Vorwärts, General Forward. During the Wars of Unification, Moltke may have been the brains of the army, its doctrinal and administrative wizard. Its guts were army commanders like Frederick Charles, the Red Prince, who attacked an Austrian army that outnumbered him 2-1 to get the Battle of Königgrätz rolling in 1866. World War II hard chargers like Guderian and Manstein look far less unusual when we examine Prussian-German war-making from the perspective of the longue durée. This spirit of aggression was not something that the German army invented one afternoon in 1935. The preference for the short and lively war, Bewegungskrieg, the war of movement on the operational level, an officer corps that was allowed to handle matters in the field as it saw fit without a great deal of interference from above, and that paid for that privilege in blood, some of its own and a great deal belonging to the men under its command. Tanks and aircraft working in close harmony, commanded and controlled by the modern miracle of radio communications. These comprised the impressive and highly successful operational package the Germans brought to the table in the opening years of World War II. Like all military cultures, it was a unique combination of traits, a distinctive language spoken only by the Wehrmacht. As the leading German military journal of the day, the Militär Wochenblatt, put it. As in all of Germany's wars, the main, indeed the only question, was whether Germany's adversaries could learn to decipher it in time. Bewegungskrieg in full stride. The Balkans, 1941. If war was a simple contest to see who could most completely humiliate an opponent in a first encounter, then the Wehrmacht would have won World War II hands down. The Polish, Danish, Norwegian, French, Yugoslavian, Greek, British, and Soviet armies all learned this lesson the hard way. The first 6 armies did not survive to tell the tale, nor did the states they were called on to defend. British armies were smashed, not just in their first encounter with the Wehrmacht in France, but also in the next 3 as well, in North Africa, in Greece, and then again in Crete. Britain managed to survive the experience thanks to the presence of the English Channel, a sturdy water barrier that has stopped many would-be invaders since 1066. Finally, the Soviet army was hammered as hard as any military force in history during that first awful campaigning season from June to December 1941. It was an utterly hapless performance that saw it sustain the incredible total of 4 million casualties in 6 short months, most of them prisoners lost in one massive Kesselschlacht after another. And finally, lest we forget, the U.S. Army's first meeting with the Wehrmacht on an obscure hunk of Tunisian rock known as the Kasserine Pass was a humbling experience that should have made all Americans happy for the existence of the Atlantic Ocean. The point is that first encounters with the Wehrmacht were inherently dangerous. This was an army that liked its campaigns front-loaded, meticulously planned and designed for maximum impact. The corollary was that those who survived that first encounter had taken the best shot that the Germans had to offer. For the Wehrmacht, things were always going to go downhill after it delivered that first devastating blow. The advantage in sustainability was always going to lie with the Allies, especially after the entry of the United States into the war in 1941. As satisfying as it would be to blame the problem on individuals within the Nazi leadership, it was not due to poor planning on Hitler's part or to the General Staff's deep and documented disinterest in logistics. It was simply the way things were, the way they had been since the 1600s, and the way they would still be today if Germany had survived World War II as a great military power. If there was still a German General Staff, there would still be war-fighting doctrine based on landing a knockout punch early through aggressive mobile operations. One of the classic examples of Bewegungskrieg in World War II was the German campaign in the Balkans in the spring of 1941. Here, the Germans fought the front-loaded campaign to perfection, with the German 2nd and 12th Armies launching 2 simultaneous operations into Greece and Yugoslavia on April 6th. Operation Marita, the invasion of Greece, had been in the works for months, a response to the humiliating defeat suffered by the Italian army in its invasion of Greece in late 1940. Not only had the hardy Greeks stopped Italian forces at the border, but they also had gone on the offensive, driving into Albania and threatening to unhinge the entire Axis position in the Balkans. The invasion of Yugoslavia, by contrast, had been put together overnight, quite literally, as a response to a pro-Allied coup in Belgrade on the night of March 26th to 27th, 1941. It was an improvisation, just the sort of thing that the Germans historically excelled at. The brief time span for conception and planning did leave a few loose ends here and there, and in fact, the undertaking would take place under the nearly anonymous designation of Operation 25. It is easy to underestimate the significance of a campaign like this. After all, given its population and resource advantages, Germany should have been able to beat the Greek army or the Yugoslav army or both at the same time without breaking a sweat. We might say the same thing about the Polish campaign in 1939 or the invasion of Denmark and Norway in 1940. Yet those who look at the Balkan campaign and see only a great power landing a hit on 2 of the war's weaker sisters miss the point entirely. The Wehrmacht's complete and rapid victory over the Greeks and Yugoslavs precisely mirrors the treatment it meted out in every first encounter of the war without exception. Operation 25, Yugoslavia. For centuries, the ideal of Prussian-German military operations had been the concentric attack, with converging columns coming at the defender from all directions and making it impossible for him to establish any sort of coherent position. In that sense, Operation 25 marks a culmination point in the German art of war. With Hungary, Romania, and Bulgaria all safely in the Axis camp by this time, the attacking force of German and German allied, Hungarian and Italian armies could be strung out over an immense crescent nearly 400 miles long from Trieste on the Adriatic in the north to the Bulgarian-Yugoslav border in the south. Moving from right to left, there was Italian Second Army, German Second Army under General Maximilian von Weichs, consisting of 49 Mountain Corps, 51 and 52 Corps, and 46 Panzer Corps. Hungarian Third Army, an independent German 41 Panzer Corps, and finally 1st Panzer Group, Field Marshal Ewald von Kleist. With the Italians and Hungarians having to be cajoled into doing anything more than occupying a place in the line, the heavy lifting was the task of the 3 German formations. Weich's army was deployed in the Austrian provinces of Carinthia and Styria, curling around the Slovenian-Croatian bend in northern Yugoslavia. 41 Panzer Corps was deployed in western Romania near Timișoara. Kleist's Panzer Group lay far to the south in western Bulgaria. The Schwerpunkt, or point of main effort, included no fewer than 3 mighty mechanized columns driving on the capital, Belgrade. On the right, 46 Panzer Corps, 2nd Army, would deploy in Nagykanizsa in Hungary, southwest of Lake Balaton. It would cross the Drava River into Yugoslavia, then wheel sharply southeast toward Belgrade. In the center, the independent 41 Panzer Corps under General Georg Hans Reinhardt, including the 2nd SS Motorized Division, the Großdeutschland Motorized Infantry Regiment, and the Hermann Göring Panzer Regiment, had the shortest hop to Belgrade, a straight shot heading almost due south. Finally, on the extreme left, 1st Panzer Group would send 2 corps, 14 Panzer and 11, across the Bulgarian border, head toward Niš, and then wheel sharply to the north. As always in German operations, the point of these multiple drives was not simply to seize the capital, but rather to threaten a strategic object that the Yugoslavs could not afford to lose and would therefore have to defend. As in the Franco-Prussian War in 1870, driving in the general direction of the capital was the best way to ensure a confrontation with the enemy's main field army. The Yugoslavs did what all of Germany's enemies had done in the first 2 years of the war. They tried to defend every inch of the country's borders, establishing what the Germans called a cordon position, Kordonstellung. The 1st Army Group stood in the north, consisting of 7th Army in Slovenia, facing the German and Italian frontiers, and the 4th Army along the Hungarian border. The 2nd Army Group stood to its right, with 2nd Army along the Danube, and 1st Army in the western part of the Vojvodina. An independent 6th Army deployed to the east along the Romanian border, defending the district known as the Banat, as well as the northern approaches to Belgrade. Finally, a 3rd Army Group, 5th and 3rd Armies, had to cover an immense stretch of southern Yugoslavia, with 5th Army along the Bulgarian border and 3rd Army standing watch against the Italians on the Albanian frontier. None of these armies was up to modern standards. They consisted typically of 2 to 4 weak infantry divisions with an attached cavalry division or brigade. Reserve forces were grossly inadequate, as they are by definition in a cordon defense. The 3rd Army Group in the south, for example, had a single infantry division in reserve at Skopje, and the entire Yugoslav reserve consisted of 3 infantry divisions and 1 cavalry division. Although each army had some terrain feature in front of it, typically one of Yugoslavia's numerous rivers, the Drava, Sava, Morava, and Danube, the deployment offered no hope of operational maneuver. Strategic redeployment to respond to threats as they developed, always tricky in a linear defense, would simply be impossible in this case. Neither the road nor rail net would permit it. It is interesting to note that this was still the orthodox response to the Wehrmacht's mobile operations. The Poles had done the same in September 1939, stringing their armies in a cordon over 875 miles long along the border with Greater Germany and Slovakia. The French and British had also attempted a linear defense of Western Europe in 1940, which was penetrated in 3 days. The Yugoslav army was not an insignificant force. It included 17 active and 12 reserve infantry divisions, plus 3 cavalry divisions and a number of non-divisional brigades. When fully mobilized, it numbered nearly 10 million men. Still, lining it up to defend 1,900 miles of border was to extend it far beyond its capabilities. To be fair, the Yugoslav Supreme Commander, General Dusan Simovic, who had also been one of the ringleaders of the coup that precipitated the German invasion, was faced with a number of equally bad alternatives. Analysts of the campaign both then and since have spoken of the advantages of a pullback from the borders and a concentrated defense of some central position, perhaps Belgrade itself, just as analysts of the Polish campaign tend to talk up a withdrawal to the river lines of the Narew, Vistula, and San. A cordon defense invited penetration and destruction by a mobile enemy, it is true, and given the almost complete absence of armor, anti-tank, or air assets in the Yugoslav military, it was made to order for the German approach of a high-speed mechanized Bewegungskrieg. But military historians need to admit that any strategy that advocates the immediate abandonment of over 90% of the national territory before a shot has even been fired is a non-starter. It is a school exercise, in other words, utterly divorced from the reality of politics. No government in the modern era will ever do it, or could afford to. Moreover, the situation within Yugoslavia was not all propitious for the success of any strategy. The state was riven by ethnic tension. Neither the Slovenes nor the Croats could generate much enthusiasm about fighting for a Serb-dominated regime, which in their opinion treated them like second-class citizens. Under the urging of German propaganda broadcasts and leaflets, large numbers of Croats would desert once the shooting started. Operation 25 played out fairly predictably, given the balance of forces, the weaponry in play, and the imperatives of German doctrine. No campaign in Prussian or German history had a more pressing need to be wrapped up so quickly. It had been designed overnight. The formations fighting it had to be dragged hither and yon from across Germany and the occupied territories into this remote and underdeveloped theater, and the panzer units at least had to finish their business and then be ready for transfer to the east. Barbarossa was only 2.5 months away. An army that habitually moved fast was about to kick the tempo up one more notch. The campaign opened with a massive early morning bombing raid against a nearly undefended Belgrade. It was April 6th, the Orthodox Easter Sunday. In Operation Punishment, the Wehrmacht did something that many later military ventures have tried, yet none have been able to achieve: a decapitation of the enemy's command structure. The Luftwaffe came in 3 separate waves, some 500 sorties in all, flying mainly from bases in the Ostmark and western Romania. Not only did the Germans destroy the obsolete Yugoslav Air Force and Belgrade's weak anti-aircraft screen, pound large chunks of the city into rubble, and kill thousands of civilians, they also destroyed the communication links between the Yugoslav High Command and the field formations. It was an unprecedented event, an air power advocate's dream. that left virtually every operational unit in the army begging for direction and orders just at the moment that the Wehrmacht poured over the borders in strength. The Luftwaffe's losses amounted to just 2 aircraft. It is no exaggeration to say that Operation Punishment had won the Yugoslav campaign in the first 20 minutes. The raid, and especially the massive number of civilian deaths, would also be one of the war crimes included in the later indictment against General Alexander Lohr, commander of Luftflotte 4. He would be executed in Belgrade in 1947. The land campaign now began as 1st Panzer Group crossed the border in the south on April 8th, with 14 Panzer Corps in the lead and 11 Corps trailing. Kleist's forces headed for Niš. After breaking through the defenses of the Yugoslav Fifth Army, the Germans took the city on April 9th. As planned, the panzers now wheeled north, driving rapidly along the valley of the Morava River toward Belgrade. Resistance was weak and getting weaker, and the High Command soon decided to remove 5th Panzer Division from the main drive on the capital. It peeled off in a southwesterly direction, making it one of the few formations to take part in both Operation 25 against Yugoslavia and Operation Marita against Greece. By April 12th, 1st Panzer Group stood just 35 miles south of Belgrade. It was also deep in the rear of Yugoslav's 6th Army, still deployed along the Romanian border. The second element in the drive on Belgrade was 46 Panzer Corps, part of 2nd Army. The original schedule called for 2nd Army's attack to begin on April 12th, which had then been moved up to April 10th. Some analysts still see this as a deliberate staggering of the initial thrusts to further confuse the enemy leadership as to the location of the main blow. A better explanation was the difficulty the Germans were having in transporting the assault formations into position. The Yugoslav border was immense, and the entire region was vastly underserved by road and rail. The 2nd Army in particular was still arriving in the theater when the bombers appeared over Belgrade. Nonetheless, there were a series of small attacks by German units as they deployed, often undertaken on the initiative of the local commander. These included the seizure of a road bridge at Barks and a rail bridge near Koprivnica. Even before the start of formal hostilities, the sluggish Yugoslav response to these provocations, due no doubt to the large proportion of Croats in the Yugoslav 7th Army, the principal defender in this sector, showed the Germans that there was trouble in the enemy camp. When 46 Panzer Corps' actual attack opened on April 10th, it blew a hole in the Yugoslav line almost immediately. Although most of the Corps wheeled southeast to join in the drive on Belgrade, one division, the 14th Panzer, headed for the Croatian capital, Zagreb. Agram to the Germans. The drive on Zagreb was an epic in its own way. Rolling at top speed, moving so rapidly that it was out of radio communications with Corps and Army headquarters for much of the day, it smashed through position after position, taking 15,000 prisoners, among them 22 Yugoslav generals. It reached Zagreb by nightfall after traveling almost 100 miles since morning. It ended the day being feted by thousands of enthusiastic Croats who considered the arrival of the Germans as a day of liberation from Serb oppression. The third motorized drive on Belgrade was that of the 41 Panzer Corps. After crossing the Romanian-Yugoslav border south of Timișoara on April 11th, Reinhardt's corps almost immediately broke through Yugoslav's 6th Army and raced into the clear. The relatively weak force, consisting of little more than the Großdeutschland Regiment and 2nd SS Motorized Infantry Division, drove halfway to Belgrade in a single day, reaching Pančevo by nightfall and preparing itself for a drive on the capital the next day. Already the Yugoslav situation had deteriorated to the point that General Simovic sent orders to his 3 army groups to fight the enemy wherever you may be in contact with him in all directions on your own initiative without awaiting special orders from higher command echelons. Even today, it is difficult to say which German force arrived first in Belgrade. With all 3 sending mobile detachments ahead of the main body in a headlong rush, even the German High Command wasn't exactly sure. Elements of the 2nd SS Motorized Infantry Division, 41 Panzer Corps, crossed into the city on rafts over the Danube in the early evening of April 12th. Patrols of 8th Panzer Division, 2nd Army, entered at about the same time from the north, and 11th Panzer Division, 1st Panzer Group, did the same from the south. Although none of these armored drives met with much opposition, they did have to negotiate some of Europe's most difficult terrain, and the exercise showed that there really isn't any such thing as bad tank country to a well-trained and aggressive armored force. Although sending flying armored columns into enemy territory might have been risky in a different context, here the principal problem was dealing with the hordes of Yugoslav soldiers wishing to surrender. With the capital in German hands, and the Yugoslav front broken everywhere, and with Italian and Hungarian troops finally crossing the Yugoslav border, all that remained was the final pursuit. There was some fear on the part of the German command that remnants of the defeated army would retreat into the mountain fastness of the southern part of the country, in particular Bosnia. To counter the threat, the Germans now redirected virtually all their mobile formations toward a drive on Sarajevo. One pursuit group, spearheaded by 14th Panzer Division, moved in from the west. Another, with 8th Panzer Division in the van, approached the city from the east. The city fell to these converging drives on April 15th, the 10th day of hostilities, signaling the end of major operations. An armistice would be signed on April 17th. The Wehrmacht had overrun Yugoslavia in record time and with ease. It had dismantled a 1,000,000-man army and taken at least 250,000 prisoners in this short campaign. Its own casualties were just 151 dead, 392 wounded, and 15 missing. The ingredients for the rout were obvious. On the German side, they included superior training and weaponry, total command of the air, and a high degree of mechanization, at least at the cutting edge. For the Yugoslavs, there was the lateness of the mobilization decree, which resulted in numerous units being overrun before they were fully prepared for combat, lack of air and armor, the decision to defend every inch of the country's long border, and perhaps most importantly, the ethnic troubles inside the country, especially in the Croatian territories. One German staff officer called Operation 25 more of a military parade than a campaign, and that is in many ways a fair assessment of this 12-day war. Still, there is more to it than that. The conquest of Yugoslavia was a distilled form of the German way of war as it had developed over the centuries. As one German source put it, after the breakthrough along the border fortifications, the Yugoslav army was smashed in the open field, held in place by German infantry forced marching in the pursuit, overtaken and encircled by the mobile troops, broken down by uninterrupted attack from the air while on the march and during rail transport. It was a lightning victory, Blitzkrieg, one that displayed every aspect of the German operational package. The assembly of massive force, a plan that included a violent blow from the very outset in the form of the vicious air raids on Belgrade, a maneuver scheme for the land forces that emphasized shock, rapidity, and a concentric advance against a crucial objective in the enemy's heartland. These had been the ingredients of Bewegungskrieg, at least since the days of Moltke. Given the gross imbalance of force, the Wehrmacht should have beaten the Yugoslav army and swiftly overrun the country, that much is obvious. But, as Prussian and German armies had shown other armies in other times and places, when the war of movement was working as it should, it could make many a campaign appear to be a military parade. There is one last aspect of the quick and almost painless victory in Yugoslavia that deserves mention, especially as it reflects on the German way of war. Despite the totality of the victory, this was a campaign with an extremely problematic aftermath. By the end of the operation, fighting had already broken out within Yugoslavia between the Serbs and Croats in Mostar and other parts of Dalmatia. With German forces being redeployed rapidly to the east and the land occupied by relatively small forces, there was no one to stop it, even if the Germans had wanted to. Moreover, a quick look at the math of the campaign, 250,000 prisoners taken out of an army that numbered almost 1 million when fully mobilized, would indicate that large forces had indeed escaped the German net. The Germans had advanced so far and so fast that they left numerous loose ends. Yugoslav soldiers, cut off from their units, soon took to the mountains to form resistance bands, and the Germans would find themselves conducting an anti-partisan campaign for the rest of the war. There was no unanimity among these groups about the kind of Yugoslavia they wished to recreate once they had liberated the country, and they would spend as much time fighting each other as fighting the Germans. Royalist Chetniks under Colonel Draža Mihailović and the communist partisans under Josip Broz, codenamed Tito, would fight their own bloody war for the future of Yugoslavia, a tale outside our purview here. Nevertheless, there is something incomplete about a way of war that relies on the shock value of small, highly mobile forces and air power, that stresses rapidity of victory overall, and that then has a difficult time putting the country it has conquered back together again. Operation Marita, Greece. It was more of the same in Greece. Here, the Wehrmacht encountered not just another weak army of a second-rate power, but British and Commonwealth forces as well. Operation Marita met Operation Lustra, the transfer of a British expeditionary force from North Africa to the Balkans. Force W, as it was known, was utterly inadequate to fight the Germans, comprising 2 divisions, 2nd New Zealand, 6th Australian, the 1st Tank Brigade of 2nd Armored Division, and a small commitment of air power. One German commentator called it a drop in the ocean by the standards of continental warfare. The commander of the expedition, General Henry Maitland Wilson, was placed in a nearly impossible position. He had to thrust forward a small force against an onrushing Wehrmacht coming at him from all directions. The precise placement of the force was thus a matter of crucial importance as well as controversy within the Allied camp. Essentially, the Greek Supreme Commander, General Alexander Papagos, wanted the British as far north as possible. Maitland-Wilson preferred to stay as far south as he could manage. Again, like the Yugoslavs, the Greeks were not at all enthusiastic about defending the country at the relatively narrow waist, Mount Olympus perhaps, or points south, or any position that abandoned a large chunk of it to the invader. Indeed, Papagos was still thinking of the offensive, one last blow to shatter the Italians in Albania. The plan that eventually evolved was, as is typical, the worst of both worlds. If the Germans had been advancing from Bulgaria alone, then the deployment of Force W to a defensive position stretching northwest-southeast along the Vermian Mountains and Aliakman River, it was called the Vermian Line, grandiloquently because there were no prepared works there at all, might have made sense. The operational situation that Maitland-Wilson encountered as he marched north, however, was far different. Once again, the Germans had planned a bold, operational-level stroke, utilizing the mechanized formations of 12th Army. Although the infantry divisions of 30 Corps crossed the Rhodope Mountains into western Thrace, and the 18 Mountain Corps had the unenviable task of smashing through the well-fortified Metaxas line along the Bulgarian frontier, 2nd Panzer Division would cross into Yugoslavia via Tord Strumica. From here, it would wheel sharply south, past just to the west of Lake Doiran on the Greek-Yugoslav border, then drive as rapidly as possible on the major port of Thessaloniki. Seizure of the city would be a strategic blow to the Greeks, cutting off their entire Second Army still fighting to the east. Simultaneously, however, there would be an even more dramatic stroke, a westward drive into southern Yugoslavia by 40 Corps, 9th Panzer Division, Leibstandarte Adolf Hitler SS Motorized Infantry Regiment, and the 73rd Infantry Division. The Corps would drive toward the Vardar River between Skopje and Veles, then once again wheel sharply south, passing through the Monastir Gap and crossing into central Greece from the north. This would result in a link-up with the Italians and the isolation of the Greek First Army still fighting in Albania. The Albanian campaign still accounted for the lion's share of the Greek army, some 12 infantry divisions, a cavalry division, and 3 infantry brigades. Moreover, the German maneuver would also fatally compromise the Allied defensive position, outflanking Force W no matter what line it happened to occupy. And so it went. As in Operation 25, there was a signal moment at the start of Marita. On April 6th, at virtually the same moment that Belgrade was going up in flames, a Luftwaffe raid on the port of Piraeus scored a direct hit on the 12,000-ton ammunition ship SS Clan Fraser. It exploded spectacularly, triggering secondary explosions all over the harbor and destroying much of the port itself, along with 27 craft docked there and a great deal of shore equipment. Windows were shattered 7 miles away in Athens. Within hours, German forces were across the Greek border in strength. On the far left, 30 Corps had fairly easy going because much of the Greek force in isolated western Thrace had been evacuated when German troops first entered Bulgaria. In the center, 18 Mountain Corps found the Metaxas line and the Greek infantry and gunners defending it to be as tough as anything they'd yet encountered in this war. Losses were heavy here, with at least one regiment having to be pulled out of the line, but the attack on both sides of the Rupel Gorge, supported by massed artillery and non-stop attack by Stukas, finally chewed its way through the Greek wire, pillboxes, and concrete bunkers. The battle for the Metaxas line soon became a moot point, however, as 2nd Panzer Division cut through light opposition to the west and reached Thessaloniki on April 9th. In the course of its short hop south, it overran elements of the Greek 19th Division that were just moving up into position. The Greek formation was ostensibly motorized, which meant in this case possessing a handful of Bren carriers and captured Italian tanks and trucks. The fall of Thessaloniki made the entire Greek force to the east superfluous, and Second Army surrendered to the Germans on April 9th. The Schwerpunkt of this campaign, however, lay with 40 Panzer Corps, General Georg Stumme. Jumping off at 5:30 a.m. on April 6th, it encountered Yugoslav forces almost immediately, elements of the 5th Yugoslav Army. Brushing them aside, the mass of the corps reached its objective, the line Skopje-Veles, the next day. Stumme's lead formations had made 60 miles in that one day and had to perform a major river crossing of the Vardar to boot. After passing through Prilep on April 8th and Monastir on April 9th, the corps stood ready to invade Greece the next day. On April 10th, 40 Corps crossed the border, peeled off the 9th Panzer Division to link up with the Italians in Albania, and continued the drive to the south toward the Greek town of Florina. It was not immediately apparent, but the drive on Florina and thence into central Greece had unhinged the entire Allied strategic position in the theater. Not only had the maneuver uncovered the communications of the Greek First Army in Albania, it had also inserted a strong mobile German force far into the rear of the original British defensive position along the Vermilion Line. Maitland Wilson could read a map. The news sent the entire Commonwealth force scurrying back down to the south from whence it had come, desperately trying to extricate itself from the jaws of two pursuing German pincers. Australian and New Zealand troops fought with their usual tenacity, and there was some gritty action of the rear guard variety, but on the operational level, the front line moved steadily southward. The original Vermilion position became the Aliakman line, April 11th, which gave way to the Mount Olympus position, April 16th, and then the Thermopylae line, April 24th. The last actually a crescent-shaped defensive position stretching across central Greece from Molos in the east to the Gulf of Corinth in the south. The place names make the after-action reports read like some lost essay by Herodotus, which lends the entire affair a certain epic aura that it does not at all deserve. In fact, the retreat was a nightmare, carried out under a nearly constant barrage of Stuka attacks. It had been the same in Norway and Dunkirk, and now it was more of the same in Greece. Making good use of the difficult terrain and their 25-pounder guns, however, the Commonwealth rear guards did manage to hold up the Germans just long enough to allow the main body to escape, and that was no small feat. The Germans, for their part, managed to keep up the pressure only by sending light pursuit groups ahead of their main body. There certainly were not entire panzer divisions in play during this portion of the campaign, but even the smaller pursuit groups found themselves limited by the difficulty of mountainous terrain. At one point they tried, unsuccessfully, to pass a column of tanks single file through the pass at Thermopylae. The original European tactical exercise, one might say. Even the most celebrated incident of the campaign, the April 26th airdrop onto the Isthmus of Corinth by 2 battalions of the 2nd Fallschirmjäger Regiment, failed to seal the deal. Indeed, it met with disaster when a lucky shot detonated charges on the canal bridge, dropping it and killing most of the German paratroopers crossing it, along with the German war correspondent filming the seizure of the bridge. It did not matter one way or another. Most of Force W was off the mainland by this time, having already been evacuated from Rafina and Porto Rafti in Attica, or from Monemvasia and Kalamata in the Peloponnesus. Athens fell on April 27th, and the onrushing Germans swiftly occupied the Peloponnesus on April 28th and 29th. The fighting was over by April 30th. General Wilhelm List's 12th Army had performed impressively. It had dismantled the Greek army and handed the British another humiliating defeat, driving them into another helter-skelter retreat and forcing them into yet another evacuation that saved the men only at the cost of abandoning virtually all of the equipment. Nor were British manpower losses inconsiderable. 11,840 men out of the 53,000 plus who had originally embarked for Europe. Both retreat and evacuation alike had taken place under non-stop German air attack, accounting for a large share of British casualties. Robert Crisp, a South African armored commander, describes what it was like. From dawn to dusk there was never a period of more than half an hour when there was not an enemy plane overhead. It was the unrelenting pressure of noise and the threat of destruction in every hour which accentuated the psychological consequences of continuous retreat, and turned so many men into nervous wrecks, who leapt from their driving seats and trucks at the first distant hum, often without stopping their vehicles, and ran from the roads, not to stop running until the skies were clear and the explosions had ceased to echo in their minds. Then they would make their way slowly, fearfully back, and ride on for another few miles until the next raid, or threat of a raid, set them running again. In tossing Tommy from the continent, German losses had been much heavier than in the Yugoslav campaign, yet still startlingly light overall, especially as they were fighting against one of their great power adversaries in this campaign. 1,100 killed and 4,000 wounded. The vast majority of the casualties had been sustained by 30 Corps' frontal assault on the Metaxas line, a venture that even some German analysts argued could have been dispensed with altogether. Bewegungskrieg and its weaknesses. The Balkan campaign was a classic demonstration of the German art of war. Once again, bold and rapid maneuver had led to decisive success. As we view the Wehrmacht standing on the eve of Barbarossa, however, it is appropriate to discuss the weaknesses of the approach. Today, it has become customary to argue that the German focus on maneuver represented a narrow, even crabbed vision of warfare, one that placed the German army at a serious disadvantage in both world wars. World War II saw German staff officers planning ever more elegant maneuver schemes, ones that may well represent the acme of the art, while their enemies did much, much more, mobilizing a major portion of the world's resources, easily besting Germany in the battle of manpower, technical innovation, production, and logistics, and winning a decisive victory in the shadow war of intelligence and counterintelligence. Consider this point. In World War II, the Allies actually cracked the German encoding mechanism, the so-called Enigma machine. They then spent the entire war deliberately underreacting to the intelligence they had gleaned from this coup, lest the Germans realize they'd been had and move to some new, more secure system. Even so, the Allies enjoyed as complete an intelligence advantage as any in military history. Likewise, the Allies employed an entire series of highly successful agents, from Richard Zorge in Tokyo to Juan Pujol Garcia to the 12 apostles dispatched by President Roosevelt to North Africa to prepare the ground for the Torch invasion. Even today, the story of Pujol Garcia seems to have been concocted by an overly imaginative Hollywood screenwriter. Codenamed Garbo, He was ostensibly a German agent working in Britain who fed false information to the very top of the Nazi intelligence chain up to and including Hitler himself. For his intelligence reports before the Normandy invasion, he received the Reich's highest honors and decorations, including the Iron Cross. The Germans managed nothing like a counterweight to Allied success in this area. Despite the Nazi reputation for fanaticism, the democracies and Soviet Russia were far more successful at producing men and women who were willing to go behind enemy lines and risk life and limb in the battle for information. The German Military Intelligence Office, the Abwehr, by contrast, spent much of the war trying first to overthrow and then to kill Hitler. In this war, most of the true believers were on the side of the Allies. The Wehrmacht, in other words, was a military force that cared a great deal for concentric operations, but very little for long-term planning. German military planners gave little thought at all to strategic concerns, at least as they have traditionally been conceived in the rest of the world. Exactly how individual operational victories, even decisive ones, would actually lead to the surrender of their enemies received very little consideration. In May 1940, for example, the Germans smashed 4 enemy armies in short order and occupied the Netherlands, Belgium, and France. When Britain refused to surrender or even to come to terms, Hitler and the entire German leadership were completely at sea about how to proceed. The Wehrmacht, in a sense, had conquered its way into a strategic impasse. It knew it, and it spent the next year flailing around searching for a way to move forward. The amount of paperwork generated by such indecision, shared by Hitler and the High Command, was prodigious. In the year after Case Yellow, the staff produced plans for no fewer than 15 major operations. Sea Lion, the invasion of England; Sunflower, the introduction of German forces to North Africa; Cyclamen, the occupation of Albania; Marita, an attack on Greece; Felix, the seizure of Gibraltar; Isabella, the occupation of Spain and Portugal; a possible invasion of Switzerland; operations against the Canary and Azore Islands; Operation 25 against Yugoslavia; Operation Mercury against Crete; plans to occupy Vichy, France; and the establishment of military missions to Romania and Iraq. It wasn't as if there was a lot of downtime in German planning circles during this period. All of this frenzied activity sat uneasily on top of planning the greatest operation in military history, Barbarossa. Nor are we talking about the Pentagon, with a gigantic bureaucratic hive churning out planning documents by the bushel. German planning staffs were small, tiny in fact. The General Staff had always seen itself as the true German military elite, and keeping itself small was part of the institutional ethos. Although wars are won or lost on the strategic level, the Germans were literally sitting in a conceptual prison. It was all operations all the time. This was not an issue of trying to think outside the box. German staff officers might not have even been conscious of the fact that there was a box. Bewegungskrieg had worked well enough over the centuries. The Germans actually seemed unaware that there might have been viable alternatives to it. It had become a default setting. Barbarossa. It is axiomatic to say that the invasion of the Soviet Union was the ultimate test of operational-level Bewegungskrieg. Here, a way of war that had been designed to win short, sharp campaigns in the cozy confines of Western Europe, a prosperous region with a highly developed economy and communications infrastructure, found itself very far from home indeed. Here it faced a behemoth, one with room in which to retreat and a manpower pool that was, by German standards at least, limitless. Moreover, the road and rail net was utterly unsatisfactory for a mechanized army that relied so heavily on tanks and other vehicles. It would be untrue to state that planners on the German general staff were unaware of any of these things. They also knew that the campaign would have to end before the onset of winter. At the same time, however, it was nearly impossible for most of them to conceive of failure. The war was approaching its third year, and no land force had yet come close to stopping them. Although the post-war memoir literature of the German generals is filled with misgivings over Hitler's decision to go east, there was in fact little debate over the wisdom of the move at the time. Most of the staff felt that the overthrow of the Soviet Union would amount to little more than a sand table exercise, a war game. In fact, the Red Army very nearly got the Yugoslav treatment. On June 21, 1941, over 3 million German and Axis troops crossed the Soviet border. Organized into 3 great army groups, North, Central, and South, heading for Leningrad, Moscow, and the Ukraine, respectively, they had managed to assemble beneath the radar of Soviet intelligence and to achieve not just strategic or operational surprise, but actual tactical surprise as well. As a result, the opening of Operation Barbarossa saw the Wehrmacht pound the Red Army senseless, methodically encircling and destroying huge Soviet forces at Bialystok and Minsk. In this opening phase, the Germans fought the Kesselschlacht to perfection, taking hundreds of thousands of prisoners and overrunning a huge swath of territory as large as Great Britain. The operational plan for Barbarossa called for destroying as much of the Red Army as close to the border as possible before it could retreat into the endless depths of the country, and it could not have worked much better than it did. The disaster has no parallel in military history. The world's largest army was essentially destroyed, and the richest portions of the world's largest country overrun. Although by this time the Germans had the entire thing down to a well-practiced drill, we must recognize how much of the responsibility for their early triumphs has to lie at Stalin's feet. He ignored, quite literally, the pile of intelligence on his desk, from sources as diverse as the Yugoslav ambassador to Moscow and Winston Churchill, of a massive German buildup on the border. With a network of intelligence agents abroad unparalleled in size and motivation, this was the age in which communism was still a religion for many in the West, and with a steady stream of German deserters crossing the border before the operation, Stalin should at least have been able to alert the units at the border to the imminent German blow. The only trouble was that the Vozhd, or boss as he liked to be called, didn't believe any of it. It was all a plot, he swore, either a Western one to get him mixed up in a war with Germany, or a Nazi one to get him to move first and thus justify a German counterblow. "You cannot always trust the intelligence," he once snapped at General G.K. Zhukov, who was gingerly trying to talk sense into him. The evidence mounted, but Stalin remained unmoved, and his aides learned to pull punches in their reports, hesitating to tell him things that they knew would only anger him. When Richard Zorge, his spy master in Tokyo, tried to tell him the truth, Stalin dismissed him as a little shit. When the Commissar for State Security, Merkulov, passed on inside reports of Luftwaffe preparations for the impending attack, Stalin blew up. "Comrade Merkulov," he hissed, "you can send your source from the headquarters of German aviation to his blanking mother." The Red Army not only had to fight the Germans in those early days, therefore, but also what one modern writer aptly calls the staggeringly inept nature of its own regime. The resulting level of confusion still boggles the mind. Communications between Moscow and the front broke down immediately, although perhaps it is more accurate to say that they were never really established. Stalin's technological conservatism, shared by old Civil War cronies like the greatly mustachioed cavalry officer Marshal Semen Badiani, ensured that the Red Army's communications net consisted almost entirely of cable rather than radio. A relative handful of German agents in the country were able to utterly disable it before the main body had even crossed the border. Likewise, it took months for something like a valid supply system to get up and running. Some Soviet soldiers in those terrible early days actually marched into battle with no food but anchovies, a particularly terrible thing in light of the heat and the lack of drinking water. There is one moment that may stand as representative of the entire opening phase of Barbarossa. Soviet 8th Mechanized Corps trundling up the single road from Drogobich to Sambor and crashing into Soviet 13th Mechanized Corps, which was unfortunately moving from Sambor to Drogobich. The result, needless to say, was a traffic jam of epic proportions. They might still be there, sorting themselves out, if the Germans hadn't destroyed them both. As a result of all these factors, the initial German progress was dizzying. By now, the surprise air assault, launched in early morning hours of June 22nd, had become almost obligatory. It did enormous damage. It destroyed hundreds of planes on the ground and made short work of the few disorganized patrols that managed to get into the air. After wrecking the Red Air Force, the Luftwaffe turned its attention to other targets, interdicting Soviet road and rail movement, pounding enemy troop concentrations, and thoroughly disrupting command and communication facilities. As German ground forces advanced, they would, as always up to this point in the war, have the advantage of operating under an irresistible umbrella of air power. There was progress almost everywhere. Army Group North, Field Marshal Wilhelm Ritter von Leip, blasted through the Soviet border defenses in the newly occupied Baltic states almost immediately and headed for Leningrad. With 4th Panzer Group under General Erich Hirpner acting as the armored spearhead, Leib's army group actually covered half the distance to Leningrad within the first 5 days of the campaign. Pride of place for the mobile formations has to go to 56 Panzer Corps under General Erich von Manstein, which drove 50 miles into the Baltic states on the first day alone against thoroughly befuddled Soviet opposition. By the end of day 4, Manstein had not only covered the 185 miles to Dvinsk, but had seized the crucial bridges over the Dvina River there, one of the principal strategic barriers on the road to Leningrad. Manstein's neighbor on the left, the 41 Panzer Corps, wasn't far behind. After fighting Soviet tanks north of Rosyni, soon after crossing the border, it closed up to the Dvina and established bridgeheads across it on June 30th. Beyond Dvinsk lay the Ostrov-Pskov area, another 155 miles distant, the second intermediate position on the way to Leningrad. The Panzer spearheads captured Ostrov on July 4th and reached Pskov the next day. By July 14th, 41 Panzer Corps stood on the lower Luga, with a bridgehead over the river at Sabsk. It was just 62 miles from Leningrad. It had covered 470 miles in 3 weeks. As ever, the point was not simply to seize the city, but to ensure that the Soviets would have to throw troops in front of it, which could then be subjected to a concentric attack in the classic style and destroyed. To that end, Leib had his two other armies, the 18th, General Georg von Küchler, and 16th, General Ernst Busch, hustling along to the left and right of Hübner's panzers, respectively. Throughout Barbarossa, the ability of the 126 German infantry divisions to keep up with their brethren in the tanks would play a crucial role. It was a murderous pace for the infantry and artillery, not to mention the 300,000 horses with which the Wehrmacht invaded the Soviet Union. The Germans met even more dramatic success on the road to Moscow. Here, Army Group Center, Field Marshal Fedor von Bock, dealt out a series of hammer blows that would have felled virtually any army in the world, except the one it happened to be facing. Bock was wielding a large bat indeed, the Schwerpunkt of the entire German effort in the East, containing half the armor committed to Barbarossa. He had 4 large maneuver units in all, 2 armies, the 9th under General Adolf Strauss and the 4th under Field Marshal Günther von Kluge, plus 2 panzer groups, the 3rd under General Hermann Hoth and the 2nd under the celebrated panzer leader General Heinz Guderian, and thus often called Panzer Group Guderian. German armor tore a great gash in the Soviet line from the first day, with Hoth on the northern wing of the army group and Guderian on the southern. The panzer leaders were aiming deep, all the way to the city of Minsk, in fact. Here they swung inward, Hoth coming down and Guderian moving up, and sealed off an immense pocket of Soviet forces. At the same time, the infantry armies were carrying out an encirclement of their own, a shorter hook. With 9th Army on the left and 4th on the right, another huge Soviet pocket was formed at Bialystok. This was a new milestone in the German way of war. The tradition of concentric operations had become something much more deadly, actual physical encirclement of entire enemy armies. No army in the world had ever fought 2 simultaneous battles of encirclement, and certainly no army had ever taken the surrender of 417,000 prisoners in a single encounter. Barely pausing for breath, Hoth and Guderian now set off even deeper into the interior. Once again, they turned and sealed off a pocket, the 3rd great Kesselschlacht of this opening phase, just west of Smolensk. A daring armored raid by Hoth's panzers seized the city itself on July 16th. It is often said that the Germans failed to seal off these encirclements, allowing sizable portions of the trapped forces to escape, either to make their way back to Soviet lines or to remain behind German lines as partisans. That is certainly true. In its haste to wrap things up as quickly as possible, the German way of war always left more than its share of loose ends. But the destruction wrought by the Wehrmacht certainly had been bad enough. By mid-August, there were at least 895,000 Soviet prisoners in German hands, a figure that seems as incredible today as it did then. Only in the south was there disappointment, at least temporarily. Here, the Soviet force commitment was much stronger, their preparations carried out with at least some degree of foresight. The terrain, and the conformation of the border, too, conspired against Army Group South. The commander, Field Marshal Gerd von Rundstedt, had 2 armies, the 6th under Field Marshal Walter von Reichenau and the 17th under General Karl Heinrich von Stulpnagel, plus 1st Panzer Group under General Ewald von Kleist, fresh from his victory in Yugoslavia. All three formations, however, would have to slither through one of the border's most difficult bottlenecks, the tight squeeze between the Pripyat marshes in the north and the foothills of the Carpathian Mountains in the south. With deployment space at a premium, another army, the 11th under General Eugen von Schobert, had to begin the campaign in Romania. It would join up with Army Group South only after the main force was well into the Ukraine. Unfortunately, that took longer than anticipated. With the Soviets across his entire front in force and fighting hard from the first day, Rundstedt's operations were by necessity more deliberate. Not until June 30th, in fact, did the key city of Lvov, Lemberg, fall to the Germans, allowing Rundstedt some freedom of maneuver as defending Soviet forces began to fall back into the vast Ukrainian interior. A month into the campaign, the Germans could look with satisfaction on their progress. The Red Army seemed to be coming apart at the seams. Army Group Center stood at Smolensk, where the initial operational plan had called for a pause in order to rest, refit, and replenish for the drive on Moscow. Leningrad had not yet fallen, but Army Group North had made such astonishing progress that it seemed to be a matter of time. German armored forces had penetrated the Ukraine, and it was going to be a long time before the retreating Soviets reached a good defensive position in such flat country. Indeed, General Franz Halder, the chief of the German General Staff, felt that it was all over. The July 3rd entry in his war diary contains some of the most famous last words in military history. Looked at overall, we can already say that we have carried out our job of smashing the bulk of the Russian army this side of the Dvina and Dnieper. I believe that a certain captured Russian general was right when he said that east of the Dvina and the Dnieper, we have got only to deal with scattered forces, which will not of themselves be strong enough to offer any serious resistance to German operations. I am therefore not exaggerating when I say that the campaign against Russia was won in 14 days. To be fair, he did go on to hedge his bets slightly, adding, "Of course, it is not over yet." Because of the sheer size of the theater and the stubborn resistance of the enemy was all the means at his disposal, there would be weeks of mopping up. In the same diary entry, however, we find Halder discussing future moves in the war against England. The preparation of an offensive against the land bridge between the Nile and the Euphrates, coming out of Cyrenaica and down from Anatolia, and perhaps from the Caucasus against Iran. These were clearly times for thinking big in the German High Command. Things only got better through July. The third great Kessel at Smolensk yielded up another 348,000 Soviet prisoners by the end of the month. Army Group North continued its drive toward the southern approaches to Leningrad, although the combination of difficult terrain, dense forests and swamps, as well as increasing Soviet pressure on the Army Group's open flank in the southeast, was beginning to slow Laib down. Army Group South had finally gotten into full stride, sealing off a sizable Kessel of its own near Uman. In what was by now a depressingly familiar ritual, another 103,000 soldiers of the Red Army marched off into the horrors of Nazi captivity. And yet it was at this very moment, with Soviet Russia seemingly on the ropes and the Red Army having apparently dissolved, that Barbarossa began to fall apart. As always, the Wehrmacht's maneuver scheme had been a thing of beauty, completely baffling Soviet attempts to counter it. Cooperation between the ground forces and the Luftwaffe, likewise, had been as good as 2 years of highly successful practice could make it. Virtually every other aspect of Barbarossa was a mess. This was not at all like the earlier campaigns. The country was huge, and the initial objectives of the army groups were a long, long way from the border. Army Group North had 490 miles to Leningrad, for example, and Army Group Center 615 to Moscow. These were measurements as the crow flies, however, and do not take into account the arcs, parabolas, and doubling backs necessitated by a series of armored flanking maneuvers. Moreover, the roads were as bad as they were long, and the enormous distances involved led to heavy demands on the men and much more wear and tear on the equipment than, let us say, the 150-mile drive across northern France in Case Yellow. German pre-invasion intelligence had been abysmal, even by its own normally low standards. It is an understatement to say that the Germans had underestimated the size of the Soviet army. It is much more accurate to say they missed it altogether. By the end of June, over 5 million Soviet reservists had received the call-up, and a few weeks after famously declaring the campaign ended, General Halder was writing an equally famous lament in his war diary entry for August 11th. Overall, it is clearer and clearer that we have underestimated the Russian colossus, which had prepared itself for war with an utter lack of restraint, which is characteristic of the totalitarian state. This is as true in the area of organization as it is of the economy, the area of transport and communications, but above all, to pure military power. At the start of the war, we reckoned on some 200 enemy divisions. Now we have already counted 360. These divisions are definitely not armed and equipped in our sense, and tactically they are in many ways badly led. But they are there. Indeed, he went on, if we destroy a dozen, the Russians put another dozen in their place. And all the while, they are falling back on their sources of supply, while we are drawing ever further away from ours. Nor were these new formations merely defending passively. There was, for example, a series of sharp counterstrokes against the Germans near Smolensk in late July, involving Soviet 20th Army, General P.A. Kurochkin, 19th Army, General I.S. Konev, and 21st Army, General F.I. Kuznetsov. They were hastily planned and badly coordinated for the most part. In Konev's case, the men quite literally launched their assault as they dismounted from their troop trains. But these incessant counterattacks, as well as a particularly aggressive one against Guderian's bridgehead over the Desna River at Yelnya, did take their toll on the Wehrmacht's panzer forces. By now, the Germans were astonished at the quality of Soviet equipment, especially their medium T-34 tank and the heavy KV-1. A single one of the latter broke into the rear of the German forces driving on Leningrad, parked itself athwart the main supply route, and cut off the motorized brigade of 6th Panzer Division for 2 full days. The Germans wheeled up everything they could find, batteries of 50mm anti-tank and then high-velocity 88mm anti-aircraft guns, drilling the tank at point-blank ranges. After a good long while, the infantry approached it and crawled on top of it. Suddenly, the gun barrel started to move again, and our soldiers dispersed in amazement. Quickly, the engineers took hand grenades and pushed them into the hole produced by the hit at the lower part of the turret. A dull explosion sounded, and the hatch lid flew open. In the interior of the tank lay the bodies of the brave crewmen, who before had apparently only fainted. The T-34, too, was more than a match for any tank in the field, and would stay that way until the introduction of the German Mark V Panther tank much later in the war. Virtually every period account from German soldiers uses the same language in describing the first encounter: the speed, the distinctive sloped armor, the shock at having anti-tank shells bounce off. Here is Hans Kissel, an anti-tank gunner of the 101st Light Infantry Division near Poltava at the start of October, meeting the T-34 for the first time. "We could see the tracer shells. Each shot seems to be a direct hit. What in the world? The shells bounce off and shatter as ricochets all over the place, some vertically into the air, others sideways. You could clearly see them with the naked eye. The fire doesn't bother the tanks in the least. They roll swiftly toward us without even noticing. 200 meters away, by one or the collective farms buildings, they leave the street and turn north. Then they plunge into our left flank, heading towards the center of the village. The anti-tank guns turn and open fire again. The same picture, however." With the 37mm guns described here nearly useless against the T-34, Kissel and his men called on the much more powerful 50mm gun. It, too, was found wanting, even when it was blasting round after round into one of the T-34s at a range of 50 meters. That tank might still be there if one of the 50mm guns hadn't gotten a rear shot at it where its armor was relatively weaker. What it all added up to was that the Wehrmacht's losses in men and materiel, even in victory, were far heavier than they had been in previous campaigns. As the front line moved further and further into the Soviet Union, making those losses good proved to be beyond German capability. Because of the insufficiencies of the road net, staff planners had assigned just 2 major road arteries per army group. The standard up to that point in the war had been a main artery for every corps. With 8 to 10 corps in an army group, the Germans weren't even coming close to keeping up with the supply requirements. By late August, frontline formations were running short of a laundry list of items crucial to modern mechanized war: tanks, tank engines, trucks, prime movers. Moreover, it wasn't a good idea for any modern army to be operating 450 miles from its railhead. But with conversion of the Russian railways to the Western European gauge moving so slowly, that was the exact situation for large parts of Army Group Center. Logistics, intelligence, production, manpower. The Germans were having their difficulties in any number of areas by August. How they dealt with those problems should not surprise anyone even passably acquainted with the long-term pattern of German military operations. Rather than drastically beef up the logistical pipeline, ruthlessly draft every able-bodied man in the Reich, and bring some sense to an increasingly disordered economy, the Wehrmacht High Command decided to do the traditional German thing: tinker with the maneuver scheme. During August, the Führer met with his top generals, both the staff and the various field headquarters, and decided that the real problem facing Barbarossa was that the drive on Moscow had outstripped those on the flanks. Laib was still moving toward Leningrad, true, but between the lakes, the dense trackless forests, endless swamps, and an increasingly long and vulnerable flank along the Volkhov River in the southeast, he was having his share of troubles. With only 2 panzer corps sharing 3 panzer divisions between them, he lacked the concentrated armored punch to do much more than drive the Soviets back. Large-scale encirclements were out of the question. After 41 Panzer Corps reached the Luga River, for example, just 60 miles from Leningrad, it sat more or less immobilized for 3.5 weeks. It was waiting for its neighboring 56 Panzer Corps to extricate itself from far more difficult terrain on the right, which eventually happened. It was also waiting for enough infantry divisions to arrive to support a last lunge toward Leningrad, which didn't. All along the front, Soviet resistance was growing, and Army Group North never did solve the problem of its exposed right flank. Likewise, Rundstedt was by now deep in the Ukraine, closing up to the Dnieper bend and doing damage, but it was apparent that he was vastly outnumbered and could not really expect to achieve any sort of decision on his own. This was the genesis, then, of the decision to detach Guderian's 2nd Panzer Group from the drive on Moscow to help encircle Soviet forces in the Ukraine. With Kleist, 1st Panzer Group, attacking out of his bridgehead across the Dnieper at Kremenchuk on September 12th, and with Guderian hurtling down from Roslavel in the north, the 2 great armored forces met at Lovitsa, forming what we can only call an Überkessel around Kiev. It trapped 4 complete Soviet armies, the 5th, 37th, 26th, and 21st, some 665,000 prisoners in all. The number of Soviet prisoners in German hands was now close to 2 million. There has been a mountain of historical literature written on the decision, virtually all of it highly condemnatory. The Kiev encirclement is one of those alleged turning points that lost the war for the Germans. Post-war accounts by general staff officers in particular would point to it as Hitler's classic blunder. His amateurish grasp of strategy finally caught up with him, they argue. He wasted precious time on a sideshow into the Ukraine while the road to Moscow lay open to German forces. Although that certainly is a plausible case, there is another one to be made. The road to Moscow was certainly not wide open. The battles in front of Smolensk had been hard, and German forces had been sitting on the Desna River for 2 weeks awaiting supplies and replacements. Despite their ex post facto protests, there was a great deal of support from the staff and command echelons for the turn into the Ukraine. This should not be surprising. There was always a great deal of support within this officer corps for any bold move, or one likely to bring glory to the victor. The payoff in front of Kiev had been stunning. From the perspective of the Battle of Annihilation, the only perspective most German officers had, Kiev was a master stroke, another in a long series of brilliant concentric operations, and one should be very careful in using the word blunder to describe any battle that takes an entire enemy army group prisoner. Indeed, in forcing Army Group Center and Army Group South to cooperate by converging on the principal concentration of enemy force still in the field, Hitler had brought a rare moment of operational coherence to an increasingly confused and scattered Barbarossa. It was the greatest victory in German history. Typhoon to Moscow. The slaughter at Kiev had finally cleared up the operational situation. There was no longer any debate. The Wehrmacht would head for Moscow, smash every Soviet army that it met along the way, and take the city before winter. This was Operation Typhoon, which touched off as soon as Guderian had gotten back from the Ukraine on September 30th. It does not speak well for Soviet operational art that even after 2 months of preparing forces for the defense of Moscow and fortifying the approaches in every conceivable way, the Red Army suffered defeats in the opening phase of this operation that were every bit as painful as those of Barbarossa. For the Red Army, October was very much like June, only worse, because this debacle was happening directly in front of the capital. Typhoon included 3 armies, 9th, 4th, and 2nd, running north to south, as well as 3 panzer groups, 3rd, 4th, and Guderian's 2nd, now formally renamed 2nd Panzer Army. Here, the Wehrmacht returned to the tried-and-true approach, a vast concentric crescent of armies bearing down on Moscow. Touching off in the south, Guderian's advance to the northeast bagged an enormous haul, 3 full Soviet armies, 3rd, 15th, and 50th. Further north, the Wehrmacht finally achieved what German armies had been searching for since the days of Schlieffen, a perfect Kani. As always, it happened along the Minsk-Moscow highway. With 3rd Panzer Group coming down and 4th Panzer Group coming up, the pincers met to the east of Vyazma. 6 more Soviet armies went into the bag. For the record, 19th, 24th, 29th, 30th, 32nd, and 43rd. The combined total for the Bryansk and Vyazma pockets, 750,000 more Soviet prisoners. Of course, this was almost the precise moment it began to rain. In central Russia, rain meant mud, and thus a halt to large-scale operations. By the time the Bryansk-Vyazma pocket had been liquidated, the already inadequate roads had been churned into a sea of mud. Bock, the commander of Army Group Center, complained on October 21st, "The Russians are impeding us less than the wet and the mud." Indeed, how does one fight a war of movement when, as Bock noted on October 24th, 24 horses were needed to move a single artillery piece? Winter was just weeks away now, and it might have made sense for the Germans to shorten their line, go into something approximating winter quarters, and try again in the spring. They didn't, of course, for reasons that must have made sense to them at the time. The rousing opening of Operation Typhoon had blown a 300-mile-wide hole in the Soviet position in front of Moscow, and it was inconceivable to most German commanders that Stalin would be able to plug it before they were knocking on his office door in the Kremlin. Even the Soviet manpower pool had to have a limit. Moreover, the notion of calling a halt ran contrary to everything this officer corps believed, the importance of will and aggression, and especially the importance of finishing the war in a single campaign. And so they kept going, lured forward as much by their own faith in the German way of war as by the shimmering mirage of Moscow on the horizon. They would push until they quite literally had fought themselves down to the last man, gun, and tank. In November, the freeze hit. Analysts often point to the fact that the freeze allowed the mechanized German army to get moving once again. But for everything it gave, it took away far more, especially in terms of frontline morale. Every educated German soldier, whether officer or enlisted man, knew what winter in Russia meant. It meant Napoleon. It also meant new things, like using ammunition to light watchfires and building a fire under the tank in the morning in order to melt the oil in the pan. that will never become standard operating procedures. Even now, however, the operation continued. Halder himself told Bock on November 18th, "We must understand that things are going much worse for the enemy than for us, and that these battles are less a question of strategic command than a question of energy." The intense cold, dipping as low as minus 40 degrees Fahrenheit, was just one reason for the defeat of Typhoon. The other was the increasingly chaotic nature of the operation itself. Since the origins of the Prussian army, the officer corps had resembled nothing so much as a pack of attack dogs, straining at any leash designed to limit their freedom of action, and often snapping at each other when the prey was near. It had worked well enough over the years, certainly, although it had also led to its share of problems, even absurdities, on battlefields from Kolin to Tannenberg. By the end of November, Typhoon had degenerated into little more than a series of separate encounters without strategic coherence. On the right wing, Guderian was hammering at the gates of Tula. On the extreme left, Hoth was doing the same to Kalinin. Bock, commanding the army group, would have turned in his shoulder straps rather than call a halt on the way to Moscow. He had played second fiddle in Poland to Rundstedt, and in France to Rundstedt. His best armor had been taken away from him in September, once again to come to Rundstedt's aid. Moscow was going to be his entry into the German pantheon. Frankly, it is hard to think of a single German commander who would have thought any differently from Bock. That in itself was part of the problem. The Wehrmacht was now in the worst possible place at the worst possible time. Frontline strength was at a fraction of what it should have been. There were no reinforcements, and replacements had dried up to a trickle. For nearly a month, the logistics pipeline had been privileging ammunition and fuel at the expense of everything else, like winter clothing or supplies. Just getting to Moscow had used up the army's last reserves of strength. Taking it was out of the question, and advancing beyond it was a fantasy. 600 miles inside the Soviet Union, the machine had broken down. The war of movement had ground to a halt. The great Soviet counterstroke in the first week of December, then, was a separate act. The Germans had already lost the battle for Moscow, and had clearly failed in their attempt to destroy the Soviet Union in a single campaign. Even if they had taken Moscow, however, the campaign would almost certainly have gone on. By now, Stalin and his regime had recovered the equilibrium they had momentarily lost in June. A large portion of Soviet industry had relocated beyond the Urals, safely out of German reach. There were also many industrial areas in the European portions of the country that were still producing, even under German bombs and shells, those at Gorky and Stalingrad, for example, as well as Moscow. Even encircled, Leningrad was still churning out weapons, tanks, and shells. As 1941 drew to a close, the USSR was a long way from being destroyed. Still, the counteroffensive that opened on December 5th was an impressive recovery for an army that had been hit so hard since June. After having suffered the mind-boggling total of 4 million casualties, 2 million since the start of Typhoon, the Soviets still managed to assemble a massive force for the blow. 4 fronts, the Russian equivalent of army groups, Northwest, Kalinin, West, and Southwest, containing 17 armies and 2 large cavalry corps, Cavalry Group Below and 11th Cavalry Corps. Although the Soviets also had numerous units whose strength was well under their establishment, they were still able to amass an enormous advantage over the frozen, nearly immobile skeleton of the Wehrmacht. Their commanders, too, were not the hapless incompetents of the summer, but a cadre of younger, active men. G.K. Zhukov in overall command, I.S. Konev of Kalinin Front, K.K. Rokossovsky of 16th Army, who had learned a great deal in the last 6 months. This was not simply some crude frontal assault, still the general popular stereotype of the Red Army in this period, but a solid operational combination of frontal and flank attacks. The goal was an encirclement of the German forces in front of Moscow. Kalinin Front was responsible for destroying the northern pincer threatening Moscow, the Klin salient. The 29th and 31st Armies attacked the northern side of the salient, 20th Army and 1st Shock Army attacked the point, and 3 more armies, 20th, 16th, and 5th, hit its southern face. Mobile units, cavalry corps, and small tank brigades, for the most part, charged into the gaps created by the infantry assaults. There was a second major thrust to the south against Guderian's panzer group in front of Tula. Here, 50th Army and a cavalry mechanized group rudely pushed back Guderian's force, once irresistible, now utterly fought out. Under this inconceivable onslaught, the German line gave, and it broke altogether in several places. Stalin was emboldened by the signs of German collapse to extend the offensive to Northwest Front. It launched a series of thrusts seeking the far left flank and rear of the German position, driving deep toward Velikiye Luki and Smolensk. He also ordered a vein offensive to relieve Leningrad in the north, and equally ill-fated ones to retake Orel and Kharkov to the south. It was nothing less than a strategic offensive. German casualties in all this were enormous. Army Group Center stood on the brink of dissolution. Where to now? The Wehrmacht after Barbarossa. Of course, it did not dissolve, and for this, Hitler deserves some share of the credit. His Haltbefehl, usually translated as stand fast order, ordered each German soldier and formation to hold their position and defend it to the last. Even if bypassed or surrounded, it was almost certainly the right thing to do. Any attempt to retreat under such pressure, not to mention the winter conditions, would have been courting disaster. And once again, the Napoleon comparisons are instructive. It wasn't the advance to Moscow that had destroyed the Grande Armée, but the retreat from it. It wouldn't have been a mobile retreat. Even the panzer divisions were straight-leg infantry by this time. Indeed, events would prove Hitler's intuition correct. By January 1942, Soviet momentum had worn down. It had neither the supply systems nor established procedures for command and control that would allow it to prosecute the offensive further. The Red Army was not yet ready to go deep on the Germans. Even so, the Wehrmacht had suffered a devastating blow. Consider this passage from a November 1941 issue of the Militärwochenblatt. Even allowing for some of its hyperbole, it is a striking document. November 22nd marks 5 months since the German Wehrmacht moved against the threat of a Bolshevist attack from the east. In that time, it has occupied 1.7 million square kilometers of the territory of the Soviet Union, containing 3/4 of its industry and 75 million of its inhabitants. It has simultaneously taken 3,792,600 prisoners and destroyed 389 divisions. Including battle casualties, we may estimate total Soviet losses at over 8 million soldiers. Materiel losses correspond to human ones. More than 22,000 tanks, 27,452 guns, 16,912 aircraft have been destroyed or captured. It is a balance sheet that represents both a proud success for the German Wehrmacht and an annihilating defeat for the enemy. Indeed, by one estimate, the Germans had formed 12 great encirclements in the course of Barbarossa Typhoon from Bialystok to Bryansk. In the Eastern Campaign, the Germans had brought Bewegungskrieg to a destructive peak that it would never know again. It was as if it had fought and won Case Yellow 12 times over. But it had achieved precisely nothing. Not only had the Germans been thwarted in front of Moscow, they'd nearly been destroyed. After the victory over France in 1940, Hitler had rewarded his generals by creating field marshals en masse. Now he fired them wholesale. All 3 army group commanders, Leib, Bock, and Rundstedt, were soon gone, followed by such luminaries as Heinz Guderian, the man who, more than any other, was the public face of the German Panzer Corps. General Walter von Brauchitsch, the chief of the OKH, High Command of the Army, was gone as well. He'd suffered a heart attack, brought on as much by trying to mediate the battle between Hitler and the field commanders as by the stress of handling the Red Army. Ominously, Hitler himself now took Brauchitsch's spot, assuming personal command over army operations. It would be interesting to see what, if anything, the Führer could bring to the table in the future beyond his order to stand fast. More than a campaign had been lost here. The German way of war itself, based on rapid, decisive victory and an independent-minded officer corps that handled situations as it saw fit, had suffered a grievous, perhaps mortal blow. For the rest of the conflict, the officer corps would be fighting a 2-front war all its own, one for Germany's future, but also one for its own. It was about to clash with the realities of life in the Third Reich, a Führerstaat where the leader's will was the law, and that, by definition, was a strange matrix in which to sustain the independence of the lower commander. It also had a conflict on its hands with a vast enemy coalition, especially after Hitler's declaration of war on the United States in December, a huge, multi-headed beast that could never be subjected to a single knockout blow. In fighting this war, the Wehrmacht's officer corps knew what it did not want to do, and that was to go over the defensive. That, they believed almost to a man, had been the fundamental mistake of World War I, assuming a passive Stellungskrieg and trying to fight a war of attrition that had eventually swallowed them all. As to what they did want to do, one model came readily to mind. In early 1942, at the very moment that the Soviet winter offensive was winding down, and the German army in the east, although shaken, appeared to have survived to fight again, a new issue of the Militärwochenblatt appeared. The Friday arrival of the magazine, with its mixture of war reportage, analysis of campaigns both contemporary and historical, tactical exercises, and book reviews, was an eagerly awaited moment for members of the officer corps. Debate within its pages was always of a high, scholarly tone, although undeniably vigorous at the same time, and its editorial pronouncements were important enough to be seen at the very least as semi-official. It was the January 23rd issue. There on the cover stood a reminder of the officer corps' tradition and greatness, and perhaps a way out of Germany's current dilemma. It was an image of a bewigged older gentleman wearing a simple dark tunic and an Order of the Black Eagle on his chest. The man's eyes were wide and intelligent, and his lips were pursed, perhaps in an inner tension or perhaps in a kind of cynical half-smile. There was an identifying caption, but no German officer needed it, nor would he have any doubt as to why this portrait had been chosen for the cover of the magazine. It was an image of a man who had commanded German soldiers in a long, difficult war against a vast coalition, a general who never stopped attacking, one whose reputation as the most aggressive field commander of his day was well deserved, the man who, more than any other, had invented Bewegungskrieg as a solution to Prussia's strategic dilemma. He was a man who could safely wear the Black Eagle. After all, he had handed out his share of them. It was der alte Fritz himself, Frederick the Great, the man who had once summed up his art of war in the simple motto, "The Prussian army always attacks." Chapter 2. The Wehrmacht Reborn. The Crimean Campaign. For many in the German High Command, 1942 was a new start, a time to breathe deeply and savor the thrill of still being alive. In fact, it should have been a time for an agonizing reappraisal. The attempt in the summer of 1941 to smash the Soviet Union in one great campaign, Operation Barbarossa, had achieved tremendous early success and inflicted enormous damage on the Red Army. It had also failed. When an unusual set of circumstances actually allowed the Wehrmacht to reload the gun a second time, it launched Operation Typhoon, the drive on Moscow, in October. That, too, had done enormous damage and then failed. Indeed, it had ended disastrously in the face of the Red Army's great winter counteroffensive at the gates of the capital. In the first few months of the new year, the Wehrmacht, 1st Army Group Center, then the others as well, actually found themselves in survival mode as the Red Army launched a vast strategic offensive that eventually engulfed the entire Eastern Front. An army that prided itself on rapid campaigns of maneuver on the operational level had for the time being dissolved into small groups of weary infantrymen clinging desperately to whatever miserable piece of shelter they could find. They survived the winter, however, and now it was time to look ahead. The strategic problem of 1942 was quite a bit different from that of the previous year. The Reich now faced a grand alliance of unprecedented power. Viewed from our own day, it is difficult to think of plausible scenarios in which Germany could have won this war, as anyone who has read much of the alternate history genre can testify. It is important to remember, however, that real alternatives existed in 1942 as to the future course of the conflict. Theoretically, the Germans could have done any number of things. They could have gone over to a guerre de course against Allied shipping with ever more advanced submarine models. They could have pursued the development of their own strategic bomber force, an effort they toyed with from time to time. They could have gone into total war mode in late 1941 rather than 1943 after Stalingrad, when it was already too late. With German armies in occupation of virtually all of Europe, including the lion's share of its industrial areas, and with the Reich itself yet to feel the pain from the Allied bombing offensive, the resources really did exist for any number of options. What would the impact have been by 1944, let us say, of a sizable increase in the production of anti-aircraft guns in 1941? German flak was murderous enough as it was, and B-17 and B-24 crews paid the price in blood. Or a production program that stressed U-boats over tanks? The Allied victory in the Battle of the Atlantic was one of those near-run things that dot the landscape of military history, perhaps one of Hitler's lost opportunities. A bit more attention here, a nip and tuck there, and Germany might well have won the war, or staved off defeat long enough that it might have seemed like a victory. So there were possibilities. In reality, however, expecting Germany to win the war, or even to better its position through naval submarine warfare, or defensive anti-aircraft assets, or better signals intelligence, is to ignore history. The fundamental basis of German power had always been the army. With a central position in Europe, essentially open borders, and far fewer resources than its neighbors, Germany could not afford to pursue strategies that might in the long term result in victory. With far more serious dangers poised on the very border from day one of any potential war, Germany was an unlikely place to generate and fund a risky long-term research program in the style of the Manhattan Project, no matter how many gifted nuclear physicists the country churned out. That is one reason that the Germans never really pursued the long-range bomber option. Strategic bombing might work, but it would definitely take time. It is also the reason that the Navy never pursued an anti-shipping war to its limit. For all the threat it might have posed to Britain in the long term, it was not a strategy designed to yield quick results. Only the Army still held out the possibility of a victory decisive enough to pry apart the enemy coalition. Germany faced serious strategic obstacles in early 1942. It was outnumbered on land and sea and in the air. It was surrounded by enemies. Its principal field army had just suffered a horrible, almost annihilating blow in the fighting before Moscow and during the winter. Its own casualty list in the east had just topped 1 million men. Nevertheless, what is perhaps most noticeable about German decision-making in the spring is how little dissent there was to Hitler's decision to launch another great offensive in the Soviet Union. Viewed through the long-term lens of German military history, the Wehrmacht's seemingly hopeless situation left it only one option: attack. Prelude, the Crimea. Convinced that it was winter more than anything else that had beaten them in 1941, and that in warm weather and on dry ground the Wehrmacht was still more than a match for the Red Army, Hitler and the High Command ordered another great offensive for the summer of 1942. It would be known as Operation Blue. This time, the tiresome arguments during Operation Barbarossa about objectives, with Hitler demanding action on the flanks, Ukraine and Leningrad, and his generals by and large preferring Moscow, were a moot point. Most of those who had bickered with Hitler were gone from the service or were in temporary retirement. With few members of the staff eager for another crack at Moscow, and with the Leningrad front frozen into a Stellungskrieg in some of the Soviet Union's most difficult terrain, Operation Blue would take place in the south. Before it could start, however, it was clear that the Wehrmacht first had to undertake a number of preliminary campaigns to clean up loose ends from the previous campaign. Predominant among them was the situation in the Crimea. The German army couldn't really head east until the nettlesome Soviet resistance in the peninsula had been smashed once and for all. The southern flank of such a far-reaching operation would have been extremely endangered as long as the Crimean Peninsula was in enemy hands, wrote one German officer. The enemy forces were in a position to conduct an exceedingly dangerous attack at any time from the Crimean Peninsula toward the north, against the south flank or against the rear of Army Group South. Strong enemy formations on Crimea constituted a permanent threat to rear area communications and to the supply lines of the German units which were fighting north of the Sea of Azov. Even if the narrow neck of the peninsula could be closed, leaving the Crimea in Soviet hands left open the danger of landing operations by amphibious forces based in the peninsula in cooperation with the Black Sea Fleet operating out of Sevastopol. In addition, Soviet aircraft flying out of the Crimea could pose a serious threat to the Romanian oil fields at Ploiești, one of the most vulnerable of Germany's supply nodes. The Crimean campaign was one of the most interesting and unusual in the history of modern war. It featured huge forces on both sides crammed into a tiny, self-contained package, and at times the unit densities beggared description. The German commander there, General Erich von Manstein, described it as a campaign which, in 10 months of incessant fighting, included both offensive and defensive battles, mobile warfare with full freedom of action, a headlong pursuit operation, landings by an enemy in control of the sea, partisan engagements, and an assault on a powerfully defended fortress. It also featured something that had once been common in the Prussian-German tradition, but was now increasingly rare, a force that operated for over 9 months with a measure of independence greater than that of any other army in the Eastern Theater. As Manstein himself put it, it was one of the few cases where an army was still able to operate independently in a segregated theater of war, left to its own devices and free of interference from the Supreme Command. Much of this was due to the peculiar nature of the peninsula itself. The main body of the Crimea is a rough square, with its corners approximating the 4 points of the compass: Perikop in the north, Akhmechet in the west, Sevastopol in the south, and Potterpatch in the east. The city of Simferopol sits nicely on the central point of the square. The peninsula appears to have been gouged out of the mainland by some long-ago cataclysm, and it connects with mainland Ukraine, just barely, at the Aro-Perikop Isthmus, a strip of land that is itself less than 5 miles wide and that is further winnowed down by numerous lakes. To the west of the Perikop bottleneck sits the sea. To the east, the Sivash, a salty swamp that was nearly impassable to military forces. Another neck of land, little more than a spit in places, lay to the east, containing the railroad from Genichesk on the mainland to Simferopol. Sevastopol, the peninsula's key port, naval base, and fortress, perches on the peninsula's southwestern coast, and it would obviously be the operational objective of any campaign into the Crimea. Conquering Sevastopol was a problem that would have to wait, however. Simply getting into the Crimea would be difficult enough. Adding to the geographical complexity, the Crimea also contained another narrow strip of land jutting out from the eastern point of the diamond. The Kerch Peninsula, which stretches from Parpach in the west, points like an arrow toward the region known as the Kuban, from which it is separated by a narrow strait, barely more than 3 miles wide at its narrowest. Any force breaking into the Crimea from the north and heading for Sevastopol would have plenty to worry about on its flank and in its rear, because the Strait of Kerch could function as a highway for enemy reinforcements into the Crimea, and the Kerch Peninsula itself could serve as a kind of invulnerable sally port. All told, the Crimea appears to have been designed by the god of war to present both attacker and defender with thorny problems of time and space. An attacker would first have to launch a deliberate breakthrough battle just to get access into the peninsula. Even if it succeeded, the defender could simply retreat in 2 divergent directions, south to Sevastopol and east into the vastness of Kerch Peninsula. An attacker concentrating against Kerch lay open to a strike from Sevastopol, and vice versa. Neither was the defender completely safe. There would be a natural tendency to fortify oneself in either Sevastopol or Kerch, granting the attacker the advantage of interior lines and a free choice of target. And if, by chance, the attacker did manage to break into the Kerch Peninsula, he had a convenient path across the strait into the Taman Peninsula, the northwestern tip of the Caucasus, and the deep rear of the Soviet strategic position in the south. The Germans had tried and failed to conquer the Crimea in the fall. With Army Group South driving east toward Rostov, it had diverted up one of its armies, the 11th, originally under the command of General Eugen von Schobert, for a drive south into the peninsula. Before he could carry out the maneuver, however, General von Schobert was killed when his Fieseler Storch command plane had the bad luck to touch down in a freshly laid Russian minefield. The new commander, General von Manstein, was already a well-known figure within the officer corps. He had devised the operational plan for the highly successful 1940 campaign in the West, Case Yellow. It was a daring plan, some said at the time over-daring, that called for launching an immense armored thrust through the difficult terrain of the Ardennes forest. With its dense woods, winding trails, and deep gorges, it was not at all good tank country, and as a result was nearly undefended by the French and Belgian armies. Manstein, then on the staff of General Gert von Rundstedt's Army Group A, had a hard time selling the plan, and his intemperate manner and arrogance had ruffled more than a few feathers among the senior officers. It had been a tradition going back to the days of Moltke that general staff officers should be nameless, that they should work only for the greater glory of their commander. Hitler heard of it, however, and decided that Manstein's plan was just what he needed, and what his hidebound conservative generals were refusing to give him: a lightning and surprise blow against the powerful armies of the Western powers, and the possibility of a decisive victory. It had worked like a dream, of course, although Manstein himself played a relatively small role in the campaign as commander of the 38 Corps, an infantry formation. The start of Barbarossa brought him the armored command he had long coveted in the form of the 56 Panzer Corps. He had spearheaded the drive of Army Group North, smashing his way to Dvinsk in a headlong rush in the opening few days of the campaign. It was, he later wrote, the fulfillment of all a tank force commander's dreams. But disappointment was to follow. At Dvinsk, he had received orders from his Panzer Group commander, General Erich Höppner, to halt and wait for 41 Panzer Corps and the left wing of 16th Army to close up. The pause threw away the real advantage gained from the rapid thrust over the Dvina. It was not until July 2nd that Manstein resumed his drive on Leningrad. It ran into tough resistance almost from the start because the Red Army had used the extra time to assemble its reserves and restore some semblance of a front. Further problems ensued: difficult terrain, a constantly shifting axis of attack, contradictory orders from Hoepner and the commander of Army Group North, General von Leeb, and above all, increasing Soviet strength, especially against the dangling southeastern flank of the Army Group. With the drive on Leningrad stalled, therefore, Manstein was probably not at all disappointed to receive the call to command 11th Army after Schobert's death. Indeed, it was another dream assignment for any German officer, a more or less independent command, real opportunity for maneuver, and a long way from Berlin. He arrived at his new headquarters at Nikolaev at the mouth of the Bug River on September 17th. He commanded the extreme southern wing of the Russian front and had simultaneous responsibility for the Crimea and for the lower Dnieper. He also had a responsibility that not every German commander had to worry about: working out liaison with Allied troops, in this case the Romanian Third Army under General Petre Dumitrescu. Ordered, like so many German formations that fall, to advance in two directions at once, Manstein decided from the moment he assumed his new command to give priority to the Crimea. His original plan had 54 Corps, 46th and 73rd Infantry Divisions under General Erich Hansen, serving as the assault force against the Perekop position. The isthmus here is as flat as a pancake, a salt steppe without even a hint of cover, and the Soviets were manning a defensive zone echeloned some 40 kilometers deep. The assault divisions would have heavy artillery support, as well as Stukas from Luftflotte 4. The latter were crucial because in the flat terrain there would be virtually no means of artillery observation. Frankly, the infantry was going to need all the help it could get. It was a gamble, said one staff officer, which was only justified by the repeatedly displayed superiority of troop leadership and by the bravery and offensive spirit of the German soldier. It is easy to scoff at such rhetoric as overdone, even romantic, but it needs to be entered into the historical record. Whether it is true or not, the Wehrmacht's officer corps really did believe it. Once the Corps had made a breach, Manstein had two formations ready to exploit into the Crimea proper: the 49 Mountain Corps, 170th Infantry Division plus the 1st and 4th Mountain Division, General Ludwig Köbler, and the 1st SS Panzer Division, Leibstandarte Adolf Hitler. Meanwhile, to plug holes back on the mainland caused by the Crimean diversion, Manstein employed 3rd Romanian Army under General Dumitrescu. The Romanians were still at this time displaying considerable reluctance to cross the Dnieper River because Romania had already achieved its principal war aim, the return of the lost province of Bessarabia, later Soviet Moldavia, today's independent Republic of Moldova. The operation, opening on September 24th, ran into trouble from the start. With 73rd Division on the right and 46th on the left, 54 Corps had to smash its way into and through the Perekop Isthmus. Although it had strong backing from artillery, anti-aircraft guns, and air power, it was still a grinding fight that caused heavy losses to both sides, as this type of close positional fighting always will. The assault divisions were already exhausted from months of tough fighting in the Ukraine, and the Soviet position was a strong one, a series of concrete bunkers linked by a nearly invisible system of trenches. The two principal towns of the isthmus, Perekop and Preobrazhenka, were actually linked by what one German combat engineer called an amazing underground trench system that even connected one house with another. Its existence was unknown to the Germans at the start of the battle. Finally, there was the Tartar Wall, a name given by the Germans to nearly every old fortification they met in the southern Soviet Union, an 18th century trench that was 10 to 15 meters deep, running across the neck of the isthmus. The Soviets would make it their principal line. It was defended by 3 rifle divisions, the 156th, 271st, and 276th. With the Soviet defenders fighting from prepared positions then, the initial phases of the assault were largely in the hands of the engineers. They went in, laid down smoke, and employed demolition charges against the bunkers and hand grenades against the trenches. They also died in droves, along with many small unit commanders among the infantry. The first 3 days saw limited progress as the Germans slowly ground their way up to the Tartar Wall. It would take 3 more days to get past the wall and then chew their way through the Soviet defenders in front of Armyansk. By now, Soviet resistance was softening as the Stukas took a toll on formations defending in what was essentially an open plain. One German source describes the bodies of dead Soviet soldiers piled high as a result of air attack. There was a last-ditch Soviet attempt to shore up the position, an armored thrust by 5th Tank Regiment. It broke through the exhausted German front lines, recrossed the Tartar Wall to the north, and actually got into 73rd Division's rear. A weak and unsupported thrust by a single regiment was hardly enough to restore the situation, however, and the Soviet tanks also came under murderous fire from German artillery and from the Luftwaffe, which had by now won air superiority over this tiny front. The 5th Tank Regiment suffered heavy losses and had to retreat. It was the battle's turning point. At Armyansk, the broadening of the peninsula and slightly more open ground offered greater possibilities for maneuver. The Germans had gotten through the isthmus. Unfortunately, they had done so to no purpose whatsoever. Manstein was in the embarrassing position of having no force in hand to exploit the hard-won gains of his infantry. The 2 formations originally intended for the pursuit were no longer around. He had intended to use 1st SS Panzer Division, for example, in a lightning drive on Sevastopol if the situation permitted. Unfortunately, the Leibstandarte had just received orders to hold itself in readiness for a transfer to Kleist's 1st Panzer Group for the drive on Rostov. Moreover, the losses sustained by the 2 lead divisions had been high, and both needed time to recuperate and assimilate replacements before thrusting any deeper into the Crimea. In addition, while the infantry were battling grimly through Perekop, the Soviet Southern Front, under General I.T. Chervachenko, had launched an offensive of his own against 11th Army to the north of the Sea of Azov. He had 3 armies on line, the 12th, 18th, and 9th, moving from north to south, part of a wave of new infantry formations that would soon swamp Army Group South. The attack opened on September 26th, slammed hard into the German lines, and made a number of penetrations so deep that a breakthrough appeared possible. Manstein's memoirs blame the Romanian army alone, as German memoirs often do, and singled out the 4th Mountain Brigade in particular, but in fact, the assault had shaken the entire 11th Army. Even Manstein admitted that the situation became pretty tense throughout the German 30 Corps sector. In order to restore the situation, the German 49 Mountain Corps, already more than halfway to Perekop, had to turn around. The reinsertion of the German Mountain Corps in the line soon stabilized the situation in the north. Even after their initial assault was stymied, however, the Soviets continued to launch repeated attacks against the same points in 11th Army's line, even after the previous ones had been repulsed bloodily. That, too, would be a pattern of the fighting on the Eastern Front for the next 4 years. The end result was to pin the 3 Soviet armies in place and to chew up all their reserves, 2 dangerous things to have happen when one was in contact with the Wehrmacht. Indeed, the Soviets could not yet know it, but trouble was brewing from the north. Elements of Panzer Group Kleist were arriving on the scene. They poured out of their Dnieper bridgeheads at Zaporozhye and took a straight shot directly into the rear of Chervachenko's southern front. Kleist's offensive opened on September 30th, and the next day, his panzers cut the principal supply route for southern front, the Kharkov-Zaporozhye Railroad. Chervachenko tried to restore the situation, desperately pulling his front back at an angle while pivoting on the coast, but nothing moved fast enough. Not his orders, the response time of his individual armies' command structures, or the formations themselves. Nor did he have the reserves that might have stabilized the situation. He had already used them up in the attack. As 12th and 18th Armies tried to reestablish a defense line to the rear, Kleist's vanguard sliced through the seam between them. Combined with an attack along the northern coast of the Sea of Azov by the Leibstandarte and the 49 Mountain Corps out of the Dnieper bridgehead at Berislav, the Germans sealed off a sizable Soviet pocket. Virtually all of 18th and 9th Armies between Orakov and the coastal town of Osipenko. On Southern Front's right flank, 12th Army managed to escape the trap, withdrawing to the northeast in order to maintain contact with the main body of Soviet forces. By the time the pocket was liquidated, the Germans took the surrender of 65,000 men. Back in the Crimea, Manstein had some serious rethinking to do. He had taken Perekop, but he lacked the fresh formations to go any further. Although it says something about the quality of the Soviet army at this point in the war that it had been unable to defend itself, even when plunked down in the middle of one of nature's most perfect bottlenecks, it was also clear to Manstein that there were a lot more Soviet divisions in the Crimea than he had been led to believe. Original reports had said 3. There were at least 7 by this time, and another one was on the way as the Soviets began to evacuate their forces by sea from besieged Odessa. The city would fall on October 16th. The problem of force levels in the Crimea was once again an all too typical example of underperformance by German intelligence. Even worse, the map showed Manstein another bottleneck to the south of Armyansk, a series of finger lakes just north of the town of Ishun. The conformation of the terrain here would allow little more than single division assaults line abreast, without any mutual support between them or any kind of maneuver scheme. It was also clear by now that 54 Corps was a spent force. Losses in men and officers had been high, especially in the assault formations, and the commander of the Corps, General Hansen, had seen signs of men and units cracking in the course of the battle. The Battle of the Sea of Azov and the fiasco at Perekop had at least made it clear to higher command echelons that 11th Army could either head east to Rostov or south to Crimea, but not both. Manstein now received unequivocal orders to enter the Crimea and clear out Soviet opposition there. The thrust toward Rostov would become the exclusive business of 1st Panzer Group, which now received the 49 Mountain Corps as a permanent component formation. Manstein's army, too, was beefed up for its new assignment. Along with 30 Corps, General Hans von Salmuth, which had been fighting along the Sea of Azov, and 54 Corps, now assigned an extra division, the 50th, but still en route from the successful fighting at Odessa, Manstein managed to wheedle another corps out of OKH, High Command of the Army, the 42, consisting of the 24th and 132nd Infantry Divisions. He was equally successful with the Romanians, convincing Marshal Ion Antonescu to send the Romanian Mountain Corps, 1st Mountain Brigade, 8th Cavalry Brigade, 19th Artillery Regiment, into the peninsula, although the transfer was only to take place once 11th Army had breached the northern bottleneck. It was therefore a greatly reinforced 11th Army that carried out Manstein's second attempt to break into and conquer the Crimea. The need to organize these new forces as well as to amass supplies meant that it did not begin until October 18th. From the start, this was a murderous struggle that put the battle for Perekop in the shade. Manstein simply lined up 3 divisions abreast, 73rd and 46th from 54 Corps and 22nd from 30 Corps, and sent them forward. The conformation of the terrain really wouldn't permit anything else. The rest of his divisions lay to the rear, not so much in support as simply in waiting for room to move. Under such unusual terrain conditions, there could be no real building of a Schwerpunkt, and the initial balance of forces, 3 attacking divisions against 3 defending ones, was typical of a purely frontal attack. Soviet strength in the Ishun position now amounted to 8 divisions and 4 cavalry brigades, and the Red Air Force was here in strength. Both were signs of how seriously Stalin took the threat to the Crimea. Soviet fighters and fighter bombers made life miserable for the Wehrmacht in the first few days of the operation. Hastily dug rifle pits and trenches were the order of the day, not just for the front lines, but also for the rear echelons, even for the horses. The Luftwaffe was there as well, in the form of Fliegerkorps 4, once again doing good work by pounding the Soviet front as well as supply lines, headquarters, and installations in the rear. Nevertheless, 11th Army was certainly not fighting with the air superiority to which Wehrmacht formations were accustomed. Losses, once again, were far too heavy to sustain for long, especially among the officers. Manstein himself stated that he was alarmed by the way fighting power deteriorated, and wondered whether the struggle for the narrow corridors could possibly succeed under such conditions. The reports from his divisional and regimental commanders were uniformly bad. Losses on the Soviet side, however, were just as high. This was narrow terrain, and German artillery took a heavy toll. The difficulty of positional fighting for the defender is often underestimated, but it can be murderous, especially if the enemy has superior artillery, and that was certainly the case here. As always, German advantages were not necessarily material, They had neither heavier guns nor longer range, for example, but were in areas such as flexibility, fire control, and liaison with the infantry. There is no doubt the veteran German infantry had an advantage in this type of fight. It had, in a sense, been here before, in front of fortified lines like Modlin in Poland, the Maginot Line, or the Metaxas Line in Greece. Small unit tactics and unit cohesion had been well developed, and casualties had been light enough so far in the war that officers and men had bonded tightly, often for years. When company commanders were killed, sergeants calmly stepped in to take their place, and within a few days, several German battalions were actually being commanded by lieutenants. The Soviet units in the Ishun position, by contrast, were hastily armed infantry levies that had neither the combat experience nor the cohesion that comes with it. Gradually, they began to wilt under superior German firepower and stronger small unit fundamentals. The front line moved ever southward, hundreds of meters at a time, along what must have seemed to be little more than causeways. By October 25th, the German attack was nearly spent, but Soviet resistance was weakening perceptibly. The 51st Army had already fed its 12 divisions into the fight, and its reserves were gone. It was a typical sequence of events in a breakthrough battle of this sort. The Soviet front line had been under nearly constant bombardment from artillery and air, and its defensive positions between the lakes had nowhere near the strength of the fortifications along the Petekopp line. Worst of all, each man and commander knew what lay behind him: a broad plain without a single intermediate position that the Germans could not immediately turn or bypass. This last factor, more than anything, may account for the absolute collapse of Soviet resistance in front of Ishun on October 28th. It had been a tough frontal assault, but Manstein had broken into the Crimea proper. During those agonizing 12 days, he had been ruthless in refusing to feed more divisions into the breakthrough phase. Although it had made the breakthrough perhaps more difficult than it might have been, it had also kept the other formations of 11th Army fresh for the pursuit phase. German forces now set off on a swift three-corps exploitation that rapidly overran the entire peninsula. On the left stood the newly arrived 42 Corps, 170th, 73rd, and 46th Divisions, aiming toward the east, Feodosia, and eventually Kerch. In the center, 30 Corps, 72nd and 22nd Divisions, drove almost straight south toward the Yaila Mountains and the coast. On the right, 54 Corps, 50th and 132nd Divisions, marched on Sevastopol. Progress was rapid. For the moment, Soviet command and control, not the Red Army's strong suit at this point of the war, had dissolved. Indeed, it wasn't entire German divisions carrying out the pursuit, but small, improvised, motorized units that were nipping at the heels of Soviet formations as they fled south and east, and rain and muddy roads held them up far more than the Soviets. The centrally located city of Simferopol fell to a single motorized anti-tank Panzerjäger battalion on November 1st, while another battalion took Eupatoria on the west coast. The key southeastern port of Feodosia fell 3 days later. Kerch was taken on November 16th, with the remnants of the retreating Russian 51st Army being evacuated by sea. With the exception of Sevastopol, Manstein had conquered the Crimea. Of course, that was a big exception. In fact, taking Sevastopol was the raison d'etre of the entire operation, and the campaign wouldn't be finished until it had fallen. Manstein's original operational plan had called for 54 Corps to carry out a coup de main to maintain the momentum of the pursuit, penetrate Sevastopol with the fleeing enemy, and take the fortress. The rains and the softened roads prevented 54 Corps from generating enough speed or momentum to do the job, however, and the advance mobile detachments that had proven so effective at Simferopol and Eupatoria had nowhere near enough combat strength to blast through even a weakly held fortified line, which was the situation here in the last week of November. By November 8th, 54 Corps' pursuit had come to a halt along a line some 6 miles north and east of the city. Both sides now began to reinforce, as Sevastopol became the focus of the campaign. German 30 Corps slid over from the east, throwing the Soviets back on Balaclava and tightening the ring around the city. The Soviets had already manned the outer works with tough marine detachments, and they were in the process of transferring forces into the fortress from Odessa and the Caucasus. By the time the siege proper began, the defenders numbered some 52,000 men and 170 guns, although many more were on the way. It would take some time to form this fairly ragged horde of manpower into battle-ready units, but the Independent Coastal Army, as it was styled, had soon established a firm defense line around the Sevastopol perimeter. Manstein reacted to his failure to seize Sevastopol on the fly by planning a deliberate assault. As 11th Army Command was preparing for it, however, events intervened that probably doomed it from the start and should have led to its cancellation. First, there was the onset of winter, manifested in the Crimea by rains and then by icy cold and snow. The conditions that had been so ruinous to the Allied Expeditionary Force in 1854. The weather alone made it impossible to gather the artillery and launch the preliminary bombardment until mid-December. Second, events elsewhere on the front conspired to rob 11th Army of one of its divisions. Army Group South was then passing through its first real crisis of the campaign. The lead units of Kleist's 1st Panzer Group, the 3 Panzer Corps under General Eberhard von Mackensen, had captured Rostov on the mouth of the Don on November 19th. Rostov was the gateway to the Caucasus, and the stakes were high for both sides. Mackensen almost immediately came under furious Soviet counterattacks, one of the first times the Red Army had been able to concentrate overwhelming combat power against a German force that had come a long way and was increasingly played out. On November 28th, the concentric advance of Soviet 56th Army from the south and 9th Army from east drove 3 Panzer Corps out of the city. It was the Wehrmacht's first real defeat in the east. Kleist now retreated the entire 1st Panzer Group some 35 miles to the west and established a defensive perimeter along the Mius River. It was an eminently sensible decision and one approved by his Army Group commander, Field Marshal Gerd von Rundstedt. Hitler would reward the re-establishment of the line in this sector by sacking Rundstedt, the first of the celebrated firings that winter. Even now, however, the situation was still in flux. German strength had clearly waned and Soviet power was waxing. With the German High Command scrounging for troops and formations wherever it could find them, the need to take Sevastopol suddenly seemed far less pressing. Consequently, Manstein had to surrender the 73rd Infantry Division, which he had intended to employ as his principal reserve formation for the storming of Sevastopol. It marched off to the east, where it did indeed help to stabilize the situation along the Meuse. When it finally began on December 17th, the assault on Sevastopol seemed as ill-fated as they come. It was a simple 2-corps operation, with 54 corps striking in the northern sector and 30 corps in the south. They were going to have to launch a frontal assault with virtually no reserves. In fact, there was really only one battle-worthy division in each of the assault corps by then, and much of the operation would depend on a single formation, the 22nd Division of 54 Corps, under the command of General Ludwig Wolff. Manstein singles it out in his memoirs for its excellence, but in fact its main advantage was that it hadn't fought at either Perekop or Ischun, and was thus one of the few units in 11th Army that was still at full strength. There were other units in the Crimea, but virtually all of them were tied up in defending the 600-mile-long coastline from Soviet landings and were thus unavailable for the assault. Far to the east was 42 Corps, 170th, 73rd, and 46th Divisions, plus 8th Romanian Cavalry Brigade, standing guard from Kerch to Feodosia. The Romanian Mountain Corps was responsible for the sector between Ahista and Feodosia, in the coastal plain between the Yaila Mountains and the southern coast. All over the peninsula the weather was terrible, with steady rains during the day and icy frost at night. Supply was coming up in a trickle, and the number of casualties due to disease was steadily on the rise. It therefore says something for the fighting qualities of the German infantry at this period in the war that the operation got as close as it did to success. Sevastopol had 3 concentric rings of fortifications, and the northern drive by 22nd Division ground its way through the first 2 in the opening days, including strong points, machine gun nests, medium and heavy batteries in armored cupolas, and positions built into the caves and rocky hillsides. By December 20th, the division's lead elements had driven to within a stone's throw of the north shore of Severnaya Bay. The high ground here was the crucial objective, the key to the entire position. Taking it would allow the Germans to direct artillery fire into Sevastopol itself. The next day, assault teams of the 22nd Division broke through the final Soviet defenders in this area, the 40th Cavalry Division, and were just about a mile from shore. The fate of Sevastopol hung in the balance. But this was almost precisely the same moment that Soviet reinforcements dramatically arrived in the form of the 79th Independent Marine Brigade. They were transported into the harbor on a small flotilla and then hustled ashore and rushed to the threatened sector. They arrived just in time to hold back the 22nd Division, which was itself at the end of its strength. In the next few days, the 345th Rifle Division also arrived, shipped from Tuapse in the Caucasus. For the moment at least, the Soviet crisis in Sevastopol was past. The first assault on Sevastopol was the very definition of contingent. Any number of things, a larger German force commitment, a single division in reserve, a single day of good weather allowing a slightly earlier start date for the attack, and the fortress might well have fallen in December. From Kerch Feodosia to the Soviet offensive. It hadn't fallen, however, and it was soon clear that the unconquered fortress was just one of 11th Army's problems. On December 26th, Soviet forces made a series of amphibious landings up and down the Kerch Peninsula with elements of 51st Army, General V. N. Lvov, landing at numerous sites on both sides of the city itself. 2 days later, a much larger landing operation took place at Feodosia, depositing the vanguard of the 44th Army, General A.N. Pervushin. By December 29th, some 41,000 men, 236 guns, and 43 tanks had come ashore. In the course of January, another Soviet army came ashore, the 47th under General K.S. Kolganov. On January 28th, an order from Stalin officially constituted the three armies into the Crimean Front under the command of General D.T. Kozlov. On the surface, it was a master stroke for the Soviet command, who landed 3 complete armies under the very noses of the German garrison at Kerch. Certainly, it had been an impressive performance by a military establishment for whom the amphibious landing had never been a top priority. This wasn't simply a raid or a diversion to draw the Germans away from Sevastopol. The Kerch-Feodosia landing operation held a much higher priority for Stalin. It was part of the general Soviet counteroffensive that had begun in front of Moscow, but had gradually expanded to include the entire front, and it aimed at nothing less than the destruction of the German 11th Army and the reconquest of the entire Crimea. All that being said, the landings had been extremely confused affairs. This was years before Operation Overlord, and the Soviets possessed nothing in the way of the specialized equipment or techniques to make such complex operations run smoothly and safely. There were no dedicated landing craft for either infantry or tanks, nor had the Soviets ever given much thought to the sophisticated command and control techniques for making sure a land force was ready to fight once it got to shore. This was more like Gallipoli landing of 1915, with the main difference being the horrible weather. The Kerch landings had taken place in a Force 8 gale and the Feodosia operation in a Force 5 with temperatures of minus 20 degrees Celsius. It was all an improvisation, astute, astonishing, and in parts brilliant, but an improvisation nonetheless, a deadly failing in an activity that requires precision planning and split-second timing. Soldiers and equipment were simply loaded onto anything that would float, including barges and naval vessels of various shapes and sizes, and then dropped off, quite often far from shore. Wading through icy water up to one's neck was a common experience, as was frostbite and even death by exposure. As a result, the soldiers comprising the first amphibious waves ashore did not exactly leap into action with a glint in their eyes. Mainly, they shook themselves out into their formations, tried to stay warm, and huddled close to the shore. It is no surprise that of the 10 landing sites for the operation, local German garrison troops were able to smash all but 4 of them, including a separate landing at Eupatoria that took place on January 5th. Still, the Red Army was back in the peninsula in force. It had reconquered the Kerch Peninsula, and its sudden arrival threw the German defenders in Kerch, the 42 Corps, into a panic. Its commander, General Hans von Sponeck, had just 1 division in the peninsula at the time, the 46th. Although he had been willing to hold his position against the Kerch landings and had a great deal of success containing them, the arrival of 44th Army at Feodosia, deep in his right rear and well placed to cut him off from home, cracked his nerve. He immediately radioed Manstein for permission to evacuate his exposed position. Manstein refused, ordering him to throw as many of the landings as he could back into the sea and to contain the rest. 3 times Sponeck made his request, and 3 times Manstein refused. On his own initiative, Sponeck now ordered his command back to Parpach on the peninsula's narrow western neck. For 46th Division, it was an epic in its own way, a brutal, forced march to the west in sub-zero temperatures and howling winds that resulted in thousands of frostbite casualties, and necessitated the abandonment of virtually all of the heavy weapons and equipment. It nearly became a rout. December 29th was, according to the chief of the German General Staff, General Franz Halder, a very difficult day. The division survived the ordeal intact. Sponeck did not. He was immediately dismissed. Although he claimed the traditional prerogatives of a Prussian officer to make battlefield decisions as he saw fit, he was put on trial, found guilty of disobeying the explicit order of a superior officer, and sent to prison. Clearly, the assault on Sevastopol would have to be postponed until things cleared up in the east. Along with elements of the Romanian Mountain Corps and the 213th Infantry Regiment, which had to make a forced march of its own down from Genichesk, the 46th Division managed to establish a shaky defensive line west of Parpach, a position that stretched haphazardly on the diagonal from Stary Krim in the southwest to Akhmonai in the northeast. It was clearly untenable in the long run. Not only was it far too long and required too many troops to hold, but it also left Feodosia, a good port that could be used to build up massive reinforcements, in Soviet hands. Manstein felt that it was necessary to launch an immediate counterattack with 30 Corps in order to reach a better line. The two divisions of 30 Corps, 132nd and 170th, now had to carry out yet another forced march. They crossed the Crimea from west to east in horrible weather and launched an assault on January 15th. The attack caught the Soviets at the worst possible time, in the midst of preparing their own general offensive to break out of Kerch and reconquer the Crimea. The German attack drove them back in some confusion, retook Feodosia on January 18th, and won back the much shorter line of the Parpach bottleneck. It also caught the 44th Army commander, General Pervushin, out in the open during an air raid, wounding him seriously and killing several staff officers who happened to be with him. The situation in the Crimea was now a rough stalemate, with perhaps a slight advantage to the Soviets. The Germans still held the body of the peninsula and the Perekop and Parpach bottlenecks that governed access to it, but the Red Army held both strategic points on the periphery, Sevastopol and Kerch. Manstein still had Sevastopol under siege, but 3 Soviet armies now lay to the east, a large dagger preparing to strike him in the back. Although the Crimea clearly wasn't a place where the issue of European hegemony would be settled, as Hitler had once put it, it had come to occupy an increasingly important place in the strategic calculations of each side. For Stalin, this would be the first of the great annihilation battles in his plan to destroy the German invaders in 1942. For the Red Army, it would be another proof that the still relatively new doctrine of deep battle, with attacks echeloned in depth, was a valid means of applying modern mechanized combat power. For the Germans, it was something else, an opportunity to prove to themselves and to the rest of the world the continuing vitality of their traditional way of war, Bewegungskrieg. Both sides were therefore preparing new offensives, but the Soviets got theirs in first. With the Soviets making the short hop over from the Taman Peninsula, the strait had frozen by now, so they simply marched by icy road, reinforcements continued to pour into Kerch, including tank brigades equipped with the T-34. Kozlov's orders were to achieve a breakout through Parpach toward Karasubazar, 30 miles west of Feodosia, then follow it up with a deep strike into the rear of 11th Army, still concentrated against Sevastopol. Kozlov certainly had the necessary force for the job. He had a first echelon of 2 armies, 44th on his left in the south and 51st on the right, north, with 47th Army forming a second echelon in the junction behind them, ready to exploit wherever the first echelon had effected a breach. Once the German front had been penetrated, Kozlov was to encircle and destroy the enemy Feodosia grouping. To stress the importance of the offensive, Stalin even dispatched one of his most trusted political cronies, Lev Meklis, to act as a formal Stavka representative. During his 4-month stint in the Crimea, Meklis poked his nose into everything, ostentatiously wrote everything down, presumably to remind everyone that he was reporting to Stalin, and in general drove every officer in all 3 Soviet armies to distraction. That he was absolutely inept in battlefield matters, a military illiterate, only made things worse. There would come a time in this war when Stalin allowed his generals to do their jobs, relatively free from political watchdogs, but that time was not yet. On February 27th, Kozlov launched his great offensive to the west. It went nowhere. Although no attack by 3 Soviet armies in such a narrow space could ever fail to do some damage, in operational terms, it gained nothing at all but high casualties and a 7-mile bulge in the northern portion of line. With Meklis urging him on, and no doubt uttering veiled threats against him, Kozlov tried again on March 13th, and then again on March 26th, and then again one final time on April 9th, all to no avail. As the rest of the events in the spring would show, the Red Army was still feeling its way forward toward a greater professionalism, and there were moments of shocking incompetence. The April offensive in particular had been horrible, with tanks, guns, and trucks stuck in the mud and shells being carried forward by hand, with men and officers alike failing to take even the simplest precautions. Konstantin Simonov, the great Krasnaya Zvezda correspondent and one of the Soviet Union's best-known wartime writers, was shocked by what he saw in the 51st Army sector. "Never before or since have I seen such a great number of people who were killed neither in battle nor in the attack, but rather in systematic artillery strikes. Without fail, every 10 meters there was an individual subjected to that danger. The people were trampled and knew not what they were doing. There was neither a foxhole nor a slit trench around, nothing. Everything was taking place in these barren, open spaces and mud, and it was absolutely open on all sides of the field." By April 15th, Kozlov had withdrawn to his start line. Taking all 3 offensives together, his front had suffered a casualty rate of over 40%. The German defenders, with 42 Corps on the left and 30 Corps on the right, had fought with their customary professionalism in the defense. Their Romanian allies, defending the extreme southern portion of the line, had also managed to hold firm. The perception of Romanian performance in the Crimea has been forever set in stone by the handful of pages devoted to the topic in Manstein's memoirs, Lost Victories. He describes them as primitive drones who had difficulty thinking for themselves and lived in constant fear of the Russians. In difficult situations, this was liable to end in a panic. In fact, they not only formed a major portion of 11th Army's fighting strength during the campaign, but they also performed quite credibly, and sometimes more than that. It was all the more impressive given another of Manstein's observations, this one accurate, their distressing lack of heavy weapons and anti-tank guns. Manstein also had the Luftwaffe to thank for the defeat of the Soviet Kerch offensives. The German commitment of air power to the Crimea had grown steadily since the fall of 1941. It had expanded from a single understrength unit Fliegerkorps 4 under General Kurt Pflugbeil, to a dedicated improvised group, the Sonderstab Krim, Special Staff Crimea under General Robert Ritter von Greim, and then to Fliegerführer Süd, Colonel Wolfgang von Wild. Wild's command was on the spot during the Soviet offensives, and his aircraft, Ju-87 Stukas, Ju-88 and He-111 bombers, and Bf-109 fighters, not only made the Soviets pay for every inch of ground taken, but also turned Soviet rear areas into an inferno. A crucial factor here was the extremely high density of the attacking Soviet force. Hitting a truck with a bomb, even from a Ju-87 dive bomber, is much easier when they are crammed bumper to bumper on an isolated supply road, and the same might be said of tanks fighting en masse in such tightly packed formations. Still, there were many anxious moments in the course of these three attacks. German troop strength was nowhere near large enough to guarantee success. On March 20th, during Kozlov's second offensive, the situation looked grim enough for Manstein to commit the recently arrived 22nd Panzer Division in a counterattack to help shore up the faltering line. It was not only new to the theater, it was a newly formed unit equipped mainly with captured French equipment. It performed about as well as could be expected, rolling forward into battle unsupported by either neighboring infantry or air power, getting stuck in the mud, and running into a buzzsaw of Soviet fire, tank, anti-tank, and artillery. By the time it was pulled out of the line a few hours later, it had suffered a severe mauling, losing over 30 tanks. One bemused Lancer of the 132nd Infantry Division had watched it drive by, with its men still wearing new, crisp uniforms and its tanks of French design. He dubbed it the Eau de Cologne Division because it came from the west and evaporated quickly. A chastened Manstein now did what he should have done when the division first arrived. He sent it to the rear for training and exercises. Operation Trappenjagd, clearing the Kerch Peninsula. Kozlov had failed, and now it was Manstein's turn. His task was no easier than that of his Soviet counterpart. In fact, it was exactly the same task, an unusual, perhaps unique confluence of opposing missions. There have been any number of bottleneck battles like Parpach in the modern era. As rifles, machine guns, and rapid-fire artillery came to dominate late 19th century battlefields, the smartest thing a defender could do was to find some unflankable position, dig a line of trenches, and blast away at an onrushing enemy. These same Russians had occupied one of nature's most amazing choke points in May 1904, the Nanshan position in the Russo-Japanese War. They had eventually been turned out of it, but they had taken an immense toll on the Japanese assault force. Indeed, a single regiment had held up and mauled the better part of an army for 3 days. In the First Balkan War of 1912, the Bulgarian army had smashed the Turks at the Battle of Kirk Kilissa, then pursued them in the direction of Constantinople. The Turks managed to recover their cohesion just in time to establish a defensive line at Chatalja, some 20 miles west of the great city. Fighting from entrenchments and no longer needing to worry about a Bulgarian flanking maneuver, and Bulgarian infantry had proven themselves highly skilled at precisely that, the Turks managed to save their capital. The German task, then, was to do what the Soviets had failed to do, blast through the Parpach bottleneck. Given the force levels involved, with the Soviets outnumbering the Germans at least 2-to-1 in manpower and materiel, it should have been impossible. The position was strong up front and echeloned in great depth. The first obstacle an attacking force would hit was a great anti-tank ditch. The Soviets had dug it in 1941, and now they fortified it with concrete emplacements, not to mention a number of disabled tanks that were serving as protected machine gun posts. 5 miles behind it was a second position, the Nasser Line, and behind that a third, the Sultanovka Line, based on an old fortification the Germans called the Turkish Wall, which guarded the peninsula at its widest point. Kerch was 40 miles to the east of the front line, a long way indeed, given the strength of the Soviet defensive position in front of it. Two factors need to be mentioned, however. First, with Hitler matching Stalin in his desire to clear the entire Crimea of enemy forces, German air strength here would eventually reach what we can only call startling heights. Hitler had taken a personal role in the dispositions by then, assigning all of Luftflotte 4 to the Crimea. A Luftflotte was equivalent to a World War II American Air Force, and normally it took care of the air power needs for an entire army group. It was an incredible mass of aircraft to devote to the tiny Kerch Peninsula. The risk was obvious. While Manstein was attacking Kerch, Army Group South would be without any air support at all. Any Soviet offensive in the Ukraine could have serious consequences. As if deploying all of Luftflotte 4 weren't enough, Hitler also assigned Fliegerkorps 8 under General Wolfram von Richthofen to support the offensive in the Crimea. Richthofen, the cousin of Manfred, the world-famous Red Baron of World War I fame, was the Luftwaffe's recognized expert on ground support operations. His corps had formed the impenetrable umbrella of air power, hovering over the panzer divisions as they made their mad dash to the English Channel in May 1940. Since then, he had distinguished himself in the Balkans, as well as in the opening phases of Barbarossa. His ground attack aircraft would be sorely needed here, especially in the opening breakthrough phase, helping to pull the infantry forward, in Manstein's own phrase, getting the assault divisions through a position they could never crack on their own. The second advantage lay on the ground. Kozlov's offensives had ended with slight gains on the northern sector of the front, a bulge that pushed out toward the German lines. A practiced operational eye like Manstein's saw possibilities here. The Soviets would surely wish to protect their hard-won gains in the north. Aerial and ground reconnaissance soon confirmed that Kozlov had indeed deployed the mass of his forces here, leaving the southern portion of the bottleneck relatively weaker. Perhaps a breakthrough was possible in the south, and the more Manstein looked at the hundreds of aircraft landing in the Crimea, some operating from fields only miles behind his front, the better he liked his odds. Moreover, once a mobile force had broken through in the south, all that would be required was a 2 to 3 mile advance and then a short left hook to encircle the better part of two enemy armies, 51st, which had led Kozlov's assault in the north, and 47th, which had followed it up as the second echelon. With their front torn wide open and their best formations trapped in a Kessel, Manstein felt that the Soviets would simply fall apart. He had been in contact with them since the first day of Operation Barbarossa, and he knew that they were at their best in tightly controlled, highly choreographed operations. The rapid cut and thrust of maneuver in the open field wasn't their game, and if they tried it, they were in the peninsula in such densely packed masses that they'd probably just get in their own way. For all these reasons, Manstein went into the offensive with a certain amount of confidence, despite the gap in numbers. Opening on May 8th, this was Operation Trappenjagd, Bustard Hunt, a reference to the harmless black game bird that inhabits the Crimea in great numbers. A U.S. general feeling the same way might have called it Turkey Shoot. Truppenjagd was a well-planned operation, front-loaded, and in that sense, typically German. There was air power in abundance, and it had the elegant maneuver and the concentric nature that generations of German officers had considered the highest expression of Bewegungskrieg. Manstein's plan had 42 corps, now under the command of General Franz Mattenklot, in the northern sector of the front. With only one German division, the 46th, and 3 Romanian ones, Mattenklot wasn't commanding the Schwerpunkt of the attack. In the days before May 9th, however, the Germans had done a number of things to make it seem that he was, and to convince the Soviets to keep their right wing strong. Fake artillery positions, obvious troop movements, false radio messages. It was in the south that the real blow fell. Here was the oversized 30 Corps under General Maximilian Fretter-Pico, the 28th Light Division, the 50th, 132nd, and 170th Infantry Divisions, and the by now much better drilled 22nd Panzer Division. The plan was for the infantry to go in first, supported by heavy concentrations of air and artillery. It would cross the ditch and open a path for the panzers. Once the 22nd Panzer Division had gotten past that first obstacle, it would wheel sharply to the left, heading north, and driving to the coast, across the rear of the Soviet 51st and 47th Armies. The distances involved were so short that the panzers could actually be accompanied by infantry every step of the way, another unusual aspect of this operation. If all went well, it would close the ring against the Soviet formations in the northern bulge on the second day of the offensive. 2 last elements of Truppenjagd deserve mention. With 22nd Panzer Division and other elements of 30 Corps forming the Kessel, the danger existed that the Soviets would be able to re-establish a line at one of the defensive positions in the rear, either the Nasser or the Sultanovka. To prevent that from happening, Manstein had formed a task force out of the 11th Army's few mobile units, known as the Grodeck Brigade. For the colonel who commanded it, it contained a German reconnaissance battalion, the 22nd, the truck-mounted 6th Company from the Brandenburg Regiment, and the 560th Anti-Tank Company, along with 2 complete Romanian motorized cavalry regiments, the Corne Detachment, also named for its commander, Colonel Radu Corne. Its mission was the most exciting one of all. Once 30 Corps had made its wheel north, it was to peel off and drive as rapidly as possible to the east, breaking up any Soviet attempts to reinforce the breakthrough sector, shooting up rear area installations, and slashing its way toward Kerch. Manstein's confidence that the Soviets would crumble once the damage had been done to their front was evident in the Grodeck Brigade's tiny size. All told, it amounted to barely more than a reinforced regiment in German terms, and it would be taking on forces the size of an army. Finally, there was an unexpected and crafty opening, reminiscent of the glider assault on Ben Emael in the 1940 campaign. Early in the morning of May 9th, a composite infantry battalion, the 5th of the 346th Infantry Regiment, left the harbor of Dalny Kamishi, embarked on 30 assault boats. Its objective was a landing just behind the main Soviet defensive position, the great tank ditch running north-south through Parpach. As they disappeared into the night, an immense artillery barrage opened up along the entire front. It was 3:15 in the morning. 10 minutes later, the ground attack started as wave after wave of German aircraft screamed overhead. The actual operation was in some sense an anticlimax to the planning process, another hallmark of the way that German armies had traditionally made war. with a massive concentration of German artillery crumbling the Soviet front line, and with Richthofen's Stukas plunging down on anything that could move or fire, the Soviets responded hardly at all to the attack. Manstein had 3 divisions on line in the assault, the 50th on the left, the 28th Light in the center, and the 132nd on the extreme right along the coast. Just as the 132nd Division reached the anti-tank ditch, the intrepid mariners of the 5th of the 346th landed in their assault boats, leaped onto the shore and into the ditch, and began blasting away at the startled defenders. Soon the 132nd was over the ditch, followed by the 28th Light Division and then the 50th Infantry Division. That night, 22nd Panzer Division and the Grodeck Brigade came forward to their starting positions. After another smothering preparation by artillery and air, they went into action. The newly constructed bridges over the ditch were not yet ready for tanks, so the Grodeck Brigade went over first, crossing the ditch and disappearing into the distance. In the afternoon, the 22nd was finally able to cross the ditch. It came up alongside 28th Light Division, and the 2 formations wheeled north, heading to the sea. There were dramatic moments here and there, of course, as in any grand offensive. Just 2 hours after it got underway, 22nd Panzer came to a screeching halt as a sudden and immense downpour halted all movement across the front. It is events like these that surely have generals everywhere pondering the uncertainty of war. The 123rd Infantry Regiment, 50th Infantry Division, on the extreme left of the attack, had been making good progress until the rains came and turned the terrain into a quagmire within a few hours. The Russian trenches and foxholes, where our troops and command posts were now located, abounded in knee-deep liquid mire. The swampy meadows in particular were so wet that the companies located in craters and foxholes were actually lying in the water. Everything was covered with wet clay, maps, telephone cranks, rations, etc. Everybody was covered with a thick layer of clay from head to toe. The mud was more than an inconvenience. It rendered radios inoperable, and because the tanks had destroyed almost all the telephone wires and had scattered them in the muck, more than a few units spent that evening out of command and control. It finally stopped raining on the afternoon of the 3rd day, however, and 22nd Panzer Division could finish its epic armored thrust into the rear of 2 Soviet armies. Indeed, the mud had held them tightly in place as much as it had gripped the Wehrmacht. A short left hook, and it was over. In 2 days, 22nd Panzer had covered perhaps 7 miles, and yet it was one of the most successful panzer drives of the war. With the Luftwaffe flying thousands of sorties per day over this relatively constricted battlefield, the Kessel became literally that, a seething cauldron of fire and destruction. The Germans soon took the surrender of thousands of men within the pocket. As dramatic as these events had been, none of them can compare with the epic of the Grodeck Brigade. Even as its more pedestrian comrades were systematically closing the trap on 51st and 47th Armies, the brigade had already set out on one of the great pursuit drives of all time. Weaving its way through traffic, avoiding whatever it couldn't destroy and destroying whatever it could, Grodeck and his tiny mechanized column headed east. Blasting through the Nasser line and then the Sultanovka, it played a role in Truppenjagd out of all proportion to its tiny size. Campaign histories have a way of making pursuits sound like a simple drive in the country, but in fact the brigade was involved in numerous exchanges of fire, and overrunning rear installations is not without a certain danger to a force of thin-skinned vehicles. When it crossed the Nasser line, it was simply lucky to come up against a portion of it that happened to be unoccupied. We know today that other sectors of the line were occupied at great strength. It ran out of luck once it crossed the Sultanovka line. It had arrived there quickly, late in the day on May 10th, just the second day of the operation. It was low on fuel and out of ammunition. Air support proved to be a mixed blessing. It was so far out in front of the rest of the army that prowling Stukas mistook it for a hostile, bombed it, and severely wounded Colonel Grodek. He would die several days later. Now under the command of the Romanian Colonel Corne, it got stuck once again in the mud, and there it sat. As transport aircraft of Luftflotte 4 brought it ammunition by airdrop on May 11th. It did not reach Kerch first, but it had paved the way for the rest of the army. By now, the entire 11th Army was in pursuit. Mattenklot's 42 Corps, with the 6 Romanian Corps attached, liquidated the northern pocket and marched across its remains toward Kerch. 30 Corps did the same along the southern route. The Soviet Crimean front had come apart. Those outside the pocket were running for the rear, trampling anything in their path, which often happened to be units being pushed to the front. Kozlov had been paralyzed by the breakthrough, and perhaps by the presence of one of Stalin's henchmen hovering over his shoulder, but he had proven himself utterly incapable of fighting a battle of maneuver. Of course, it didn't help that the initial German bombardment and air attacks had broken communications between his headquarters and the forward units, literally in the first minute of the offensive. Nor did it help when minutes later the Stukas pounded his own forward headquarters. The Luftwaffe, often unfairly tagged as a purely tactical air force, here played the role for which it had been designed, fighting air war on the operational level. Operativer Luftkrieg. Finally, what was Kozlov to make of orders from the Stavka on May 10th calling for him to pull 51st and 47th Army back behind the Sultanovka line? By that time, the two armies had already been trapped, and the Grodek Brigade was already over the Sultanovka. As to Meklis, he was beyond worthless. His presence was probably worth an army corps to the Germans. One historian described the battle as Manstein versus Meklis, a fair assessment, and also no contest. Stalin would demote him after the battle, but Meklis may well have deserved worse. Certainly, Stalin shot men on lesser pretexts during his bloody career. By the time 11th Army got to the coast, it was witness to an amazing scene. The remnants of 3 modern armies huddled in masses on the shore, desperately trying to get aboard a vessel, any vessel, and make it to the far shore. The Germans dispatched weak Soviet rear guards one by one and clawed their way closer and closer to the beaches. If ever there was a time for the Luftwaffe, the moment when that incredible concentration of air power would truly justify itself, this was it. Unfortunately, it was also a moment in which disaster had apparently struck the Wehrmacht far to the north, where Marshal S.K. Timoshenko had just launched his huge armored offensive out of the Izium Bulge against German-held Kharkov. As a result, Hitler had recalled some of Richthofen's best units. German air activity in the Kerch Peninsula slackened perceptibly, down from thousands to only hundreds of sorties. Richthofen himself was looking on, fuming, as one of the richest targets an airman could desire seemed poised to escape. "One isn't sure whether to cry or curse," he lamented. It appeared the Soviets might slip the trap. Fortunately for the Germans, Manstein still had his artillery. He wheeled the guns up to the cliffs, from which they had a clear line of sight to the port of Kerch and the waters below. He then laid on barrage after barrage against the evacuation fleet. With such a dense concentration of Soviet forces, vehicles, and ships, no round could be without effect. The slaughter was terrific, one of the most terrifying and decisive moments in the long history of the King of Battle. Kerch itself would fall to the 170th Infantry Division on May 16th. The mopping up in the city lasted another 2 days. Operation Trappenjagd was over. There were still groups of Red Army soldiers in the caves along the peninsula's eastern coast. German and Romanian security units would hunt them down and root them out over the next months, part of a general anti-partisan effort that the Axis had to mount in the coming months all over the Crimea, with all its attendant cruelties and atrocities. Rapid victories in the German style always left such loose ends, as we have seen in Yugoslavia. Nevertheless, this had been one of the most decisive victories in the history of the German army. When all was said and done, Soviet losses had been in the range of 1941's Great Encirclement battles: 170,000 men, over 1,100 guns, and 250 tanks. It had taken just 10 days to dismantle 3 Soviet armies. German losses were much lighter, 7,588 casualties total. Although firepower had been essential from beginning to end, from cracking open the Soviet position at Parpach to engulfing the evacuation flotilla in a hail of fire, the real key to the German victory had been the operational maneuver. It used only a single panzer division, but then again, it didn't have all that far to go. Once the short left hook had taken place and the main Soviet force in the peninsula was marching into captivity, the Wehrmacht showed that it still possessed the traditional virtues of the German army: an officer corps that could be depended on to think for itself, manpower with a great deal of drive and energy, and a level of aggression that had served it well over the centuries. The lightning pursuit to Kerch had been an impressive thing, taking its place with Blücher's pursuit to the gates of Paris after Waterloo, both times calling on the troops for maximum exertion over a short distance had led to maximum reward. Sevastopol again. All that remained was the fortress of Sevastopol, upon which Manstein could now concentrate the full weight of his massive artillery and air power. He had gotten a good taste of the fortress's defenses last November in the failed attempt to rush it, and last December in the failed deliberate assault, and he had every expectation that the third round would be even tougher. Russian skill at siege and field fortification was proverbial, and that army of 106,000 men inside Sevastopol, the first independent coastal army under General I.E. Petrov, hadn't been sitting idle for 6 months. New strong points, bunkers, tank traps, and minefields had sprung up in droves around the perimeter, comprising 3 distinct lines of fortification. The first stretched from Balaclava on the Black Sea coast in the south to the Belbek Heights in the north. It ran through difficult, rough, and nearly trackless terrain. A second ran from Lubimovka, bending sharply south along the Zapun Heights, through a position known as Windmill Hill down to the sea. The third was a massive tank ditch protected by numerous strong points. Calling them lines, however, does not do justice to their density. Some sectors of the front, the northern shore of Severnaya Bay, for example, were saturated with a bewildering number of heavily fortified concrete blockhouses and gun positions. With the entire defensive position tied together by underground tunnels, Sevastopol was as much labyrinth as fortress. Moreover, the Soviet Black Sea Fleet, under the command of Admiral F.S. Oktyabrski, would play an extremely active role in the upcoming fighting, bringing in desperately needed supplies, lending its gunfire to the defense, and at times, as in December, contributing marine infantry to the defense of threatened strongpoints. Superlatives are always difficult things to prove in military history, but Sevastopol may indeed have been the strongest fortress in the world in 1942. Manstein knew what he needed to crack it open: a blast of annihilation fire. By early June, Richthofen had his entire complement of air power back online, the emergency at Kharkov having been mastered, as we shall see, and artillery pieces of every shape and size were pouring into the now secure Crimea. They included the real monsters of the German arsenal, batteries of 305mm, 350mm, and 420mm howitzers. And of course, there were the Big Three, pieces so large that they fascinate even today. 2 600mm guns codenamed Karl, along with Dora, the world's largest artillery piece, at 800mm. To say that Big Dora wasn't a mobile piece is to understate the matter considerably. It was a dinosaur, with a barrel 90 feet long and a bore of 31.5 inches. It could be transported only by rail, and to do so required 25 trainloads of equipment and a crew of 2,000. Its immense target profile to air attack made it unemployable under conditions of anything but absolute air superiority, and once emplaced, it wasn't likely to be moved all that often. It took up to 6 weeks to assemble. Although we might say that it made up in kick what it lacked in versatility, its entire operational career would be the 13 days it spent in front of Sevastopol and the 48 rounds it actually fired in anger. It is probable that we shall not see its like again. There are few lessons to be learned from the attack on Sevastopol, Operation Sturfang, Sturgeon, other than the obvious one: concentrating the firepower of an entire modern air force and artillery park against a relatively small target like Sevastopol can overcome even the toughest defenders and the most heavily fortified positions. We call it a siege, but that is a misnomer. Instead, it was a large-scale assault. Since the advent of modern weaponry, armies had learned to use cities as strong points, unflankable and impossible to bypass, upon which they could base their defenses. Plevna in the Russo-Turkish War of 1877 to 1878, Port Arthur in the Russo-Japanese War, and Adrianople in the First Balkan War are all classic examples of the type. In such a battle, neither side maneuvers, at least in the operational sense. Given enough firepower on the part of the attackers, the city will fall, as did all three of the previously named. But with infantry having to go in and root the defenders out of each of their fortified positions, the casualties on both sides will always be enormous. So it was with Sevastopol. The bombardment opened up on June 2nd. Richthofen's Fliegerkorps 8 had been beefed back up to over 600 ground support aircraft, and there were 611 artillery pieces crammed into a front of just 21 miles for a density of 29 guns per mile. It was, by a considerable margin, the greatest concentration of fire the Germans had yet managed to achieve. It turned Sevastopol and environs into a flaming ruin, and it kept going non-stop for much of the next month. "The scene before us was indescribable," wrote Manstein, and Richthofen would later describe it as a sea of flames. Individual Soviet positions and bunkers, to which the Germans gave names like the Bastion, Molotov, and Siberia, might have been as strong as the modern art of fortification and Russian genius could make them, but they were also stationary and very large targets for German fire. The same might be said for the two monstrous forts known as Maxim Gorky I, 3 miles north of Sevastopol, and Maxim Gorky II, a mile and a half to the south of the city, each of which consisted of two heavily armored turrets housing two 305mm guns apiece. A single shell from Dora, for example, seems to have destroyed an entire ammunition dump constructed out of 90 feet of rock on the north shore of Severnaya Bay. Even the comprehensive system of underground tunnels and bunkers that linked these positions together, and that housed the civilian population of the city during the fighting, offered limited protection against the storm unleashed by the Germans. The issue was therefore never in doubt. Once again, as in December, the main attack came from 54 Corps in the north, leading off on June 7th and driving toward Severnaya Bay, while 30 Corps mounted a secondary thrust in the southeast. Between them, the Romanian Mountain Corps was to carry out a holding operation in the center and guard the inner flank of each of the neighboring German corps. The divisions of 54 Corps ground their war forward during June against tenacious Soviet resistance. By June 13th, forward elements of the German 22nd Infantry Division had reached the north shore of the bay, clearing a number of the fortifications in this area, including Fort Stalin, the same position that had held up its attack in December. Its neighbors on the right, 24th and 132nd Infantry Divisions, would clear the entire shore by June 2nd. Meanwhile, in the south, 30 Corps had successfully fought its way up to its first objective, the Zapun Heights, the second of Sevastopol's 3 defense lines. The stage was now set for the climax of the Sevastopol campaign. The orthodox solution at this point would have been for Manstein to shift the weight of his artillery and aerial bombardment to 30 Corps in the south, allowing it to close up with 54 Corps and invest the inner ring of Sevastopol's fortifications. That would take time, however. Because of the poor state of lateral communications in the area, it might require as much as 2 weeks. This was time that 11th Army simply didn't have, not with Operation Blue revving up to the north. Manstein's solution was a classically German one, an elegant operational maneuver designed, in his words, to unhinge the entire Zapun line. Just after midnight on June 28th to 29th, elements of 50th Infantry Division, 54 Corps, carried out a daring amphibious crossing of Severnaya Bay on 100 assault boats, seizing the steep southern bank in their initial rush. The landing came as a complete surprise to defenders of the fortress, and resistance, for once in Sevastopol, was light. By daybreak, 50th Division lay just outside the town, well inside the Zapun position. In the course of the day, it would overrun the Inkerman Ridge and the old Malakoff Bastion, positions that had been so crucial to the defense of the city in 1855. Meanwhile, to the south, 30 Corps launched its assault on Zapun Heights. Honors here have to go to the 170th Infantry Division, which achieved the decisive breakthrough, rolled up the Soviet line to north and south, then thrust far to the west against an increasingly demoralized defense. Manstein's stroke had fatally compromised Sevastopol's innermost defensive ring and sealed the fate of the city. With 11th Army outside the gates, and with air and artillery continuing to chew up the already pulverized rubble, the Soviet commanders in Sevastopol received Stalin's orders late on June 30th to evacuate the city. The men of the 1st Independent Coastal Army, who had done their duty and then some in the previous month against monstrous odds, weren't so lucky. Their orders were to evacuate to the west, to the wedge-shaped Chersonis Peninsula, and there await evacuation by sea. With German troops and artillery batteries crawling all over the coast, however, the promised ships never came, and as wave after wave of German attack aircraft appeared overhead, Soviet casualties were monstrous. Over 30,000 men would go into captivity here, along with another 60,000 captured within Sevastopol itself. The German 11th Army entered the city on July 1st, and General Manstein heard on the radio that same evening the satisfying news that the Führer had decided to promote him to Field Marshal. He had done everything that Hitler had commanded. He had fought a brilliant battle of annihilation. He had reduced a powerfully defended enemy fortress. And, not incidentally, he had overseen the slaughter of the vast majority of the Crimea's Jewish population. By Nazi lights, Manstein was a model field marshal. The Great Spring Recovery. Fighting in the Crimea was over, although there were the typical loose ends. Many Soviet soldiers were still in the underground system of catacombs that linked the city to the various defensive bastions and had to be dug out. Although these engagements have barely made the history books, they could be surprisingly fierce, and it would be months before they were over. Soviet casualties in the fight for Sevastopol had been nearly 100%. 90,000 prisoners and perhaps another 50,000 battle casualties out of a total strength on the eve of the battle of some 150,000 men. German casualties, too, were extremely heavy. The Germans admitted at the time to a total of 24,000 casualties, 4,000 killed, 18,183 wounded, 1,591 missing, with another 8,000 or so Romanian, but almost no specialist in the field believes this figure. The Soviets claimed 150,000 Germans dead. One reliable source says 75,000. Another highly respected authority puts it at 100,000, and still another mentions 25,000. A high cost indeed for a field marshal's baton and the special campaign shield, Crimea, awarded to participants in the fighting. The cost, although high, certainly didn't come as a surprise to German officers. If the Kriegsakademie had taught one thing to its graduates over the years, it was that a Stellungskrieg, a static war of position without maneuver by either side, would by definition be a slow, bloody, and attritional struggle. That's why German armies had traditionally tried to avoid them over the centuries, and why German officers believed that relatively few useful lessons could be drawn from them. Indeed, one might say that the single element of Bewegungskrieg employed in the Sevastopol fighting, the small nighttime crossing of Severnaya Bay by a mere handful of battalions, had been the decisive factor in German success, cracking open a position that had held up an entire army for a month. Far more noteworthy to the German military mind was the Kerch campaign, Manstein's bustard hunt. Here, the Wehrmacht had launched an offensive according to its predilections and its training, employing operational-level maneuver to bring decisive victory to a numerically inferior force in record time and with relatively few casualties. It was a classic example of Bewegungskrieg, the war of movement, and worth including in any list of the German army's greatest triumphs, along with Rossbach, Leuthen, and Königgrätz. It tore apart no fewer than 3 Soviet armies, took a huge bag of prisoners, and forced the rest into a hasty Dunkirk-style evacuation on the fly. Just the sort of improvised operation that caused the Red Army and Navy, not to mention the entire paranoid Soviet system, the most trouble. The Soviet armies at Kerch joined a long list of armies opposing the Wehrmacht, mainly the British, who had been booted off a mainland position while under fire. The Wehrmacht had not only been reborn so soon after its near-death experience of the previous winter, but it had re-established contact with its most fundamental tradition. It proved that it could still launch rapid and decisive campaigns of movement and maneuver. It could still attack in the grand style. Its default setting was Bewegungskrieg, an inherently aggressive method of war-making. Establishing a secure line is only to be regarded as a temporary step on the way back to an aggressive war of movement, wrote the Militärwochenblatt in early 1942, while German armies in the East were still fighting for their lives. Even at the time, German formations were expected to conduct defensive actions in the spirit of the offensive, characterizing them by a series of successful counterattacks. The Wehrmacht might lose the war in the Soviet Union, but it was going to do so in a war of maneuver, not sitting in trenches or hunkering down behind a fortified line. Within the army, the exultation over Kerch rivaled in some ways that of the campaigns in Poland and France, or the great victories in the opening phase of Barbarossa. There was the same sense of exhilaration, along with a certain smugness at having been proven right after all. The May 22nd issue of the Militärwochenblatt, published even before the full extent of Manstein's victory at Kerch was clear, called it nothing less than a great breakthrough battle. In this first great victory of the spring, the Wehrmacht had done in a week what the Soviet army couldn't do in months of combat: break through the Parpach bottleneck. It had destroyed the hopes of our enemies that the long hard winter had disturbed the offensive strength of the German army. Even though it was hiding behind thousands of mines and a wide anti-tank ditch, a massive Soviet force had been surrounded and utterly annihilated, eingekesselt und restlos vernichtet, at Akhmanai. The Hall, 68,000 men, 235 tanks, and 864 guns, recalled the great Kesselschlachts of the autumn. The usually rather staid journal was just getting started, however. By the time the next issue had arrived on May 29th, the great breakthrough at Kerch had become the first annihilation battle of the spring. The use of the term Vernichtungsschlacht is significant. It had a particular meaning in German military circles and could be safely applied to perhaps a half-dozen battles in German history. Only now had more precise reports come in detailing the full extent of the annihilation that had fallen in on the enemy. 170,000 men, 284 tanks, and 1,397 guns. The Soviet command would never have crammed such an immense force into such a tiny space unless it had big plans for it. A breakthrough, a drive north to Perekop, a death blow to the entire German southern front. Now most of that force was gone, encircled almost effortlessly. Those who escaped immediate destruction had been ordered to retreat. It was too late, however. Pursued tirelessly by the victorious attackers, the Soviet armies in Kerch had been completely destroyed, although the Soviet had apparently made every effort to save their heavy artillery and their commissars. Kerch, then, was nothing less than a moral tonic for the Wehrmacht, at the precise moment one was most needed. As another staff officer put it, Kerch had been in German hands in 1941. Unfortunately, it was lost again. The tough winter, with its thousand-fold hardships and pitiless cruelties, permitted us no opportunity to retake this highly valuable region. At the same time, the unified propaganda of our enemies bellowed ceaselessly to the whole world, Germany is at the end of its strength. No more German offensives. The initiative now lies with the Russians. That was then, however. Now, suddenly, the German soldier has stood up in all the shining brilliance of his old combat strength. In preparing and conducting the attack, the German command had been in classic form. It was exemplary. The extraordinary concentration of strength on the right wing, where the Schwerpunkt lay, the immediate exploitation of the breakthrough to envelop one wing and roll up the other, the rapid formation of a Kessel, and at the same the tireless pursuit by mobile forces. With the best staff work and first-rate troops, the attack went off like a precision watch. The result was that a force of vastly inferior numbers smashed the mass of 3 Russian armies. The Western Allies had to be drawing conclusions from what they had just seen, especially the German display of air superiority. The Wehrmacht had had a hard winter, it was true, but Kerch showed that it had regained its old moral strength. At the start of a year that promised to be decisive, that was good news for Germany, but a bitter lesson for its foes. In the grand scheme of things, the Kerch offensive was not the largest battle on the Eastern Front, nor did it decide the war one way or another. Even on its own terms, any objective analysis has to admit that a crucial factor in the victory was what one modern authority has called the bureaucratized, ideological, and unprofessional nature of the Soviet command structure. Still, viewed within the context of its time and not from hindsight, the struggle for this small peninsula within a peninsula on the extreme southern end of the front takes on new significance. Screened through the mentalité of the German officer corps, the real meaning of the Kerch operation is plain. As the summer of 1942 arrived, the Wehrmacht had given dramatic proof to the world that it could still bring it. It could still speak its own unique language. The war might already have been lost, but it was far from over. Kerch had made that point strongly, but for those who were perhaps not listening, there would be another, even greater demonstration. For at the very moment that Manstein and the German General Staff were toasting their decisive victory at Kerch, a vicious tank battle was raging to the north, near the German-occupied city of Kharkov. Chapter 3. The Wehrmacht Reborn. Annihilation at Kharkov. The prehistory of the Battle of Kharkov, the why, when, and where it was fought, is one of the most interesting episodes in the entire history of the war. In the spring of 1942, the two dictators on the Eastern Front, the small circle of advisors around each man, and both sets of highly trained professionals on the rival general staffs were all staring at the same map. On it, they could study the roughly 1,700 miles of front over which their armies were then in contact, running from the port of Murmansk in the Arctic to the Crimea, a vast stretch divided into army groups for the Germans and strategic directions for the Soviets. It was an extremely complex picture. The front was not a smooth one, anchored on natural terrain features like rivers or mountains. It was instead a jagged sawtooth, replete with salients, protrusions, and panhandles of every description. The Wehrmacht, for example, occupied a hooked salient of such extreme severity at Rzhev that fairly large forces had to hold the front facing westward, that is, toward Germany. Southwest of Rzhev, there was a needle-thin German penetration into Soviet-held territory ending at the town of Bili, an interesting defensive problem indeed. There was even a pocket of German troops surrounded at Demyansk, southeast of Lake Ilmen, although the Germans had been able to run enough supplies into the pocket by air, and the situation seemed stable enough on the ground that there was little panic in German headquarters. South of Leningrad, the Germans, too, had put a noose around Soviet Second Shock Army. Things looked bad here, but in April, the Soviet High Command would send one of its few proven talents, General A. Vlasov, into the pocket to take charge, so there was some confidence that it too could hold out. This ragged line was not a result of calm reflection or scientific strategy. No rational commander would have chosen such positions. Instead, it simply happened to be where two tottering armies had collapsed at the end of their long and bitter struggle during the winter of 1941 to 1942. As they surveyed the map, interestingly enough, the leaders of both armies were looking for the same thing, an opportune place in which to launch an offensive. Both weighed the possibility of a grand operation into or around Leningrad and rejected it. Too little room for maneuver, too many swamps, too many forests, too many forces already encircled by the enemy. You couldn't breathe in that theater. Moscow? After the experience of the last winter, the Germans certainly weren't biting. One suspects that they were ready to attack anywhere but Moscow, although the Soviets still believed that they would take one more lunge and had placed large forces in readiness to meet it. The South? Perhaps, thought Stalin. Here there was open room for the massive armies he was beginning to deploy, terrain that was nice and flat, and limited possibilities for the Germans to anchor a defense, the result of the conformation of the great river bends of the Dnieper, Donets, and Don. Although many of his staff were urging caution, Stalin also had a fire-breathing commander, General S.K. Timoshenko, who was begging him for another crack at the Wehrmacht. On the other side of the hill, it is interesting to note that we can say virtually the same things about Hitler. The South was where the mass of the Soviet Union's natural resources were, and perhaps Lebensraum for German colonists. The latter was a long-term project, something that could be dealt with after the war, whereas the former was much more urgent. For Hitler, the coal and industry of the Donets Basin, or Donbass, and the oil of the Caucasus seemed to be the key to smashing Soviet resistance. Seize them, he argued, and the Soviet Union would collapse, while Germany could use the resources to fight the Western Allies indefinitely. He wasn't alone in this notion. His chief of the General Staff, General Franz Halder, supported it, as did officers up and down the chain of command. For the Wehrmacht, The South had something to offer beyond industry and oil: good tank country, wide open spaces where a panzer commander could roam, if not completely free, then at least relatively unfettered. Whatever the position of the staff, Hitler surely knew that he could also count on the generals in the field. Fire-breathing commanders chomping at the bit for permission to launch an offensive? Hitler had a stable full of them. That had been the hallmark of the German officer corps for a long, long time. For both sides, the South it was. But where exactly? The answer that each military establishment produced in May 1942 was a sign, perhaps, of how congruent all Western armies had become since the Industrial Revolution. It might also be a reflection of similarities in the professional curriculum and training regimen for staff officers in both the Red Army and Wehrmacht. It may simply have been obvious. At any rate, the brain trust of these two great mechanized armies stared at the incredibly convoluted map in front of them with all of its twists and turns, and uttered the same obscure phrase: the Izium salient. We might also note that the Germans and the Soviets were in agreement on a number of other things at this point in the war. Both felt that the enemy had been badly mauled in the previous campaigns. Both were certain that the other side had been down, quite literally, to his last battalion, and that they themselves had come within an inch of his utter overthrow. All that had been required was one well-timed blow. Most German officers, staff and field alike, felt that victory had been there for the taking in the late fall. They would fill the memoir literature of the post-war era with that view, arguing vehemently of how they could have grasped it if it were not for this or that wrong-headed decision by Hitler. For the Soviets, the opportunity had come during the winter, during Stalin's first strategic offensive. Of course, each side was badly underestimating the recuperability and strength of the other. Finally, both felt that 1942 would see the end of the war, that it would be a year of decisive and complete triumph. Indeed, Halder had already called it the great year of decision, der große Entscheidungsjahr. So much for current buzzwords about warfare's asymmetry. Sometimes it seems all too symmetrical. Mutual planning for Kharkov. The Izium salient was another of those strange eruptions in the front as the 1942 campaigning season got underway. A salient usually appears on the map as a rounded bulge jutting into the enemy line. But this one was much more extreme than that. In fact, it was nearly square, 60 miles wide and 60 miles deep. Soviet forces in the bulge were facing simultaneously south, from Bogorodichnaya heading west to Lozovaya, west, from Lozovaya heading north to Bereka, and north, Bereka heading back to the Donets at Lakovka. The German-held towns of Balakleya in the north and Slavyansk in the south formed the shoulders of the bulge in the north and south, respectively, and the industrial city of Izium on the northern Donets was centrally located along its base. The origins of the salient were to be found in Stalin's decision to expand his Moscow counteroffensive in early 1942 to a general theater-wide offensive designed to smash the entire Wehrmacht once and for all. On January 18th, 3 Soviet armies crashed into the increasingly tenuous German defenses near Izium. It was a sharp blow, with Soviet 6th Army on the right, 57th Army in the center, and 9th Army on the left, and it tore open a great hole in front of the German 11 Corps defending the Donets River line. It also sliced open the seam between the German 6th and 17th Armies. For the German High Command, this was just another in a series of apparently endless emergencies. Both German armies were still passing through the winter crisis, and behind them there were no reserves, not a single fresh formation in the order of battle to plug the hole. Halder's diary conveys the dark mood of those days. January 19th. The great attack that had been predicted against Kharkov has flared up against the northern front of the 17th Army, and at several places along 6th Army's front. The most difficult position is on the seam of the 6th and 17th Armies. There are going to be difficult days ahead until the tension is overcome. January 20th. The attack against Army Group South, 17th Army, is leading in part to a very difficult situation. Above all, we have no answer to the enemy's tanks. January 21st. 17th Army in a terrific mess. Große Schweinerei. In 3 days of fighting, front broken at 2 places, Itium and the border with 6th Army. These 2 partial breakthroughs have now united into one great one. By January 21st, the Soviet advance was threatening the entire position of the German army in the south. The defenders were, in the words of one German participant, fought out, incapable of maneuver, not outfitted for the winter, hungry and freezing. They had only one thing to throw against the enemy, their bravery. By itself, it wasn't enough. By January 23rd, the Soviets had created a 50-mile hole in the German defenses along the Donets. 2 days later, they overran the 17th Army's main supply depot at Logistical, although the pickings here were fairly meager by this point in the winter fighting. And by January 28th, their spearhead was a mere 12 miles from Dnipropetrovsk, the railhead for all 3 German armies over the Dnieper. Like all of the Soviet operations that first winter, however, the exploitation of this breakthrough was ultimately unsatisfying. 2 factors in particular worked against the Red Army in virtually every one of these winter battles: the limited mobility of the exploiting formations and the underdeveloped state of its logistical net. The second echelon in this offensive was a motley collection of units with varying degrees of mobility, consisting mainly of ski troops and 3 cavalry corps, the 6th, 5th, and 1st. It was able to make local gains, but the Soviets found that even severely mauled German units were able to form enough platoon and battalion-sized battle groups, Kampfgruppen, to reform a tenuous but cohesive defensive line. They held long enough for mobile formations of the 1st Panzer Army, especially the 3 Panzer Corps, to rush to the north and slam into the southern flank of the Soviet offensive. Simultaneously, the German 11 Corps launched an offensive of its own out of Dnipropetrovsk, with a motley collection of newly arrived units, including security formations, several Romanian divisions, and a handful of German regiments that were in the process of reorganizing. It pushed the Soviet spearhead back from Dnipropetrovsk and ended the crisis. The fighting died down by February 2nd. The principal result of this Barvenkovo-Lozovaya operation, as the Soviet High Command would eventually call it, was typical. Yet another salient protruding into German lines to no real strategic effect. In common with all salients, the Izium bulge offered both sides temptations and opportunities, dangers and advantages. Stalin and Timoshenko could view it as a great sally port jutting far inside German lines. For an army obsessed with fighting deep battle, Izium had to seem like a perfect place from which to launch an offensive. Red Army formations deployed inside the salient were already well into the depth of Army Group South, threatening the German-held city of Kharkov. Even a short breakthrough and a hop to the west, to Krasnograd, for example, might well have strategic impact. Once again, we can say the same for Hitler and his general staff. To an army that sought above all to fight the Kesselschlacht, Izium had to have been an especially tempting target. Even before the shooting started, Soviet forces within the salient were already kesseled on three sides. It is no surprise, therefore, that March 1942 saw both armies planning an operation in the area. Timoshenko, the commander of both the Southwestern Strategic Direction and the Southwestern Front, managed to convince Stalin that there was great potential to a bold offensive stroke by the entire direction. It would smash Army Group South in its entirety, drive for the middle Dnieper, and recover the cities of Gomel, Kiev, and Cherkasy. All he needed, he told the dictator in a March 22nd report, were a few reinforcements, 30-odd rifle divisions amounting to 250,000 fresh troops, and 27 or 28 tank brigades. Stalin liked the first part of Timoshenko's argument, the one about a dramatic offensive smashing the entire German position in the Ukraine, but he probably laughed when he read the second. If he had 28 fresh tank brigades sitting around unused, the war would have been over and he'd be sitting in Berlin. He ordered Timoshenko instead to seek opportunities for limited operations within the region, part of a series of local offensives that Stavka was encouraging up and down the entire front, a plan for Leningrad and Volkhov fronts to relieve the Second Shock Army kesseled by the Germans south of Leningrad, for example, or one by Northwest Front to liquidate the German II Corps cut off in the Demyansk pocket. It was at that point that Timoshenko and his chief of staff, General I.K. Bagramyan, began considering an offensive out of the Izium salient. A smaller operation would be a prudent response to Stalin's request, and it could be carried out with a more realistic commitment of force. It still offered the possibility for a decisive victory, however, and was intended as such from the start. It was no simple spoiling attack. The operational plan, drawn up first on March 30th and then finalized on April 10th, described the intent of the operation quite explicitly: to encircle and destroy the enemy Kharkov grouping. To that end, Southwestern Front would undertake concentric operations aiming at a double envelopment of German forces at Kharkov. The northern wing of the encirclement would consist of 28th Army, General D.I. Ryabyshev, attacking out of the Volchansk bridgehead over the Donets River, a convenient bulge in the lines northeast of Kharkov. Ryabyshev would mass his shock group, consisting of 6 rifle divisions and 4 tank brigades on a narrow front just 20 kilometers wide, against isolated portions of the German 17 Corps, German 6th Army. Once 28th Army had smashed through the German lines and opened a breach, a second echelon consisting of 3rd Guards Cavalry Corps would exploit the gap, wheel left, and encircle Kharkov from the north. At the same time in the south, the 8 rifle divisions and 4 tank brigades of Soviet 6th Army, General A.M. Gorodnyansky, along with an ad hoc unit that was designated Group Babkin, would crash through the defenses of the German 8 Corps. Group Babkin was a mixed formation consisting of 2 rifle divisions and a cavalry corps, named for its commander, General L.V. Babkin, who had distinguished himself in just this sort of mobile action in the winter fighting. As in the north, mobile units would stand ready to exploit. Once 6th Army and Babkin had penetrated the German position, the 21st and 23rd Tank Corps were to pour through the hole, wheel sharply to the right, and link up with 3rd Guards Cavalry Corps coming down from the north, completing the encirclement. Exploiting through the hole punched by the Bobkin Group would also be 6th Cavalry Corps, its mission to head due west, seize Krasnograd, and form the outer ring of the encirclement, defending the newly formed Kharkov pocket against any German relief attempts from the outside. Meanwhile, Timoshenko's 3rd large formation, the Southern Front, would have the mission of defending the left, southern, flank of the advance against any German attacks. To that end, it had 57th Army in front of Lozovaya and 9th Army guarding Barvenkovo, both facing south. As always, both Stalin and the Stavka tinkered with Timoshenko's original conception. There were some, including the chief of the Soviet General Staff, Marshal B.M. Shaposhnikov, who thought he was mad cramming such large forces into such a constricted region and attacking out of a sack. Others, such as the commander of 28th Army's neighbor on the right, General K.S. Moskalenko of the 38th Army, were dubious about Timoshenko's choice of army to lead the northern attack. The 28th Army was green, newly formed, and absolutely untried in combat. There had once been another 28th Army, but it had been encircled and destroyed south of Smolensk, courtesy of Panzer Group Guderian in August 1941. The newly reconstituted 28th Army had been formed in November, but it had been sitting in the reserve since then. Moskalenko's divisions, by contrast, had been in contact with the Germans for months and knew a great deal about their routines, procedures, and fighting techniques. As deputy commander of the Soviet 6th Army, he had helped to plan the successful Barvenkovo-Lozovaya operation in January. His protests to Timoshenko seemed to have an effect, resulting in a broadening of the original attack in the north. Rather than launch the assault alone, 28th Army would now be supported on either flank, with 21st Army on its right and 38th Army on its left. Likewise, the timetable changed as planning went forward. Timoshenko originally scheduled the offensive for May 4th, but the ever-present difficulty of assembling assault forces over such vast distances led him to push it back to May 12th. While all these preparations were going forward, the Germans were formulating their own offensive plans for the salient. By March, Hitler and the German General Staff were deeply involved in the planning process for Operation Blue, the great offensive in the south planned for June. It aimed to strike a killing blow at twin targets, the Soviet war economy and Soviet forces in the south. It would drive into the Donbass, seize the great bend of the Don River, cross it, and take the city of Stalingrad, then wheel right and drive deep into the oil fields of the Caucasus. Before the mass of Army Group South could launch its drive to the east, however, the Wehrmacht had to clear up two annoying situations. First of all, 11th Army had to conquer the Crimea. Second, 6th Army and 1st Panzer Group had to flatten out the Izium salient. The latter action would move the start line for the offensive up to the Donets River line, thus easing problems of deployment and supply. It would also free up large numbers of German formations that were presently tied down around the perimeter of the Bulge. This was the rationale behind Operation Friedricus, Frederick, first conceived in March, and then worked and reworked over the next 2 months. It, too, was a response to the unique allure of a salient. In the case of the Izium Bulge, all the Wehrmacht had to do was launch 2 relatively short operations against the base of the salient. While a thrust from the northern anchor at Balakleya drove to the south, one from the southern anchor at Slavyansk would head north. The two simultaneous thrusts would meet in the middle, seal off the bulge, and trap all Soviet forces inside. The southern thrust would be the mission of Army Group von Kleist, Field Marshal Ewald von Kleist. This was a temporary command comprising both 1st Panzer Army, also under Kleist's command, and 17th Army, General Richard Ruoff. It had originated during the winter crisis when it looked like the two formations were about to be cut off by Soviet forces driving on Dnipropetrovsk. The northern drive would be in the hands of Paulus's 6th Army, attacking southward out of Balakleya, and reinforced with several panzer divisions for the purpose. Like Timoshenko's plan, Operation Fridericus went through several iterations before it was finalized. The original plan, soon to be known as Fridericus I, emerged from the staff of Army Group South, commanded now by Field Marshal Fedor von Bock. Hitler had sacked the former commander of Army Group Center after the Moscow debacle and brought him back, in a different but still decisive theater just a month later. It must have been a bewildering sequence of events for this ambitious man. Although the jab from the south seemed eminently feasible, Bock was concerned about 6th Army's descent from the north. The principal problem here was the uncooperative geography of the Donets River, which described a small, sharp loop just west of Izium. As a result, the German-Soviet front line in this sector meandered along both banks of the river. The straightest shot in operational terms would be for the two German pincers to drive deep into the Soviet position, with 6th Army heading southeast and 1st Panzer Army northeast, and then linking up somewhere on the far side of the Donets, perhaps along the Oskol River. Such a move would have the advantage of taking the Donets out of play early in the operation. Unfortunately, it practically invited a Soviet counterstroke along 6th Army's open eastern left flank as it wheeled to the south. Bock had been in charge of the German drive on Moscow last December, and he had no intention of leaving himself vulnerable to a blow from the flank. His plan, therefore, called for a much shorter strike, using the Donets itself as a flank guard, with 6th Army marching down along its western right bank. Even this course was not as simple as it sounded, however. Because of the twisting course of the river, following the riverbank would have doubled the length of what was a short hop as the crow flies, and to link up at Izium would require both armies to cross a river that the Wehrmacht was, at least technically, already over. Nevertheless, it seemed like the safer course. 6th Army would march with the Donets on its left at a time that the river was in full flood, and would thus block Soviet attempts to interfere. Bock's plan envisioned a start date of April 22nd, when the flood was at its height. That date would come and go without an offensive, however. The Wehrmacht was in the midst of its preparations for Operation Blue, and could devote precious little of its always precarious logistical net to a build-up for Operation Fridericus. Moreover, Hitler and Halder were subjecting Bock's original plan to a great deal of scrutiny and criticism. The day had long passed in the German army when a field commander could draw up an operational plan and show it to the high command afterward. The more they studied the map, the more Bock's plan seemed disappointing. They argued for taking the riskier course, the very one that Bock had rejected, and shifting the bulk of 6th Army to the eastern bank of the Donets before its attack. Such a move would be theoretically vulnerable to a Soviet flank attack, but only if the Red Army could react fast enough, a proposition that Hitler and Halder alike saw as doubtful. A deeper strike, well over the Donets, would mean a greater haul of prisoners and booty when the pincers met. Bock had never been an easy subordinate, and he accepted this revision with extreme reluctance. Bowing to force majeure, however, he drew up a new plan as directed, although he muttered all the while. "The whole thing isn't pretty," he complained, "but it can't be changed as long as the Führer sticks to his demand." The new operation, now known as Friedricus II, was scheduled to begin on May 18th. On the eve of the great confrontation, it is interesting to note that neither side saw the Izium bulge as an end to itself. Stalin viewed it as an operation of limited scope, one of many similar strikes up and down the front designed to whittle down German strength for what he expected to be another drive by the Wehrmacht on Moscow. Once that had been blunted, the Germans would be ripe for a killing blow later in the year. Hitler, too, viewed it as a necessary preliminary operation for Operation Blue, nothing more and nothing less. Even so, once the machinery was set in motion, both of these powerful adversaries began to gather massive forces in and around the salient. For the immediate operation, Timoshenko would employ 4 full armies supported by 925 tanks, 29 rifle divisions, 9 cavalry divisions, 1 motorized rifle division, 4 motorized rifle brigades, 19 tank brigades, and 4 independent tank battalions. Counting both the fronts under Timoshenko's command, the Red Army disposed of 640,000 men, 1,200 tanks, 13,000 guns, and 926 aircraft in this sector. For their part, the Germans were concentrating the combined forces of Army Group South, the 6th, 17th, and 1st Panzer Armies, perhaps 500,000 men, some 600 tanks, and a major portion of the Luftwaffe formations then deployed on the southern front. The two opponents then were about to try conclusions with over 1 million men and nearly 2,000 tanks. Such was the state of an attack with limited objectives in the spring of 1942 on the Russo-German front. Once again, it is the symmetry of this situation that is most striking. Two mighty military forces were planning offensives for the same tiny spot on the map. The schedule called for them to begin within a mere 6 days of one another. The most powerful Soviet formation, the Schwerpunkt of the operation, as the Germans would have called it, was the 6th Army. Its operational target? The German 6th Army. The Kharkov Offensive, shocking the Wehrmacht. All the heated discussions within the German command over rival versions of Operation Friedricus turned out to be moot. On May 12th, Timoshenko opened his offensive. German intelligence had predicted it almost to the day and time. Colonel Reinhard Gehlen, head of the General Staff's Fremde Heere Ost, Foreign Armies East, organization, had been predicting an enemy attrition attack, Zermürbungsangriff, out of the Izium salient for months. As late as May 1st, he had reiterated his warning. 4 days later, Halder and Bock had a discussion of the possibility that the Russians might beat us to it and attack on both sides of Kharkov. As always, however, there seemed to be a wide gulf between the Army's intelligence services and the forces at the front. The Germans were simply unprepared for what was about to hit them. The two armies in the line, the 6th and 17th, were thinly stretched and extremely light on infantry, with the former short at least 16,000 replacements. The seam between the two armies was hardly covered at all. This was the mission of Group Koch, a light screening force of just 2 infantry regiments. Moreover, a major portion of Sixth Army's front-line strength, the units that would have to bear the brunt of the initial Soviet offensive, consisted of Allied formations, the Hungarian 108th Light Infantry Division, for example. The 17th Army's front line, covering the southwestern face of the salient, and thus also intimately involved in the breakthrough phase of Timoshenko's offensive, consisted mainly of the Romanian 6th Corps, a pair of relatively under-equipped divisions. Nowhere around the 60-mile perimeter of the salient had the Germans echeloned their defenses in any sort of depth. The Wehrmacht lacked sufficient forces for that, and at any rate it had been preparing itself for an offensive, not for defense against a breakthrough attempt. For all these reasons, Timoshenko's attack got off to a roaring start. His shock groups achieved at least tactical surprise and maybe more, and there was success practically everywhere. At 6:30 a.m., both the northern and southern fronts erupted in concentrated artillery barrages that lasted an hour, followed by a massive 15-minute air raid. Targets were the German artillery and positions in the main defensive belt. When the bombardment lifted, the Red Army went over to the attack and struck one of the heaviest and most effective blows that the Wehrmacht had yet sustained in this war. It would probably not be accurate to describe what happened to the German defenders in the front line as panic, but it certainly resembled it. One analyst described the sense of shock as rivaling that in front of Moscow the previous December. Initial reports from the German front to headquarters at all levels described a hurricane bombardment, a morning sky filled with Soviet aircraft, and an armored horde containing thousands of enemy tanks rumbling toward their lines out of the early morning fog. In fact, there were considerably fewer than that, perhaps 300 fronting 28th Army's shock group in the north and another 200 in 6th Army's attack in the south. To unprepared troops manning a sleepy sector of the front and stunned by a bombardment unlike anything they had ever experienced, however, it may well have looked like more. That was especially true in the south, where General Gorodnyansky's 6th Army spearheaded the attack. Consisting of 8 rifle divisions and 4 tank brigades, and with 2 powerful mechanized formations in support, 21st and 23rd Tank Corps, 6th Army was the Schwerpunkt of the operation. After the preparatory bombardment had lifted, the shock groups came forward in dense waves of armor, smashing through the first German defensive line, then the second. The unlucky recipient of this first great Soviet tank attack of the war was the 454th Security Division. It was a light unit armed mainly with captured equipment and obviously not configured for this kind of fight at all. Soviet T-34 tanks overran it almost without noticing and broke into open country to the northwest by noon. The next day, 6th Army widened the breach, smashing the 62nd Infantry Division and then doing the same to the Hungarian 108th Light Infantry. Gorodnyansky was already 10 to 12 miles from his start line and had torn open a great gash in the German lines some 30 miles wide. Progress continued the next day, with the width of the operational breach now at least 35 miles wide, and penetrations up to 30 miles into the German defenses west of the Donets. Moreover, every single one of the German and Axis divisions in the path of 6th Army had suffered crippling casualties. Perched on Gorodnyansky's left flank was Army Group Babkin, 2 rifle divisions, and the 6th Cavalry Corps. It, too, managed a clean breakthrough by noon of the first day, crashing through the right wing of the 454th Security Division, which deserved some sort of hazardous duty pay for this operation, and brushing aside the Romanian 1st Infantry Division. Every attempt by the Germans to re-establish a line in front of Babkin failed in the face of timely action by Soviet mobile forces. With the road to Krasnograd, his objective, now open, Babkin set out on a wild ride to the northwest, advancing into air and overrunning German rear area installations. He would take the city on May 15th. By the next day, his spearheads stood far to the west of Krasnograd, approaching Karlovka. The group was now just 25 miles from Poltava, the headquarters of both Army Group South and the German Sixth Army. It is a lesson that is generally lost in the disastrous ending to this operation, but the opening hours of the Kharkov offensive formed a watershed for the Red Army. It had learned some hard lessons about modern warfare, its German enemy, and itself since 1941. As a result, this was a different Soviet army than the one the Germans had fought last fall and winter. The old one had relied on mass, especially massed assault by hastily trained levies of infantry. This new army relied on a smaller infantry component, but a dramatically expanded complement of the supporting arms: armor, air, and artillery. We may date its origins to January 10, 1942, the day that Marshal G.K. Zhukov issued Stavka Directive No. 03, a document that would define Soviet operational methods for the rest of the war. It emphasized the role of the shock group as the spearhead of offensive action on the army or front level. Commanders were to concentrate their strength on extremely narrow frontages with the goal of achieving overwhelming superiority against a single weak German unit. A front-level attack would have a width of just 30 kilometers, an army only 15. Huge artillery offensives were to precede each attack with a density of up to 80 guns per kilometer. Targeting first the prepared defenses, they were then to shift to deeper targets to support the penetration, and then deeper still to support the exploitation, with ground support aircraft mirroring them. This style of fighting, which amounted to nothing less than a new Soviet way of war, would require a far higher level of training and coordination than the old army had possessed, and it certainly had not been perfected by the time of Timoshenko's offensive at Kharkov. Nevertheless, one suspects that a survey of the unfortunate defenders belonging to the German 454th Security Division's outpost line, or the reserves of the Hungarian 108th Light Division, inserted in the battle on its second day and almost immediately scattered to the four winds, would have given it high marks for effectiveness, mobility, and above all, shock. It may not yet have been deep battle, but it was immensely effective. In the north, progress was slower. The terrain was less open here, the units more densely packed. With the great city of Kharkov immediately in the German rear, moreover, it was much easier for the Wehrmacht to reinforce the front than it was in the south. After the same softening up by artillery and air, Ryabishev's 28th Army, 6 rifle divisions and 4 tank brigades, went over to the attack at 7:30 a.m. The assault had the good fortune of hitting the Germans just at the moment that they were relieving one of their front-line regiments, with the 513th of the 294th Infantry Division taking over the sector of the line held by the 211th of the 71st. Progress was solid in this sector, especially by General A.I. Radimtsev's 13th Guards Rifle Division on the Army's left flank, but not spectacular. That may also have been a sign of the Army's relative inexperience, one of the worries during pre-operational planning. More likely, it was an intelligence failure. The Soviets thought they'd be fighting a lone German infantry division here, but it was soon obvious that they were fighting two, the 71st and 294th. On the flanks, the veteran 21st and 38th Armies did much better. The former in particular made the deepest initial penetration. Having seized a bridgehead over the Donets at Bezliadovka the previous evening, the 21st managed to penetrate 6 miles to the north and 5 miles to the northwest. There was similar progress in the 38th Army sector, with 226th Rifle Division leading the way on the Army's extreme right wing. It is interesting to note that by the end of the day, both sides were expressing concern about the situation in the north, a classic example of the fog of war. The Soviets had laid on an enormous artillery and air barrage and had something less than a clear breakthrough to show for it. On the German side, there was simply shock, the natural reaction of troops and commanders who had been hit by a hurricane of fire before their morning coffee, and whose radio airwaves were even now blaring Timoshenko's strident propaganda broadcasts, threatening them all with fiery destruction. There were heavy German casualties here, to be sure. The Chief of Staff of the 29 Army Corps described the Corps' 294th Division as having been virtually annihilated. Although the German line was still holding firm, this was by far the shortest route to Kharkov and would naturally demand a major portion of the available reserves from Paulus's 6th Army, as well as those of Army Group South. Indeed, by the end of that horrible first day, a shaky General Paulus was already demanding reinforcements from Bock. The latter duly dispatched the 23rd Panzer Division, along with the 71st and 113th Infantry Divisions, the very units that he had earmarked for the Operation Friedericus spearhead. They began arriving at the front early the next day, desperately trying to stabilize the situation and hold back the onrushing Soviet tanks. Particularly worrisome to Paulus was the threat in the attack sector of 38th Army, and it was here that he deployed the main body of 23rd Panzer Division. Even so, over the course of the next 2 days, the Soviets continued to make progress in the north. It was slow but steady, and by nightfall on May 14th, 28th Army's advanced units, with Rodimtsev's 13th Guards Rifle Division once again taking the honors, were just 10 miles from Kharkov. The Northern Shock Group had torn a hole 30 miles wide and had advanced 15 miles, but with German reinforcements arriving, it was equally clear that it no longer had freedom of movement. The German line had held in the north, just a stone's throw from the Kharkov city limits. The end of Day 3, therefore, was a time for taking stock. For Timoshenko, the time had come to insert his armored reserves, the 21st and 23rd Tank Corps. He had been holding them up till now in reserve behind 6th Army. Fresh and unbloodied, perhaps they could finish what Gorodnyansky had started so effectively in the south, a penetration into the depth of the German position and a thrust toward Kharkov from the southwest. The Germans may have held in the north, but were still nowhere near to re-establishing a firm line in the south. The timely arrival of such massive Soviet reinforcements might have blown things wide open in this sector. Unfortunately, Timoshenko hesitated, and the literature on Kharkov, what little exists today, spends an inordinate amount of time on the question why. The Marshal left behind no memoirs, but as far as can be determined, it was a combination of factors: stronger than expected German resistance, the unexpected presence of an entire panzer division on the German northern flank, and reports of a strong German armored force being assembled at Zmiev, north of the salient. The first two were true, but the last was a mirage. although Soviet reconnaissance may well have mistaken one of the reserve regiments of the Hungarian 108th Light Infantry Division for a German unit. Such things are typical of warfare at all levels, and especially of mobile warfare on the operational level. Things happen quickly, and intelligence is always sketchy. Finally, the assault had gone so well and advanced so rapidly that Timoshenko's reserves were too far to the rear for timely insertion into the battle. Getting them to the front through roads already clotted with tanks and trucks, roads that were already chewed up by bombardment and ground combat, was a serious and unexpected problem. The Soviet General Staff study on Kharkov makes this point explicitly. By the end of 14th May, the 2nd Echelon Tank Corps, with 260 tanks, and rifled divisions were a long way from the front line. General Kuzmin's 21st Tank Corps was 42 kilometers away from 6th Army's forward units. General Pushkin's 23rd Tank Corps was 20 kilometers away, and the 248th and 103rd Rifled Divisions, which comprised 6th Army's 2nd Echelon, were 20 to 40 kilometers away. Such a separation of 2nd Echelon forces and forces of the Echelon for developing success made difficult their timely commitment into battle, which was urgently dictated by the situation. It was the paradox of deep battle, how to keep feeding units into the fire along the same axis when the front line was drawing further away by the hour. For the Germans, too, the time had come to make some basic decisions. Even though intelligence had provided some foreknowledge of the offensive, the Soviet assault had still hit hard. On the first day, with a great hole torn in the German line in the south, and with masses of Soviet tanks just miles from Kharkov and driving hard, Bock and Halder had spoken by telephone. After listening to Bock's litany of bad news, including a demand for the commitment of all available reserves in order to restore the situation, the chief of the General Staff had urged his Army Group commander to get a hold of himself and stop worrying about every little blemish in the line. Bock blew up. This wasn't about local blemishes, he hissed, but about life or death for 6th Army, perhaps for the entire Army Group. Our very existence is at stake. Here, too, fundamental decisions were at hand. Would Operation Fridericus, scheduled to open in just 4 days, still go forward? Hitler and Halder said yes. Bock wasn't so sure, at least as it was presently configured. How could it? The Soviets currently had the original northern wing of the pincer, 6th Army, pinned up against Kharkov in a gritty defensive battle. A single wing movement by the South Pincer alone, Kleist's 1st Panzer Army, wasn't really a pincer movement at all, and Bock worried that the available forces could scarcely produce the desired success. If Kleist failed to make more than a dent in the base of the salient, Army Group South would be dealing with 2 failed operations at the same time. If Kleist gets stuck halfway, his attack will become a failure whose repercussions must weigh on all further plans for the Eastern Campaign, he argued. Unless reinforcements arrived, along with a massive commitment of air power, he said, then all he could do was aim at a smaller, therefore partial solution. Transferring Kleist's group to the west of the salient, where it could halt the Soviet 6th Army, push it back, and retake Krasnograd. It wasn't satisfying, and Bock himself said he suggested it with a heavy heart. But it was the best he could do. Suggesting a little solution to Hitler was a non-starter by definition, and in fact it seems to have been Bock's way of goosing the Führer into action. The moment he got off the phone with Halder after having delivered his demands, he turned to his own chief of staff, General Georg von Sodenstern, and smirked, "Now the Führer will order the big solution." In fact, the time was right for the big solution. With the winding down of the Battle of Kerch, massive air power assets were available for employment at Kharkov, and units of General Wolfram von Richthofen's 8th Fliegerkorps were already arriving in force. Likewise, Bock got his ground reinforcements, the 24th Panzer Division, the 305th Infantry Division, and elements of the 88th Division. The High Command was not interested in simply holding Krasnograd. It had its eyes on much bigger game, the destruction of all Soviet forces in the Bulge. The opportunity was simply too delicious to miss. Friedrichs had originally called for a pincer movement to choke off whatever Soviet forces happened to be in the salient. With the rapid progress of Timoshenko's offensive to the west, a successful German offensive would not only trap a handful of infantry armies, an impressive haul under any circumstances, but an immense armored and mechanized mass, an entire shock group with 2 complete tank corps attached. It would be one of the greatest victories in the war thus far, and it seemed so simple. Huge armored forces were already being gathered in the region for Operation Blue. Quite frankly, if 1st Panzer Army couldn't make the short hop across the base of a salient as small as Izium, then Germany might as well admit it had lost the war. German air units were duly staged from the Crimea to the mainland and began to appear over the battlefield by May 15th. Like Kerch, Kharkov would see virtually all of Army Group South's tactical air power concentrated together in a single, relatively small battle. The numbers of aircraft were impressive. 3 groups of the 77th Dive Bomber Wing, 2 groups of the 27th Bomber Wing, 3 groups of the 51st Edelweiss. When all was said and done, Luftflotte 4, the formation tasked with air support for the operation, was operating with 10 bomber, 6 fighter, and 4 Stuka groups, some 500 or 600 aircraft all told. Suddenly, Soviet armored formations found that movement across the battlefield was going to come with a price. Observed and strafed by fighters, bombed one at a time by Stukas, and then wholesale by bombers, the advanced units of the Soviet drive on Kharkov began to waver and then come to a halt. The German infantry, especially the hard-pressed formations holding the shoulders of the Bulge at Balakleya and Slaviansk, sent back their share of requests for air support, and it usually arrived within 20 minutes. Still generally unrecognized is the role played by Luftwaffe flak units, operating from airfields close to the front and using their 88mm guns as anti-tank weapons in stopping the Soviet thrust. The T-34 was a lot for any German tank to handle, but it burned just like any other tank when drilled by an 88. General Halder was a commander who, in the words of one authority, rarely paid attention to air activities in his war diary, but the relief he must have been feeling was palpable. "All in all," he wrote, "the force of the attack appears to have been broken by the efforts of our Luftwaffe." German counterstroke, Operation Friedrichs. There never was a time during the Kharkov operation when one could truthfully say that the situation had stabilized. As the Germans began preparing Friedrichs for takeoff, with a start date of May 17th, the Soviets were still hammering away in both north and south. In the north, they had lost whatever chance they had of a breakthrough. The shock group was engaged and thoroughly bloodied, and so was the second echelon, the 3rd Guards Cavalry Corps. The inability to stop, to recognize when an operation had gone bad and needed to be terminated, would be a problem for the Soviet command for the rest of the war. It was a pattern of senseless, wild hammering that cost a great deal of blood. In the south, however, the Soviet 6th Army was still a body in motion, slowing down and taking a fierce pounding from the air, but nonetheless still rolling forward and over the weak formations the Germans had thus far managed to put in its way. It was certainly not a defender's hall of fame. Security divisions, formations of Germany's minor allies, a battalion from this division, a regiment from that one. Even on May 16th, the eve of the German offensive, the Wehrmacht had not yet re-established a firm line in this sector. Indeed, there are reports of Marshal Bock nervously staring at the map and wondering if he should junk Operation Friedrichs at the last minute. He was talked out of it by the staff, but his jitters are instructive. Bock could see that he was dealing here with a new kind of Red Army, and he of all people knew how hard it was to handle the old one. The Wehrmacht, by contrast, had hardly changed at all. It was a little older and a little wiser, perhaps, but it still knew what it did best. Operation Friedrichs opened on May 17th, supported by a massive commitment of air power, with hundreds of Stukas flying thousands of sorties, as well as a concentrated artillery barrage. As planned, it struck an extremely weak spot in the Soviet line, the 9th Army in the southern face of the original salient. This had been a quiet sector thus far, and it is fair to say that Kleist's attack came as much of a shock to the Soviet soldiers in the front line as Timoshenko's had been to the Germans just 5 days previously. Kleist's 1st Panzer Army included 3 corps. On its extreme right stood 52 Corps, consisting of 2 infantry divisions and the 101st Light Infantry Division. To its left, the 44 Corps, 3 infantry divisions, 97th Light Infantry Division, and the 16th Panzer Division, and on the left of the army, its spearhead, the 3 Panzer Corps. As if to underline the historical continuity of German military operations, the commander of 3 Panzer Corps was none other than General Eberhard von Mackensen, the son of the great Field Marshal August von Mackensen, a commander who knew a thing or two about Bewegungskrieg himself. The younger Mackensen's corps included 14th Panzer Division, 60th Motorized Division, 100th Light Infantry Division, 1st Mountain Division, and the 20th Romanian Infantry Division. The 17th Army, to 1st Panzer Army's right, was also under Kleist's operational control for this battle, and in fact, it is technically correct to speak of Army Group von Kleist when discussing the fighting at Kharkov. It included a further 2 corps, the 11 and 6 Romanian corps, containing 5 divisions between them. All told, then, Kleist was in command of 18 divisions, including 2 panzer divisions and 1 motorized division. By Wehrmacht standards, it represented a massive commitment of force. The first day, as might be expected, brought overwhelming success. The point of Mackensen's spear was 14th Panzer Division, which sliced through the Soviet defenses and headed for Barvenkovo. Flanked by 1st Mountain Division on its left and 100th Light on its right, it broke through the enemy's main defensive position in one bound, in Mackensen's phrase, and was in Barvenkovo by nightfall. That same day, 17th Army began its own drive from Slavyansk, the town holding the southern shoulder of the original Bulge, with 16th Panzer Division attacking along the bank of the Donets. The grueling, sticky heat, which hovered near 90 degrees Fahrenheit for virtually all of the fighting, was an obstacle almost as tough as the Soviets here, and the terrain along the riverbank brought its own problems. The attack of the 101st Light Infantry Division, for example, which protected Kleist's eastern flank along the Donets, had to deal with a chain of lakes and a dense forest, along with numerous tiny villages, gardens, and orchards, as it moved slowly to the north. Indeed, by nightfall on May 18th, Kleist's assault forces had caved in the entire southern face of the salient. As it had been at Kerch, Soviet command and control was the first victim of a mobile battle. With the Red Army employing unsecured communications centers and completely uncamouflaged headquarters, the Luftwaffe had its pick of targets. Indeed, virtually every Soviet division within the salient would fight the remainder of the battle out of contact with higher headquarters, the price of doing business under Luftwaffe attack. A huge Soviet force lay far to the west. If it were not recalled immediately, it faced the certainty of being cut off from the rear. Once again, however, it appeared that setting the Red Army in motion was one thing, but that controlling it after that was something else again. Gorodniansky's Sixth Army and the Bobkin Group actually continued their advance to the west and northwest for 2 days. Even if their rear had been secure, their own momentum was stalling by now in the face of stiffening ground opposition and the hailstorm being visited upon them from above by the Luftwaffe. As it was, with an iron trap about to sever their connections with the motherland, every step that they took to the west only put them further into trouble. As in the case of Timoshenko's failure to insert his tank corps at the propitious moment, there are to this day arguments about whom to blame. Certainly, it was Timoshenko who issued those formations their orders to continue the advance. He had begged for the opportunity to launch the Kharkov offensive. He had planned it personally, and he knew that no matter what, it would forever be linked with his name. Calling it off would have represented a bitter personal defeat, with all the repercussions that might have in the Stalinist regime. Not only did he refuse to recall his attacking formations, he chose now, of all moments, to insert his 2 reserve formations, 21st and 23rd Tank Corps, into the battle, setting them in motion to the west. He was not a completely free agent, however. He could only have issued those orders after close consultation with Stalin and the Stavka. Most of the officers around Stalin, the deputy chief of the general staff, A.M. Vasilevsky, for example, could read a map as well as anyone, and by the end of May 17th, the first day of the German offensive, it was clear to them that a disaster was about to overtake the Soviet Sixth Army and the other forces in the salient. Stalin, however, remained optimistic. Just days before, he had been rejoicing in the good news coming out of the Izium salient. The German line pried open, one enemy division after another mauled to the point of destruction. Kharkov about to be plucked like a ripe apple. He had even been doing a bit of gloating, mocking those on the staff who had been gloomy about the prospects of the operation during its planning stages. Processing what had happened in the few days since then may simply have been impossible for someone with his preconceived notions and congenital optimism. At any rate, Stalin refused to intervene to block Timoshenko, and in the Stalinist system that meant that the advance would continue. It wasn't until the night of May 19th, 48 hours after the start of the German thrust, that Timoshenko decided to face the facts and to recall Sixth Army and Group Bobkin. By now, however, both formations were so far away from safety that they might as well have been an expeditionary force. Certainly, human agency played a key role in the looming disaster. It is important, however, not to reduce something as large and as complex as the Battle of Kharkov to a simple matter of personality. In the case of Soviet decision-making at Kharkov, the waters are even muddier than normal. Timoshenko's political commissar was one Nikita Khrushchev, who would later ascend to Stalin's chair and who would use Stalin's ineptitude at Kharkov as an effective club in his de-Stalinization campaign. Given the course of the fighting up to now and the capabilities of the engaged forces, it is entirely possible that none of the argument really mattered. The Germans had struck so rapidly and to such good effect that the Soviet grouping to the west may well have been doomed, no matter what Timoshenko or Stalin did or did not do during the first 2 days of the German counterstroke. Although anyone reading an account of the Battle of Kharkov will be tempted to cry, "Call off the offensive!" one must also recognize that doing so would have been far easier said than done. Timoshenko would have had to turn a great mechanized armada around on a dime, point it back the way it had come, rearrange its supply services, and reorganize its rear areas, and then drive it at top speed to the east. The entire way, it would have been under assault from an onrushing 1st Panzer Army. All this might well have constituted just another recipe for disaster. As to escaping, that had been out of the question since May 17th. The mouth of the salient was shrinking inexorably, and with the Luftwaffe prowling over the increasingly narrow lifeline to the great mass of Soviet forces fighting to the west, even something as simple as running supplies into the pocket by truck had become a suicide mission. Running a large tank force out of the pocket at this point would have been a fantasy. The fighting on May 20th saw the neck of the salient narrow to just 12 miles as 14th Panzer Division continued to drive north and took the village of Protopovka. By the next day, it was only 8 miles. One by one, the 6 bridges over the Donets upon which the Soviet forces to the west relied for their survival fell into German hands. That same day, Luftwaffe reconnaissance flights reported 2 dense Soviet columns of men and vehicles on the move. One was still moving toward the front through Alexeyevka. That would have been Timoshenko's 2 reserve tank corps. The other was heading in the exact opposite direction, from Krasnograd to the east, the original assault force. On May 22nd, the 2 columns collided, the precise moment that command and control within the Soviet army collapsed, paralyzing the entire immense force west of the Donets. Opportunity was knocking, and the Wehrmacht was not the sort of army to ignore it. It was now time to tweak the plan. Originally, the role of 6th Army was to sit in place, defend itself in a broad arc around Kharkov, and passively receive the onrushing 1st Panzer Army. The stabilization of the situation in front of the city, however, as well as the signs of dissolution in the Soviet ranks, led the High Command to order Paulus into action. Paulus now had the 51 Corps, 44th Division, 3rd and 23rd Panzer Divisions, launch a short thrust of its own to the south out of Balakleya. On May 22nd, the 14th Panzer Division of Mackinson's 3 Panzer Corps made contact with 51 Corps just southwest of Balakleya, thus formally sealing off the pocket west of Izium. To be sure, there would be some hard fighting yet. For the Wehrmacht, closing off an encirclement was not an end in itself, but only the beginning of a concentric assault on the trapped forces. No sooner had the panzer divisions met at Balakleya than they wheeled in unison to the left, slamming into the rear of Soviet forces still fighting to the west. For their part, The Soviet formations inside the Kessel did not sit passively and wait to surrender. They made a series of desperate attempts to break out of their constantly shrinking perimeter. It may well be that Soviet infantry inside the pocket did link arms, 1941 style, shout "Hurrah!" and storm the nearest German outpost, only to be slaughtered by machine gun fire. At least one German report says so. What was certain is that this was a different kind of pocket from those of 1941, which were largely infantry. This one included a major force of uncommitted armor, 2 complete tank corps, which launched a series of breakout attempts in the course of the next few days. The most serious was probably the one heading due east toward Petrovskaya on May 25th, which managed to smash its way through the encirclement and was in turn vaporized by a combination of Stuka fire and Mackinson's panzers. By the next day, all that was left was a pocket perhaps 10 miles from north to south and 2 from west to east, seething with explosions, death, and destruction. Marshal Bock actually stood on a hilltop observation post and watched the whole thing through his field glasses. He was stunned by the destruction he was witnessing. The picture was the same everywhere. Being squeezed ever harder, the enemy still made attempts to break out here and there, but was on the verge of collapse. I could see from a hill southeast of Lozovaya that the pounding the smoking pocket was taking from our batteries on all sides was being answered only weakly by the Russians. Masses of prisoners streamed to the rear, while our panzers and elements of the 1st Mountain Infantry Division passed them as they advanced to attack. It was, he said, an overwhelming scene. By May 28th, it was over. Another immense Soviet force had surrendered to the encircling Germans and marched off to a fate that is often called the uncertainty of captivity, but which in Nazi Germany was all too certain. The mass of prisoners included virtually all of 6th and 57th Armies, Group Bubkin, and the 21st and 23rd Tank Corps, at least 240,000 men, over 1,200 tanks, and 2,600 guns. The clearest sign of the absolute nature of the German triumph, as well as the severity of the fighting, was the shocking number of Soviet commanders and staff who were among the casualties. They included General F.I. Kostenko, commander of the Southern Front, whose 9th Army bore the brunt of Kleist's assault; General K.P. Podlas, commander of the 57th Army, along with his chief of staff, his army commissar, and his chief of artillery; the commanders of the 47th, 150th, and 337th Rifle Divisions; General Bubkin, and the list goes on and on. The most noteworthy, perhaps, given his role in this battle, was General Gorodniansky, the 6th Army commander and author of the great Soviet breakthrough on May 12th. Just 17 days after his greatest triumph, he apparently shot himself rather than fall into German captivity. Any post-mortem on all this must admit that shoddy Soviet handling of the battle contributed to the slaughter. Indeed, a post-war German analysis recognized the special characteristic of this victory: the operational maneuvers, operativen Bewegungen, that gave German forces the possibility of conducting an annihilation attack, Vernichtungsangriff, were by and large carried out by the enemy. After the difficult winter they had endured, the participating German formations would hardly have been able to carry out such maneuvers this early in the year. It had begun with the Soviet winter offensive, the Barvenkovo-Lozovaya operation in January that had created the salient in the first place. It had continued with the Soviet double pincer toward Kharkov, and it had climaxed with the tenacious continuation of the Russian attack even after May 17th, which consumed so much of the striking power of the bulk of the enemy's forces, or drawn them so far away from the dangerous blow delivered by Army Group Kleist that they were unable to intervene in sufficient time. Nevertheless, even allowing for this unexpected level of Soviet cooperation, Kharkov was one of the greatest triumphs in the long history of the German army. The peculiarities of a salient battle had assisted the Germans, but once again the Wehrmacht had demonstrated equal doses of operational skill and aggression. It had warded off at least one of the first massive Soviet blows, the drive on Kharkov out of the Volchansk salient to the north, which bought it enough time to concentrate a killing blow against the other. It had to junk the original plan for Frederikus for a two-pronged drive into the salient and come up with another one on the fly. Kleist's drive from the south had to be quick before the Soviets could concentrate against it. Luckily, he had in General von Mackensen and the 3 Panzer Corps one of the most aggressive commands in the German order of battle. Mackensen was a throwback, not simply in terms of his bloodlines, although they were significant. In terms of his aggression and drive, his ruthlessness to the enemy and his own men alike. He would have been as perfectly at home in the old Prussian army as his father had been. For the most part, Kleist let him do what he wanted in battle, and Mackensen almost always repaid the trust. The result was as neat and as simple a Kesselschlacht as any German army has ever fought. The cost had not been inconsequential, nearly 7,000 casualties from Mackensen's 3 Panzer Corps alone. Yet it was a price that was seemingly well within the limits for a battle of annihilation, and Kharkov fit that description as well as any battle in German history. Within days of Kharkov, in fact, Mackensen was off to new adventure further east. The great Kesselschlacht did not end the fighting along the Donetsk line. There were still other preliminary operations to be carried out before the onset of Operation Blue. With another great victory in the books, it seemed to Hitler and Halder to be a propitious time to smash as many major Soviet formations as he could before the great drive to the Volga and Caucasus. First came Operation Wilhelm, aimed at encircling and destroying the Soviet 28th Army at Volchansk. It was scheduled for June 7th, then pushed back because of the rain until June 10th, and involved concentric attacks by 8 Corps coming down from the north and Mackensen's 3 Panzer Corps coming up from the north. They would meet on the Borluk River and seal off another impressive pocket. By now, Mackensen was carrying a particularly sharp sword, the 14th, 16th, and 22nd Panzer Divisions, plus 60th Motorized Division. He also had operational control of 51 Corps, forming a temporary Group von Mackensen. The operation went smoothly, with Mackensen launching a night attack that took Soviet 28th Army completely by surprise. With his mobile formations slicing through the defenses in front of him and his infantry corps providing flank protection, he linked up with 8 Corps on June 13th. The fighting ended only 2 days after that, with another 21,000 prisoners falling into German hands. The weather had been terrible and the roads awful, however, and it was clear that large elements of 28th Army were able to slip the trap. Operation Wilhelm was a disappointment to the Germans, and it continues to be treated as such, but that only shows how high the Wehrmacht's expectations had become and how historians have tended to follow suit. In another time and place, an attack by limited forces that cleared a major portion of enemy territory and resulted in 21,000 prisoners would have been considered a signal victory. Similar things might be said of the next operation. Hitler and Halder were still interested in a drive by Sixth Army over the Donets, in other words, their original conception for Friedrichus II, before Timoshenko had disrupted their plans. With Operation Wilhelm concluded, Soviet 38th Army now occupied a shallow salient of its own in front of the Oskol River, between Kupiansk in the north and Izium in the south. By now, there was a certain anxiety on the part of the field commanders, Bock of Army Group South in particular, about these constant nibbling operations. The preparations for Operation Blue had gone on for so long now that the field formations were anxious to get it underway, with Bock warning that every day it was postponed was a loss, a casualty that would never be replaced. Nevertheless, on June 22nd, Operation Friedrichus II began. Once again, it starred Mackensen's 3 Panzer Corps, which slashed its way into the Soviet bulge from the north toward Kupiansk and Gorochovadka. The southern pincer consisted of 44 Corps, which crossed the Donets on both sides of Izium. 2 days later, the spearheads met, with Mackensen having covered 80% of the distance. The fighting was over on June 26th. The west bank of the Oskol had been cleared, and the fighting had been surprisingly easy. Soviet 38th Army had largely escaped, but Friedrichus II still managed to trap another 13,000 men. Kharkov, the German view. Surveying the amazing scene of destruction in the Kharkov pocket just after the battle, Field Marshal von Kleist was wide-eyed. The battlefield demonstrated the harshness of the struggle. In places of the heaviest fighting, the ground is so thickly covered with the bodies of men and horses, as far as the eye can see, that it is only with difficulty that you can find a path for your tank. The German official history of the Kharkov pocket, found in Volume 6 of the series Das Deutsche Reich und der Zweite Weltkrieg, the German Reich and the Second World War, was not written until 1990. By that late date, the author purported to detect evidence of a certain psychological shock in the field marshal's comments, a sense that perhaps things were starting to go wrong. Mackensen's observations that the enemy's conduct of operations was more fanatic, more ruthless, more consistent than it had been in 1941 gets the same treatment. Mackensen went on to say, "The Red leadership risked everything. It made big, clear decisions and then did everything it could to carry it out. Commanders and troops followed through far more than in the previous year. Red armor and cavalry displayed incredible guts, Schneid, and a willingness to fight to the death." It may have looked like an easy victory, Mackensen concluded, but those who were there knew that it had only been won with our last strength. Both Kleist and Mackensen had been impressed by the fierceness and destructiveness of the battle, to be sure. Investing their comments with any sort of premonitory angst, however, is reading history backward. Not only do we know that the disaster of Stalingrad was looming just up the road, but we also live in a highly psychologized age, sensitive to all sorts of concerns and subtexts that once flew by completely unnoticed. Even the official history has to admit that the inner mood of the generals is very difficult to fix from the sources. In fact, we might say that Kleist was doing what many German commanders had done in different times and places. He was touring the site of his most recent annihilation victory and surveying the destruction, perhaps even reveling in such a vivid display of his own power. Although it might not be in harmony with current sensitivities, the tendency in 1942 would have been to exaggerate the mayhem and destruction within the pocket, not to minimize it. And there is really no evidence from his comment that Kleist was particularly disturbed by it one way or another. As to Mackinson's alleged forebodings, they were simply preamble to his discussion of the victory. He analyzed it, in fact, in traditional German terms, attributing it to high morale and bravery of the German troops, the independence of their leaders, the impact of surprise, and the massive level of dedicated air support. Far from feeling a foreshadowing of doom as they hurtled ever deeper into the Soviet Union then, German commanders must have been feeling 10 feet tall. Reading opinions expressed at the time leaves a different impression from the emotional hand-wringing perceived by the official history. The officer corps may well have been shaken by Kharkov. All battle is traumatic, and the surprise with which this one began may have made it more traumatic than most. But drowning out those doubts was exultation at the way the battle had ended. The Militär Wochenblatt's reportage on Kharkov may be taken as typical. The first mention of it in the May 29th issue presented it mainly as a tribute to the heroism of the German defenders. This was entirely in keeping with the uncertain mood at the front, where an outnumbered German defensive line was facing the first great Soviet tank attack of the war. The heavy impact of the attack allowed the strength of the German defense to appear in all its brilliance. By holding off the Soviet thrust for 6 long days, the defenders gained time for the development of the German counterattack. It wasn't satisfied with simply throwing back the Soviets frontally and reestablishing the German front. Instead, it strove from the start for an encirclement, Einkesselung, literally a kettling, and annihilation of the enemy. The decisive operation that led to the severing of the supply line to the main Bolshevist attack group succeeded by May 20th. At that point, a concentric attack, i.e., one directed against the mass of encircled forces, could begin. Just that, simply, the Battle of Kharkov, which Timoshenko had initiated with such high hopes, and which was seen as the beginning of the end of the German campaign in the East, had morphed into a serious defeat for the Soviets. By the next issue, the full impact of the fighting had made itself felt. It was nothing less than a new German annihilation victory, the Kesselschlacht of Kharkov. A powerful blow had fallen on the enemy. Timoshenko, once again facing his old enemy from last year, Marshal Bock, had lost 3 armies, 20 rifle divisions, 7 cavalry divisions, and 14 tank brigades. Soviet losses included 240,000 prisoners, 1,249 tanks, and an indeterminate number of battle casualties. Although the haul of prisoners was not as large as last year's encirclement battles, the number of tanks captured had been proportionally much higher. It was a sign of a new Soviet way of war, said the Wochenblatt, a sign that even the Bolshevik reservoir of manpower is not inexhaustible. But the style of attack didn't matter. The German defenders managed to ward off Timoshenko's schematic encirclement maneuvers and pincer movements, Umfassungsmanövern und Zangenbewegungen, while the German High Command was making preparations to transform a would-be success into a canny. While the Bolshevik main body was held fast by iron claws in north and south, hindering the expansion of the breach, the panzers of General von Kleist broke through in lightning-quick fashion from Kramatorsk to Balakleya, linking up with the panzers driving down from the north. They cut the lifeline of the penetrating forces and laid down an iron bolt on the door to his lines, one that resisted all attempts at relief. With German forces from Krasnograd going over to a counterattack, the Bolsheviks were encircled, eingekesselt, and handed over to destruction. It was, said the Wochenblatt, a masterfully executed operation, one that corresponded to its design and exceeded its own lofty expectations. Another example of this literature of exultation appeared in Die Wehrmacht, a magazine aimed at the more general reader. In With a Panzer Division at Kharkov, the year's first Kesselschlacht, the well-known military correspondent Wilfried von Ofen described his experience riding into the fighting with one of Kleist's mobile formations. He saw the battle as a sign to the world that the harsh winter just past had robbed the German Wehrmacht of none of its striking power. The success was colossal. As if springing up from the ground, German panzers had appeared in an area that the enemy had regarded as his own rear area of operations, and they had come not from the front, but from even further behind. The surprise was complete, and it completely upset the opponent's good judgment. Confusion, even panic, gripped the opponent. He turned aimlessly to the north, then to the south and west. Where was the enemy? Ofen suddenly realizes that the Soviet armies opposite have no idea what is happening to them. They are unable to form any overall picture of the mobile German operation. Just as fast as the German panzers appeared, then they vanished again. The division had a new task, the third and last phase of forming the Kessel. A Kampfgruppe, formed from reconnaissance and armored elements, drove to the north, followed by the main body. It was to make contact with forces coming down from the north, from Kharkov. And then it happens, the moment of victory. In the midst of a lively artillery engagement, we see flares rise in the north. They come from our own troops. A little later, we make a radio contact, and then comes an armored car with the commander of the detachment coming from the north. As he reaches out his hand to our general, the Kessel was symbolically closed. It was precisely 6 days after the division had gone into action. The German advantage, Ofen wrote, had been leadership, which towered high over that of the Bolshevist enemy. It was, he said, sober and clear in its estimate of the enemy's situation and our own, bold in its planning, and lightning quick in its execution. Conclusion. Springtime for the Wehrmacht? It is hard to argue with any of Ofen's rhetoric, or even to see it as especially exaggerated. The Battle of Kharkov was an exclamation point on an already amazing spring. At Kerch, Manstein had proved that a Kesselschlacht and a battle of annihilation were still possible against the Soviet army. At Kharkov, Bock and Kleist showed that it could still be easy as it had been in the summer of 1941 when the Wehrmacht had been tearing great chunks out of the Red Army seemingly at will. The two battles had accounted for a grand total of 6 Soviet armies and took no less than 410,000 prisoners. Along with the fall of Sevastopol, the figure would rise to 500,000. After the shock in front of Moscow and the long winter doldrums, the German way of war, bold in its planning and lightning quick in its execution, once again seemed to be working to perfection. The long winter was finally over. Spring had returned, and it was apparent that the old truths still applied. An army armed and trained to fight Bewegungskrieg short and lively campaigns ending in decisive operational-level victory with minimal friendly losses, had once again found its métier. Manstein in the Kerch Peninsula and Kleist at Kharkov had both achieved the ideal of the German way of war, Vernichtungssieg, the annihilating victory. It was a particular kind of win, the kind in which you captured most of the enemy command staff and buried those you didn't, or where you ended the campaign blasting artillery rounds into helpless masses of enemy soldiers desperately trying to evacuate the mainland. They were victories in which you didn't simply beat the enemy army, but dismantled it into its component parts, then stood and surveyed its ruins. Today, of course, it is possible to study the situation carefully and to see clear warning signs for the Germans. None of these victories would have been possible without the deployment of virtually the entire Luftwaffe on the southern front in 3 relatively constricted pieces of airspace: the Kerch Peninsula, the Izium salient, and the southwestern corner of the Crimea. How possible would it be to do that in Operation Blue, a campaign that intended to overrun the entire bend of the mighty Don River, then drive for the Volga River and the Caucasus Mountains? The German supply situation, never a high priority for this army, was as abysmal as ever. Replacements of men and materiel were nowhere near the losses, and virtually every unit going into Operation Blue was starting the operation under its allotted strength. The situation of the railroad net, the lifeline of the German army in the east, could best be described as catastrophic. It is equally clear that the Soviets were learning a thing or two as well. There had been definite improvement in their use of combined arms, in particular the use of armor, air, and artillery. The opening moments of Timoshenko's mechanized offensive at Kharkov had thrown a scare into the Wehrmacht, soldiers and commanders alike. Things were likely to get a whole lot worse on that score as dismantled and reassembled Soviet industries began to gear up east of the Urals. There were warning signs, certainly, although we must resist the temptation to see them as predictors of inevitable failure. The question is, could the Germans see them? Could military minds that were not simply the product of decades of education, but centuries of tradition, really break free of that context? Could they perceive the true nature of their predicament and devise alternative ways of proceeding? This was an army, after all, fighting operations named Frederick I, Frederick II, and Wilhelm. Its cutting edge of late, the tough 3 Panzer Corps, was commanded by a general named Mackensen. The formation that had driven south to meet Mackenson's and close the Kharkov pocket was 51 Corps, commanded by a man with another famous Prussian name, General Walter von Seydlitz-Kurzbach. One can be forgiven for occasionally asking, which war is this anyway? The answer is, it was a German war. It was proceeding along deeply traditional operational lines under the direction of a military caste whose roots ran deep into the history of Prussia-Germany, and it seemed to be going quite well at the moment. Indeed, as the German panzers were fueling up for Operation Blue, more good news was arriving in what had already been a wonderful campaigning season. On the Führer's special train, where the Nazi leader was returning to Berlin from Munich after having attended a funeral of one of his old fighters, this word of yet another in a long run of decisive victories was cause for rejoicing. As was his wont of late, the Führer expressed his joy by handing out another field marshal's baton on the spot. In Washington, D.C., the news got a somewhat cooler reception, as two great men, rulers of empire and cornerstones of the anti-German coalition, were meeting in the White House to discuss their strategy for defeating Hitler. A shocking telegram suddenly arrived to upset their calculations and to trouble their counsels. Tobruk had fallen. Chapter 4. Battering the British. Gazala and Tobruk. More than any other theater of the war, North Africa has been the realm of myth. The desert was far more than mere terrain here, but an empty quarter where mechanized armies could roam free, liberated from towns and hills, choke points, and blocking positions. It was a war of near absolute mobility, especially for the tanks. The standard metaphor in the literature is ships at sea. Tanks could sail where they wished, set out on bold end runs around the enemy flank, then emerge out of the wastes to deal well-timed, devastating blows to their enemies. Without the encumbrance of terrain features, it is often said, armored engagements had a purity to them, giving each battle the cut and thrust of a good chess match. Finally, in a landscape without civilians, the contending armies could fight cleanly, without having to worry about the moral ambiguities of occupation duty or the suppression of partisans in their rear. In our own day, in a fevered environment in which every last soldier in the Wehrmacht is routinely described as a racist and a war criminal, only the desert still has the reputation of being a war without hate. In fact, this image of the Desert War is an attractive construction, but little of it is true. The desert was not a thing of beauty or romance. It was a pain for the most part, and fighting in it was a nightmare for both sides. Far from allowing tank fleets to roam free, the desert chained them inexorably to their supply lines. This was, after all, a theater in which not only ammunition and food, but every single drop of water had to be shipped in from the outside. A single failed supply convoy or a waylaid column of trucks could stop a division dead in its tracks. As to the mobility of desert warfare, both sides would spend far more time in static positions, often quite elaborate ones, with trenches, rifle pits, barbed wire, and hundreds of thousands of mines than they did in motion. The British fortified box on the Gazala line may well be a more characteristic feature of desert war than the tank charge. Finally, there certainly were civilians in the desert, thousands of them scattered all over and around the various battlefields. They were on the radar screen of neither contending army, and even today, they remain all but invisible in the story of a war that took place in their homes. The Desert War gave rise to one other undying myth, that of Erwin Rommel. 60 years later, he remains one of the stars of World War II. The Desert Fox has had countless biographies written about him, and there are more movies about him than all the other German generals put together. For those who grew up in a certain generation, indeed, his physiognomy will forever be conflated with that of British actor James Mason. Every student of the war knows the Rommel myth. He was a brilliant, thoroughly apolitical soldier. He was no Nazi, and he fought a good, clean fight in the desert, earning a well-deserved reputation as one of history's greatest commanders. After belatedly realizing the demonic nature of the regime he served, he took an active part in the plot to kill the Führer, was discovered, and committed suicide in return for a promise not to harm his family. In fact, not one of these statements is really true. Rommel was hardly apolitical. His entire career was based on Hitler's favor, and his attitude toward the Führer might reasonably be described as worshipful. He was very much Hitler's fair-haired boy, a young officer who was repeatedly promoted over more senior and sometimes more deserving candidates thanks to Hitler's intervention. His exploits at the head of the Africa Corps were exciting to be sure, but there are many good analysts who reckon them as an ultimately valueless sideshow. His disinterest in the dreary science of logistics, his love of action, his tendency to fly off wherever the fighting was hottest, all these may make a good movie, but they are disastrous in an army commander under modern conditions, and they all contributed materially to his ultimate failure in the desert. Still, Rommel fascinates us, doubtless because he was such a modern figure. Everything about him, his rugged good looks, his just-so poses, even his designer goggles, stamp him as someone we instinctively recognize, the media creation. Nazi propaganda painted him not only as a garden-variety hero, but as a model National Socialist and Aryan, a man who could overcome materially stronger enemies through sheer force of will. He was not merely a passive bystander to the creation of his own myth. He was an active accomplice. He loved nothing better than having a camera crew along with him while on campaign, and he would regularly order scenes to be reshot if his posture was insufficiently heroic or the lighting had not shown him to his best advantage. As with many in his position, his relationship to the media was both self-serving and ultimately self-destructive. During the years of victory, the German propaganda machine used him as an example to the nation. When things went sour, he became a diversion from the increasingly bad news on other more important fronts. Finally, when he was no longer useful for any purpose at all, the regime dropped him altogether and eventually killed him. Beneath the veneer of modernity, however, Rommel's story is an old one, and the man himself in many ways a throwback who would have felt right at home in the old Prussian army. His dash and drive, his instinctive distrust of any higher authority save the liege lord, formerly a Hohenzollern, now Hitler, even the distrust he engendered among so many fellow officers, all these traits fit into the well-tried Prussian historical pattern. Frederick the Great's top cavalryman, Hans Joachim Zieten for the Hussars and Friedrich Wilhelm Seydlitz for the battle cavalry, also won few friends over the course of their careers, but they always had the confidence of the one man they needed. We may see Rommel, in fact, as the last of one of the oldest Prussian traditions of all. The ambitious and energetic outsider. He was not Prussian, but a Württemberger of Swabian ancestry. The gifted foreigner without a pedigree who decided to throw in his lot with the King of Prussia and offer his talents to the Army of the Mark. It is a long and distinguished list, beginning with Brandenburg's first great field marshal, Georg von Derfflinger. The hero of Fehrbellin was an Austrian, a journeyman tailor, and a young man so poor he couldn't afford to pay the boatman for passage over the Elbe. His military career began in the Swedish army, and he only joined the Prussians when he was in his 60s. Field Marshal Blücher came from a long line of soldiers from the Principality of Mecklenburg. He joined the Swedish army as a cavalry officer in 1758 during the 7 Years' War, and he entered Prussian service only after being taken prisoner in 1760. The Prussian state had always prided itself on opening its doors to foreigners, provided they had talent. The presence of so many obviously non-German names within the officer corps, Dumoulin and Heinrizi and François, emphasizes the point. Typically, these men took eagerly to Prussian ways, and in fact, they spent their entire careers trying to out-Prussian their colleagues. That is, displaying unusually high levels of aggression and drive, even within an army where both traits were already highly pronounced. He's gone insane. Rommel in Africa. When Rommel arrived in Africa, he brought with him a fully realized art of war. This was the same man who had earned a pour le mérite for a series of nail-biting mountain exploits in the Caporetto campaign in 1917, and who had commanded the 7th Panzer Division during Case Yellow. The French campaign saw Rommel behaving not so much like a traditional divisional commander as an 18th century hussar cut loose on a raiding mission. Historians typically concentrate on his personal brio in helping his assault troops cross the Meuse at Dinant on May 14th. In fact, his characteristic moment of the campaign was the drive into Avesnes on the night of May 16th to 17th. With the high command getting increasingly jittery about the separation between the armored forces and their supporting infantry, and trying hard to rein in the panzer divisions, Rommel deliberately turned off his divisional radios to avoid recall. He was present with his lead elements as they embarked on a bold nighttime joyride that actually caught elements of the French 5th Motorized Division in bivouac. With its vehicles lined up along both sides of the road like targets in a shooting gallery, Rommel's troopers drove into, over, and through them, firing wildly from all barrels. He later commented, "The method that I have ordered of driving into the enemy with all guns firing has worked magnificently. It costs us a lot of ammunition, but it saves tanks and lives. The enemy have not found any answer to this method yet. When we come up on them like this, their nerves fail." It was an amazing moment, described by one German source as apocalyptic. The death of a division caught completely flat-footed, and like so many highlights of Rommel's career, a seemingly made-for-cinema moment. Consider this description by one German soldier at Avesnes. "I have never seen anything like the scenes along Rommel's route of advance. His tanks had run into a French division coming down the same road, and they had just kept on advancing right on past it. For the next 5 or 6 miles, there were hundreds of trucks and tanks, some driven into the ditches, others burnt out, many still carrying dead or injured. More and more Frenchmen came out of the fields and woods with abject fear written on their faces and their hands in the air. From up front came the short, sharp crack of the guns of our tanks, which Rommel was personally directing. Standing upright in his ACV, armored command vehicle, with 2 staff officers, his cap pushed back, urging everybody ahead." For the rest of the night, Rommel simply drove up to clumps of French men and tanks, commanding them to surrender. He indicated to the French by sign language that they were to lay their weapons down and that the war was over for them. Before the night was out, the French II Corps had melted away in panic. The 1st Armored Division was completely destroyed, and elements of at least 5 other divisions fell into German hands. Rommel's own losses in the Avesnes raid were 40 killed in action and 75 wounded. The raid on Avesnes earned 7th Panzer the French nickname the Ghost Division, La Division Fantôme, for its tendency to drop off the situation maps and reappear where least expected. There were many in the German High Command, up to and including General Franz Halder, who didn't much like having a ghost division in their order of battle, one that tended to drop off German situation maps from time to time, too. As for the commander himself, it was impossible to court-martial such a successful general, so Rommel instead got the Knight's Cross. Rommel in Africa would look a great deal like Rommel in France, the hussar on the prowl. His orders, from Hitler, from the General Staff, and from his nominal superior, General Italo Garibaldi, commander of the North African Theater, were unanimous and explicit. Until he had a significant force under his command, he was not to seek a decisive action against the British. His force was merely to function as a Sperrband, a blocking force to bolster the Italians and prevent them from withdrawing to Tripoli without a fight. It was a reasonable request. Rommel's initial force was tiny, consisting of little more than the reconnaissance battalion and an anti-tank detachment of the 5th Light Division. The rest of the division was still en route, and the 15th Panzer Division would not arrive until the end of May. This was a campaign for which no advance planning had been done. Before 1939, there was hardly a soul in the German General Staff who had envisioned a major war outside of Europe. The German army had fought colonial campaigns, including, for example, the brutal suppression of the Hereros in southwest Africa in 1904, and General Paul von Lettow-Vorbeck's guerrilla war in German East Africa during World War I, but the colonies were gone now, and no one of any importance in German planning circles envisioned a repeat performance. There were hardly even any maps, and Rommel would command a fair share of the campaigns to come on the basis of the compass and the odometer. Nevertheless, Rommel arrived in Africa looking for an opening to launch an attack. It was a critical moment in the desert. After the signal British victory over the Italian army at Beta Fomme in February, General Richard O'Connor might have booted the Italians out of Tripoli altogether. Instead, he got cancelled, with London stripping him of his best units and sending them off to Greece. British Middle Eastern Command disbanded O'Connor's 13 Corps and replaced it with a static Cyrenaica Command under General Sir Philip Neame. O'Connor, one of Britain's only proven field commanders, moved upstairs to an administrative post, commander of British troops in Egypt. The unit with the most experience in the desert, the 7th Armored Division, went back to Egypt, where it was scattered all over the country on various duties. Taking its place in the British line at El Agheila was the inexperienced 2nd Armored Division. One of the division's brigades was armed with a number of captured Italian tanks, M1340s. Their performance in the campaign thus far could hardly have been a confidence booster for the British, but at least their sturdy Fiat engines made them more mechanically reliable than the British Crusader. Rommel was an aggressive fighting general. He was facing green troops, a green commander, and a static command. He had his orders, but he had ignored orders in the past and been decorated for it. After linking up with his Italian partners, Ariete Armored Division and the infantry divisions of 10 Corps, Bologna and Pavia, and carrying out a rudimentary personal reconnaissance, he decided to strike. It began on March 24th, with 3rd Reconnaissance Battalion probing the British defenses at El Agheila. The defenders pulled out without a fight. Continuing on to Mersa El Brega on March 31st, the Germans met British tanks for the first time. This was a tough little fight. Rommel combined a frontal assault with a carefully reconnoitered flanking movement to the north, that is, between the British position and the sea, and hit the infantry in the Mersa El Brega defile with a concentric attack. A final rush by 8th Machine Gun Battalion cracked open the British position, captured 30 trucks and 50 Bren gun carriers, and sent the survivors scooting back up the Via Balbia toward Agadabia. Rommel pursued them here, pausing only to take a number of phone calls and radio messages from both Berlin and Rome, warning him not to do anything rash. At Agadabia, Rommel once again fought a battle of maneuver. He hit the defenders frontally with 5th Light Division's infantry and machine gun units, then sent his panzers on a ride around their open desert flank to the south. In the course of the fighting, he mauled 5th Royal Tank Regiment, destroying about 25 enemy tanks. The Germans entered Agadabia on April 2nd. These had been 3 tiny encounters, barely more than regimental-sized, but it was now clear to Rommel that he had unhinged the entire British defensive position in Cyrenaica. His reconnaissance in force, the phrase he used to sell his move to his superiors, now became a general offensive. There were 3 simultaneous thrusts. On his left, the Italian Brescia Division and the 3rd Reconnaissance Battalion drove along the coastal road, harrying the British retreat. On the far right, elements of 5th Light Division and the Reconnaissance Battalion of the Ariete Armored Division made a wide sweep into the open desert across the base of the Great Cyrenaican Bulge, heading toward Derna on the coastal road in order to cut off the British retreat. In between them, the main body of Rommel's armor, 5th Panzer Regiment, elements of 5th Light Division, and Ariete, drove for the British supply depots at Messus and Mechili. In the face of the onslaught, the British front in Cyrenaica crumbled. There was hardly a single battle in the advance. The left column took Agadabia on April 2nd, Benghazi on the 4th, Derna on the 7th. The central tank-heavy column reached Messus and Mechili on April 6th. Here it captured a mountain of British supplies and stores of all types, including the gasoline that would fuel the rest of the German drive eastward, as well as the commander of the 2nd Armored Division and his entire headquarters staff. The next day, the head of the column reached Gazala. The British rear was in chaos. On April 6th, a German motorcycle patrol stopped a car wandering in the dark, obviously lost. Inside it was the British commander in Cyrenaica, General Neame, as well as General O'Connor himself, both of whom went into German captivity. The capture of the generals heralded the complete collapse of the British command structure in Cyrenaica just 1 week into the fighting. By April 11th, the Germans had surrounded the coastal fortress of Tobruk, while smaller formations pressed on to the east, taking Bardia and reaching the Egyptian border at Saloum and Fort Capuzzo. This was top-speed maneuver, and the distances involved far exceeded the European conditions with which Rommel was familiar. Indeed, he had come over 600 miles in less than 2 weeks. But 600 miles to where? Rommel had lunged to the Egyptian border in one great bound, but now he had an unconquered fortress sitting at his rear, a serious threat to his lines of communication and supply. His attempts to storm Tobruk went badly wrong. In the Easter Battle, April 10th to 14th, and the Battle of the Salient, April 30th to May 4th, the defenders from the 9th Australian Division hung tough. Minefields channeled the German attack, while direct fire from artillery, anti-tank guns, and supporting tanks shot up the assault force quite badly and killed General Heinrich von Prittwitz, commander of 15th Panzer Division. Like all great German generals of the past, Rommel excelled at the war of movement, but a grinding Stellungskrieg like this could make any commander look mortal. Tobruk not only remained unconquered, but its very presence rendered Rommel's drive across the desert pointless. Indeed, for all the fame it had brought Rommel outside of Germany, This first campaign won him few friends among the command echelons in Berlin. He had proven himself to be a master of space and time, able to drive wherever he wished at top speed, generating enormous excitement and headlines back home. Beyond that, what had he accomplished? At the end of April, General Halder sent his quartermaster general, General Friedrich Paulus, down to North Africa. His mission? Meet with Rommel, who had apparently gone insane, to try to talk some sense into him. It is difficult to disagree with the chief of the general staff in that assessment, nor in the following comments. Rommel hasn't given us a clear report for days. I have the feeling something's wrong. All the comments I read in the officers' reports or in personal letters indicate that Rommel is in no way up to his leadership task. He storms around all day long with formations strewn all over the place, launches reconnaissance missions, fritters away his troops. Not one person has an overall view of the deployment of the troops or their battle worthiness. Although it is easy to see Halder's kvetch as the complaint of a conservative and perhaps envious desk jockey against an overly bold man in the field, there was more going on here. It wasn't simply that Rommel was ignoring his logistics. Running mobile operations on a logistical shoestring was the way the Prusso-German army had done business for centuries, and it is instructive to note that Halder's complaint never even mentions the subject. Those devout soldiers who had just won the dramatic victory at Leuthen in 1757, and who camped afterward on the battlefield singing the traditional hymn, Nun danket alle Gott, were doing so on empty stomachs. The same was true for the victorious host at Königgrätz in 1866. Same hymn, same hunger. Logistics was a problem that the clerks were supposed to solve as best they could, freeing the operational genius to concentrate on his maneuver scheme. In fact, the Germans didn't even use the word. This was still an army that relied on good old-fashioned supply, Nachschub or Versorgung in German, a much narrower concept that implied little beyond keeping forward units' haversacks, ammunition pouches, nose bags, and gas tanks reasonably full. The Wehrmacht's problem with Rommel went beyond logistics. It touched on the nature of the operations themselves. By the long-term standards of German war-making, Rommel's opening blow was hardly the triumphal parade portrayed in the popular histories. It had featured no real breakthrough. There had been no enemy position to break. There had been no Kesselschlacht. The tiny force commitment on both sides had rendered it impossible. Because he had threatened no vital British interest, the British saw no need to throw an army in front of him in order to defend it. The absence of this dynamic, the motor of decisive German operations for centuries past, meant that there couldn't be any real Vernichtungssieg, no victory of annihilation. Rommel's pocket-sized force had overrun a vast wasteland, but it hadn't destroyed anything. The Afrika Korps had advanced 600 miles from El Agheila, 900 miles from its supply base at Tripoli, and now sat precariously on the edge of nowhere. In that sense, although Rommel had shown a satisfying level of aggression, something the entire officer corps understood, most of them saw his drive to the Egyptian border as a misfire. Halder was simply speaking for many. Subsequent operations deserve the same critical eye. As a relative calm settled over the theater, it was clear to both sides that Rommel had conquered himself into an impasse, unable to take Tobruk and equally unable to advance any further into Egypt without it. His forces had by now grown to 3 German divisions. The original 5th Light Division was upgraded to 21st Panzer Division in October 1941. Along with 15th Panzer Division, it formed half of the famous Afrika Korps. Rommel also had 90th Light Division, also called the Afrika Division, with specialized equipment and training for desert conditions. Unfortunately, the British had been reinforcing even faster than he had, which would be a recurring pattern in the Desert War, the result of British command of the sea and the Suez Canal. Where Rommel had a corps, the British had an army. On November 18, 1941, British Eighth Army, General Alan Cunningham, launched its first great offensive against Rommel, Operation Crusader. It was a 2-corps operation. A heavy armored force, 30 Corps, would swing around Rommel's southern flank and occupy Gabr Saleh. There it would wait for Rommel to approach and precipitate a great clash of the 2 armored fleets. Once the British had smashed the mass of German armor, another force, 13 Corps consisting of the infantry formations, would attack the Axis positions at Saloum frontally, breaking through and moving on to the relief of Tobruk. It worked, to a point. The flank drive by 30 Corps soon ran into trouble. The armored brigades rolled forward to Gabr Saleh and got no response. As a result, there was much milling about and confusion within the British ranks. When 22nd Armored Brigade on the extreme left finally did contact tanks at Bir Gubi, they were not Germans at all, but Italians of the Ariete Division. Soon, a full-fledged tank melee was underway here, sucking in virtually all of 22nd Armored and keeping it from its appointed round with the Afrika Korps. Moreover, 22nd Armored was new to the desert and suffered heavy losses, both to the Italians and to mechanical breakdown. With the 4th Armored Brigade deployed in a protective role, that left the attack in the hands of a single brigade, the 7th Armored. It rolled on to Gabr Saleh and beyond, heading toward the airfield at Sidi Rezig. As 7th Armored Brigade approached the airfield on November 20th, Rommel ambushed it, slamming into its rear with virtually the entire strength of the Afrika Korps. German tanks handled their British counterparts, mainly thin-skinned, undergunned cruiser tanks, and U.S. M3 Stuart cavalry tanks, honeys to the British, roughly, inflicting heavy casualties. In the course of the fighting, the other 2 British armored brigades arrived on the scene. November 22nd was a day of particularly heavy carnage around the airfield, with the smoke of hundreds of burning tanks raising the level of confusion. Superior German training eventually told, however, and by the end of the day, the remnants of all 3 British brigades were retreating from the melee. As darkness fell, the Germans landed a last blow when 15th Panzer Division inadvertently overran the headquarters of the 4th Armored Brigade. The fighting climaxed the next day, Totensonntag, the German Memorial Day for the dead of World War I. Just south of Sidi Rezig, Rommel forced the British back into a pocket with 7th Armored Division and the 1st South African Division under concentric attack from the south, Ariete, west, 21st Panzer Division, and east, 15th Panzer Division. A significant portion of the British force was able to escape, however, with the assistance of an attack by 6th New Zealand Brigade lying outside the pocket to the east. Losses were heavy on both sides. A Kesselschlacht under normal European conditions meant blocking perhaps 2 or 3 major roads. In the desert, it really did require 360-degree coverage, and no army of the day was capable of it. Certainly not Rommel's already well-blooded force. Nevertheless, the experience had apparently been unsettling enough for Cunningham. he began drafting orders for a general withdrawal of the army back into Egypt. Both his corps commanders, General A.R. Godwin Austen for 13 Corps and General Willoughby Norrie for 30 Corps, however, recommended continuing the offensive. Seconding their opinion was the imperturbable Commander-in-Chief, Middle Eastern Command, General Claude Auchinleck. The frontal assault by 13 Corps had overrun much of the Axis line from Saloum to Halfaya Pass, hellfire in the British vernacular, and it was clear that Rommel, too, had lost heavily in the Sidi-Rezegh battles. The thing to do now, they all felt, was to continue the offensive in conjunction with a breakout attack by the Tobruk garrison. Even Rommel would have trouble dealing with 3 simultaneous threats. Rommel, by contrast, felt that Toten-Sonntag had been a great victory, and all that remained was to deliver the killing blow. On the morning of November 24th, he scrounged up every vehicle he could find and accompanied them in person to begin his famous dash to the wire, a daring motorized strike deep into the British rear, aiming at the barbed wire entanglements on the Egyptian frontier. In the course of this wild ride, he overran in quick succession the headquarters of the 30 Corps, the 7th Armored Division, the 1st South African Division, the 7th Support Group, and the 7th Armored Brigade, unleashing panic as he went. He even came close to picking up another British commander for his collection, as Cunningham happened to be visiting 30 Corps headquarters. The drive finally stopped, unbeknownst to the Germans, less than 15 miles short of 8th Army headquarters and the entire store of water for 4 full divisions. Although it is hard to hear all this and not be caught up in the excitement, the dash to the wire was another of those famous moments in Rommel's career that proved to be pointless. British transport scattered, and the headquarters personnel got the shock of their lives, but the fighting troops stayed where they were, taking supply from 2 forward dumps. Even worse, with Rommel away, the Tobruk garrison had broken out over the Douda escarpment to the south and linked up with the New Zealanders of the relief force. By December 4th, Rommel had no choice but to retreat back to the Gazala line west of Tobruk. The British pursuit was none too vigorous, but still persistent. With his supplies gone and his own losses heavy, Rommel now decided to go all the way back to the point at which his offensive had started back in March, Elegela. Once again, the mobility of the Desert War is stunning, with routine advances of hundreds of miles on both sides. The Africa Corps usually did it faster than the British, but both sides had enjoyed their moments of riding free. There was a certain iron logic at work here, however, and neither side could escape its grip. Long advances did not simply take you away from your railhead, they took you several time zones from it. Supply became not just a problem, but the problem. Rommel was far more dangerous at Elegela, relatively close to Tripoli, than he was on the Egyptian wire 600 miles to the east. Likewise, the British were never more dangerous than when they were fighting with Egypt at their back, and never more helpless than when they had just overrun Cyrenaica. Before anyone was completely safe in this theater, one side or the other would have to be destroyed. Gazala. It should not be surprising, then, that once he was back at Elegela, Rommel turned the tables on the Allies one more time. In January 1942, after spending a few short weeks sorting out his forces after their long trek to the west, Rommel went back onto the offensive. Once again, in an eerie repeat of the 1941 campaign, the British had stripped their front before him. Last year it had been the Balkans, This year it was to shore up Britain's collapsing position in the Far East, which was then reeling under a series of Japanese hammer blows. For both sides, it seemed, there was always some place more important than Africa. Rommel's second offensive quickly bore fruit. Once again, the British had rotated their most experienced units back to Egypt and had placed yet another Green Unit, 1st Armored Division, in his path. Rommel's opening blow tied it in knots. A regimental-sized task force, Group Marks, got around the British right flank near the coast. The mass of Africa Corps, coming up around the enemy left, had more trouble. It got mired in the deep dunes of the interior and failed to arrive in time. Group Marks wound up riding clear around the British force. Although there were immense gaps in the attempted Kessel, having German mobile units prowling around in the rear was enough to send 1st Armored reeling back in utter disarray. In the next 2 weeks, Rommel reconquered Cyrenaica. It was even easier than the first time, perhaps the greatest hussar raid of all time. This was low-intensity fighting without a fully formed division in sight. It included few battles and generated minimal casualties. Spearheading the drive for the last 200 miles, in fact, were 2 tiny task forces, Group Marks and Group Geisler. By February 6th, Rommel was back on the Gazala line just east of the Cyrenaican Bulge and 35 miles west of Tobruk. Here, the hyper-movement of the Desert War ground to a halt. Both sides had wasted themselves racing back and forth and were, for the moment, incapable of further hostilities or even movement. For nearly 4 months, Axis and British forces would sit, facing each other. The Gazala position came to bear all the hallmarks of Stellungskrieg, adjusted for desert conditions. There were trenches, rifle pits, barbed wire, and machine gun nests. On the British side, fortified boxes, dense 360-degree concentrations of tank obstacles and anti-personnel mines, came to dominate the front, with contact between them protected by great mine marshes. As in all the desert lulls, it was a time of feverish activity behind the lines, as both sides frantically attempted to reinforce and resupply. Rommel knew, however, that this was a game that the British would win in the long term. But what of the short term? Here on the Gazala line, Rommel would finally win a real victory, not the ultimately meaningless ones of the so-called Benghazi sweepstakes. Here he would maul an actual British field army. In the process, he would open tempting operational vistas further to the east. Not only would the victory at Gazala finally unlock the door to Tobruk, but it would place Rommel within reach of one of the most tempting strategic targets to beguile the Wehrmacht in the entire war, the Suez Canal. For a few weeks in the summer of 1942, the fate of the British Empire seemed to hang in the balance. Rommel's win at Gazala, in other words, was a victory that even General Halder could love. Planning. Operation Theseus. Certainly, the balance of forces did not seem to recommend an Axis offensive. The British Eighth Army, now commanded by General Neil Ritchie, numbered some 100,000 men deployed along a 35-mile front and in similar depth back to Tobruk. Supporting it were at least 900 tanks, and each formation in the army was fully motorized. There were also new faces in the British arsenal. 316 American tanks shared between the 1st and 7th Armored Divisions, 149 Stuart light tanks, and 167 M3 Grant mediums. The Stuart was a speedy little machine, useful within clearly defined limits of scouting and reconnaissance. The Grant, however, was the best piece of armored hardware to hit the desert. It had been rushed into production in early 1942 to meet America's suddenly pressing need for a medium tank, and it had all the design elegance of a boxcar. It was not particularly maneuverable, and its tall-as-a-house target profile, 9 feet 3 inches, rendered it incapable of going hull down to protect itself from enemy fire. On the plus side, however, its thick armor made it impervious to just about anything but a direct hit from an 88mm anti-aircraft gun. It was also one of the most heavily armed tanks of the day, packing 2 forms of main armament: a short-barreled 75mm gun in a fixed mounting, or sponson, in the hull, and a 37mm gun in the turret. Facing this formidable array of manpower and material was a force that had recently been upgraded to the status of Panzerarmee Afrika. Its numbers barely reflected the new moniker. It was still small, fewer than 90,000 men. Its armored force consisted of just 561 tanks, but even that number was deceptive. Over 200 of them were inferior Italian models, M1340s or M1441s, rolling coffins, as their crews joked nervously. Moreover, the mass of Rommel's armor was just then beginning to fall behind the British in terms of quality. The main battle tank was still the Panzerkampfwagen Mark III, armed with the short-barreled 50mm 40 caliber gun. Only 19 tanks in the entire theater had received the much more useful 50mm long 60 caliber. There were also 40 Panzerkampfwagen Mark IV models with the short-barreled 75mm gun. It could destroy a Grant tank, but only if it could reach it, and the Grant far outranged it. German designers were even then working on a new model Mark IV with a longer-barreled gun, which would have been able to battle the Grant on something like equal terms. Unfortunately, only 4 of them had arrived in the theater, and these did not yet have the correct ammunition. Although the material situation looked bad, Rommel felt that he had an equalizer. The British way of war was to fight a carefully controlled, systematic battle based on tight schedules and phase lines. He had to find a way, therefore, to try to force them out of their game and plunge them into a fight for which they were not suited. A battle of maneuver in the open desert. Das Manövrieren in der offenen Wüstenschlacht. Here, the qualitative superiority of his troops, who were not only superlatively trained in a technical sense, but were also used to improvising, would come to the fore. As always in the German operations, man would be expected to overcome materiel. Rommel's plan, Operation Theseus, aimed at smashing the British Army in North Africa with a single blow. He would do it with an extreme version of a maneuver that had worked for German armies many times before, and that in fact bore a strong resemblance to Frederick the Great's move against the Austrians at the Battle of Leuthen. One force would launch a convincing diversionary attack against the center and right of the British position, fixing the enemy's attention to his front. Meanwhile, in the dead of night, an immense mobile force would drive southeast into the open desert, bypass the British Army's left flank south of Bir Hakeim, and then wheel back to the north, driving hard for the sea. The defenders in the British front line would awake to find themselves encircled by a dense mass of German armor bearing down on them from behind. British command staff, rear area administrators, and supply personnel would have it even worse. If all went well with Rommel's plan, they would start out their day running for their lives. The offensive would begin in the north. Facing the northern stretch of the Gazala position were two Italian corps, 21 Corps to the north, with the German 15th Rifle Brigade along the coast and two Italian infantry divisions abreast, Sabrata on the left and Trento on the right. To the right of 21 Corps lay 10 Corps, divisions Brescia and Pavia, left to right. Rommel intended to accompany the mobile flanking maneuver to the south, so he had placed this diversionary wing under the command of General Ludwig Kruvel, Group Kruvel, and provided it with much of the Panzer Army's artillery. Kruvel's mission was to open the battle with a strike into the heart of the British line along the most direct route to Tobruk. The more attention, fire, and tanks the Italians could lure to the north, the better it would be for maneuver in the south. Kruvel's orders, in fact, instructed him to make as much noise and dust as possible by driving tanks and trucks around in circles just behind his front. The business end of the Gazala maneuver was a powerful concentration of armor, certainly the largest strike force that Rommel had ever led. From left to right, it included the Italian 20 Motorized Corps, Trieste Motorized Division on the left, Ariete Tank Division on the right, and the Africa Corps under General Walter Nering, with 21st Panzer Division on the left, General Georg von Bismarck, and 15th Panzer Division to its right, General Gustav von Ferst. Finally, on the extreme right of the Axis advance stood 90th Light Division, General Ulrich Kleemann. Reinforcing it were three reconnaissance battalions, the 3rd, 33rd, and 580th, whose task was to form a thick screen ahead of the main body during its risky maneuver onto the British rear. 5 complete divisions, then, containing virtually every tank that Rommel possessed, would drive around the British southern flank. There have been few more vivid demonstrations of the German concept of the Schwerpunkt, that point of main effort that generations of students at the Kriegsakademie had been taught was essential to a successful operation. A battle without a Schwerpunkt, General Paul von Hindenburg had once remarked, is like a man without a personality, who leaves everything to chance. If that is so, then Rommel had definitely imprinted a personality on this battle. It would employ a combination of mobility, speed, and shock to smash a larger, more powerful, and entrenched enemy army. The British position facing him was something new, an attempt to create an unshakable line in the desert, and thus to force Rommel into a frontal attack no matter what his inclinations might be. Even if the Germans got around the southernmost defensive box at Bir Hakeim, held by a free French brigade under General Marie-Pierre Koenig, they would still be facing a series of unflankable British brigade boxes that they would have no choice but to assault. Their losses would be high in the attempt, and British armor would have an easy path into their rear as they attacked the boxes. The firmness of the British front line, in addition, would make any sort of bold drive to the wire extremely problematic in terms of supply, which Ritchie had already identified as the weakest arrow in Rommel's quiver. Although General Ritchie's deployment has been the subject of controversy to the present day, it certainly seems sensible enough. He had 2 corps abreast, 13 Corps on the right and 30 Corps on the left, with the demarcation line between them the east-west track known as the Trig Capuzzo. The 13 Corps, General W.H.E. Gott, was an infantry formation containing 1st South African Division and 50th Infantry Division in the front line. Its mission was to defend the Gazala position from the Mediterranean coast down to the Trig. The 30 Corps, General Norrie, was the mobile wing. Norrie had 2 armored divisions, the 1st, General Herbert Lumsden, and the 7th, General Frank Messervy, both placed well south of the Trig Capuzzo. Ritchie had to guard against 2 possible German approaches, a frontal slam through his right and center toward Tobruk, or an end run around his left. Virtually all intelligence reports pointed to the former, and Ritchie's own superior, General Auchinleck, agreed. Ritchie deployed to meet the other eventuality quite rightly, as things turned out, and placed his armor to meet it. More difficult to justify is the layout of the British front line. The 2 infantry divisions of 13 Corps were firm, certainly, but south of them lay a wide gap between 150th Infantry Brigade, in the box at Ghut al-Waleb, and the southern anchor of the Bir Hakeim box. Covering the gap was an immense minefield, but one essentially uncovered by friendly forces. The problems here ran deeper than Ritchie's eye for the terrain. On the surface, the position of 8th Army seems relatively simple, a straight line backed up by reserves facing west. In fact, there wasn't a single formed division on the battlefield. As always, British formations lay strewn about the battlefield in a high state of operational dispersion. Perhaps it was a vestige of its regimental tradition, but the British Army, and especially its tanks, always seemed most comfortable when fighting in the smallest units possible. The result was a waste of resources and a needlessly complicated and unresponsive chain of command that would be inadequate to handle the brutal pace of the upcoming battle. The high-mobility 30 Corps, for example, was all over the place between Knightsbridge, Bir Hakeim, and Bir Gubi, sprawled out across the desert with no real center of gravity. The 7th Motor Brigade and 3rd Indian Motorized Brigade were deployed south of Bir Hakeim, dangling out on a precarious limb. The 4th Armored Brigade sat to the east of Bir Hakeim, while 22nd Armored Brigade was far to the north at Knightsbridge. As a result, Rommel was able to concentrate a fist of tanks, 5 fully formed divisions, against a British force dispersed into a brigade here and a brigade there, with British divisional commanders trying to figure out how to defend themselves in 2 or 3 places at once and never being able to call upon their full concentrated strength. Consider, for example, the 7th Armored Division. During the Gazala battle, it consisted of the following units: 4th Armored Brigade, 7th Motor Brigade, 3rd Indian Motorized Brigade, 29th Indian Brigade, and 1st Free French Brigade. The first 3 units were mobile formations deployed on the open left, south flank of the Gazala position and ready to fight a maneuver battle with the Panzer Army. The last 2, however, were positional units deployed in boxes and intended to function as static formations in the upcoming battle. The 1st Free French Brigade was well to the left front in the Bir Hakeim box. The 29th Indian Brigade was far to the rear in the box at Bir Gubi. Coordinating 3 mobile brigades and 2 static ones would have taxed the ability of commanders far more gifted than General Messervy. On the eve of the battle, then, it is possible to see a rout in the making. On the one side lay one of the century's most energetic and wily battlefield commanders, who had finally found an operational target worthy of his aggression. Rommel was seeking, in his own words, a decisive battle in Africa. The destruction of the British in the Marmarica. He was aware that the situation in this global conflict, with its heavy demands on other fronts, might not give him another chance. Under him was a thoroughly professional and extremely loyal staff. his chief of the General Staff, General Alfred Gauze, his operations chief, his IA in German parlance, Colonel Siegfried Westphal, his intelligence chief, his IC, Colonel Friedrich Wilhelm von Mellenthin, Colonel Fritz Bayerlein, the chief of the General Staff, the Africa Corps. All of them were among the best in the business, smart, thoroughly professional, and not afraid to say whatever was on their minds. Above all, he had a battle-hardened army that justifiably feared no one at this point in the war. It was more or less undefeated. Few of the men here had been in front of Moscow last winter. Rommel had a massive and concentrated mass of armor well in hand, a bold plan, and an enemy who had thus far proved himself utterly inept at fighting the war of movement, especially on the operational level. As to the British, they weren't so much concentrated for battle as they were thrown down haphazardly in the desert. Their commander, Ritchie, was by all accounts a good and honest man, although rather slow and utterly unprepared for what Rommel's Panzer army was about to throw at him. In that sense, he was typical of enemy commanders that the Germans had met in the first 3 years of the war. If the men of Eighth Army had gotten good at anything, it was giving a good account of themselves even through the disasters visited on them by their own commanders. They were going to need a lot of that in the days ahead. Theseus, the Approach March. On May 26th at 2:00 p.m., the offensive opened in the north. A massive artillery barrage, strong air attacks against British airfields and installations, and an infantry assault by the Italian divisions against the British line running from Gazala to Gotelmahata. It certainly looked real enough, and it unfolded exactly according to plan. It contacted British reconnaissance units ahead of the line and drove them back slowly onto the main position. As if on cue, a great desert storm, the Khamsin, blew up in the late afternoon. To the British, the situation would have appeared exactly like a deliberate attack that had run afoul of the weather. To keep them thinking that, Cruvel had his divisions make as loud a racket as possible, revving truck engines, driving captured British tanks in circles behind Italian lines, and keeping up a random shelling all evening. It apparently worked well enough to keep British eyes averted for several crucial hours from what was happening in the south. All that day, Rommel was assembling his armored phalanx behind the German lines. The sandstorm hid his movements from the British, even if they had known where to look. With visibility reduced to just 10 meters, however, it also played havoc with German march columns. Absolute radio silence, required for an operation of this sort, didn't help either, and more than a few German units briefly got lost. The mobile group got underway in the afternoon and reached its assigned deployment area A by early evening, around 6:00 p.m. for the 90th Light Division and 7:00 p.m. for the 20 Motorized Corps and Africa Corps. A mass of some 10,000 vehicles now stood just southwest of the British Gazala line. From here, it moved southeast toward Deployment Area B, almost due south of Bir Hakeim. It was not a line or a column of troops in the classical sense, but a great square that was, according to several German officers involved, only possible in the desert. The tanks were in the lead, deployed in rings or waves, with attached engineer units, behind them the light artillery, so that it could take part in any engagements which might develop even at great distances. There were anti-tank units on the flanks as security troops. The divisional operations staff with signal facilities was directly behind the tank wave. Behind them, the signal battalion and combat columns. there was one armored infantry battalion as a rear covering force. This was desert warfare at its most developed, an entire army coming up in waves without having to worry about forming road column or enemy obstructions. The order of march did not follow any set form, but could be changed at will at any time without difficulty. The only potential hiccup had taken place an hour earlier when the considerable reconnaissance assets attached to 90th Light Division had detected strong British armored forces behind the left southern flank of the British line. The single radio code word Venezia now went out to all German formations on the flank march, the command to swing the march even deeper to the south before the turn into the British rear. Like so much that night, it seemed to go off without a hitch. When all was said and done, at around 3:00 a.m. on May 27th, a solid block of armor nearly 15 miles on a side stood on the British flank. The armored phalanx is a cliché of military history, but this was the real thing. 20 motorized corps in the north, German Africa Corps behind it, and 90th Light Division in the rear, all perched on the British right flank as close to the perpendicular as a round earth and uneven ground would allow. In the final preparation for the attack, 20 motorized corps now came up out of the column, falling in on Africa Corps' left, while 90th Light Division did the same onto its right. The entire maneuver analogous to an infantry column deploying into line. Given its immense complexity, it was as smooth an approach march as any in the long history of the German army, rivaled only by Leuthen. The maneuver deserves special credit simply for the smooth arrangement of the two refueling stops, one each for deployment areas A and B, the latter topping off the gas tanks just before the Great Confrontation. Also deserving of mention was the idea to equip 90th Light on the right flank with dust-creating machines, essentially ground-mounted airplane propellers, kicking up a storm of their own to simulate the dust cloud of a much larger force, helping to deceive the British as to the exact location of the Africa Corps. Even the German official history, published in 1990 and hardly renowned for its enthusiasm for the Wehrmacht's art of maneuver, couldn't help but gush. This nighttime cross-country march, Flächenmarsch, with an actual width of almost 50 kilometers, of such large formations through the desert, the Great March, as Mellenthin called it, was something new in the history of war, it exclaimed. Indeed, it had required careful and systematic preparation. Pre-battle orders had to prescribe precise compass bearings, distances, and a march rate of 10 kilometers per hour by moonlight. Pioneers placed blacked-out lights in gasoline cans to mark the way for the troops. Overall, it is hard to argue with Colonel von Mellenthin's contention that the march moved with the smoothness of a well-oiled machine. The favorable weather conditions and suitability of the ground allowed the army to exceed the march rate. The inevitable snafus and anxious moments came and went. Some units lost sight of one another in the dark and smoke, and at one point the follow-on forces got well and truly separated from the armored wave going on ahead, but there were no serious mishaps. Precision and planning may have been there in abundance, but Rommel would not remember it that way. He would later look at that night as one of almost unbearable uncertainty. His mind was racing. "I was filled with tension and impatiently awaited the coming day," he wrote. "What would the enemy do? What had he already done? These were questions that were going through my head." He would soon have all the answers he needed. Theseus, the apotheosis of Erwin Rommel. At 7 o'clock a.m. it began. The British garrison in the Wehrmacht box, an unfinished one naturally, saw it first. While sitting out in the sunshine of a beautiful May morning, the men looked on with curiosity as a dust cloud appeared on the horizon some 10 miles due east of Bir Hakeim. By now, every man among them had seen strange weather patterns and storms blow up out of nowhere. This one, however, clarified itself with awful suddenness into something they had never seen. There were tanks and vehicles of every description, hundreds, thousands, who could tell, sailing out of the dust. It was the whole of Rommel's command, one of them later remembered vividly, in full cry straight for us. The same thing happened on both flanks of the Wehrmacht box. To the east, near Bir Gubi, lay the main body of the 7th Motor Brigade, 7th Armored Division. Half the unit had been given some well-earned rest and recreation time. At least one source has them swimming in Tobruk on that fateful May morning. West of Wehrmacht, 3rd Indian Brigade was caught similarly unprepared. Its commander, General A.A.E. Phylos, radioed 7th Armored Division in excited tones that there was a whole bloody German armored division bearing down on him. It was, in fact, Italian tanks of the Ariete Division, but it was early in the morning. Both brigades, along with the Wehrmacht box itself, were overrun with hardly any fighting in the opening moments of Operation Theseus. The final entry in the war diary of the 3rd Indian said it all: "Positions completely overrun with enemy tanks in the box." Next came the turn of the rest of 7th Armored Division. Deployed in bits and pieces all over the battle area, its 4th Armored Brigade proved to be little more than a speed bump to the Germans. The onrushing 15th Panzer Division caught it flat-footed and simply scattered it. By the time 22nd Armored Brigade got its orders to ride to the relief of its sister formations, there was little left to relieve. The Germans had smashed the division, and 22nd Armored rode into a disaster of its own. So it went. By now, the British, and especially the 30 Corps Command, were aware that things had gone badly wrong. General Norrie, the commander, was desperately trying to bring back some semblance of order to his corps, but with minimal effect. Scholars today see the issue of command and control to be central to success on the modern battlefield. Consider then the problem of command and control of the 7th Armored Division, especially the trials and tribulations of its commander, General Frank Messervy. With 4th Armored Brigade essentially crossed off his order of battle, while many of its officers and men were still eating breakfast, Messervy and his divisional headquarters staff tried to escape to the north from their advance headquarters near Bir Boyid. However, they were run down by the armored cars of a German reconnaissance detachment, and Messervy, his chief of staff, and 2 other staff officers were all taken prisoner. The news did not reach 30 Corps headquarters until that evening, and it took a while to get them to believe it in 8th Army headquarters the next day. The story did not end here. Messervy convinced his captors that he was a mere batman, so he was guarded half-heartedly, which permitted him to escape the next day. A little while later, while leading his division in a counterattack, he was captured again. He would escape again and be back at his post within another day. A few days after that, while reporting in person to 8th Army headquarters, he came within an ace of being captured a 3rd time. He escaped from a patrol of 90th Light Division only by hiding for the better part of a day in a dry well. Each one of these was not just a brush with personal disaster. It meant an entire British armored division, one of only 2 at Gazala, going without orders for days on end. Near the end of the battle, his army commander, General Ritchie, would decide to remove him from his post. "Well, Frank, I'm afraid I've lost confidence in you. You seem to be out of luck," said Ritchie. "Nothing seems to be going right with you." The same could have been said of the entire British army at this point. By noon on May 27th, Rommel had erupted suddenly and unexpectedly into the rear of the Gazala position. The entire southern wing of the British position was in shreds. One of 8th Army's armored divisions had been dispersed. The command structure of the entire army had momentarily collapsed. The army commander was out of the loop. The division and corps commanders were either in captivity or desperately trying to find a secure spot from which to reestablish control over their formations, which was a far harder task in desert conditions than it would be in European terrain. Here, commanders essentially plied their trade out in the open, completely vulnerable to whatever might drive by or fly over. Finally, 13 Corps' front line, 1st South African Division and 50th Division, had 3 German divisions sitting astride its line of communications back to Tobruk and Egypt. The operational situation already had all the ingredients of a disaster. In fact, however, although it was not yet obvious, a great deal was already going wrong for the Panzer Army. In pre-battle planning, Rommel and staff had considered a number of possibilities about where they might meet the British armored divisions. Hitting them in the first minute of the attack had not been part of the plan. The German armored thrust was supposed to head north to the Mediterranean coast and Kessel the entire British army to the west. That plan had now come apart. On the left, the Italian attack, 20 motorized corps, was in danger of misfiring altogether. Motorized Division Trieste had apparently not received the Venezia signal. It therefore failed to make its flanking maneuver deep enough, swung north too soon, and blundered directly into the British minefields on the southern edge of the Gazala line. Armored Division Ariete had crashed into the box at Bir Hakeim rather than go around it, and consequently had gotten nowhere. On the right, 90th Light Division was far to the east, completely isolated and soon under attack from every direction. In the center, the Africa Corps was no longer barreling toward the coast, but grinding its way forward against serious opposition and a great deal of British armor, led by the tallest and strangest-looking tank any of the German tank crews had ever seen, which drilled one panzer after another from impossible ranges. Within hours, Africa Corps, too, was under attack from the north and east. Neither Akroma nor El Adem, the first day's objectives, was yet in German hands. The commander of the 15th Panzer Division, General von Gustav von Ferst, had already been seriously wounded by a shell splinter, and Colonel Edvard Krasemann, commander of the division's 33rd Artillery Regiment, had to take over the division. Running the 15th was hazardous business, apparently. Ferst's predecessor, General Prittwitz, had been killed at Tobruk. Various members of Rommel's staff were scattered hither and yon wherever British fire had happened to pin them down, and the forward fighting elements had completely lost contact with their supply columns. By 6:00 p.m., Rommel had to admit that the original plan had failed, and he sent Africa Corps the signal: "Form up, dig in, all around defense." It could not have been a pleasant moment for such a hard-driving commander. "I won't deny," he later wrote, "that I was very nervous that first night." It is an interesting thing to contemplate, but if this were 1939 or 1940, the British might have melted away. This time, however, 13 Corps had not been surrounded in any real sense. It was sitting quite comfortably in a series of strong, fortified boxes, sited for all-around defense and well stocked with ammunition and supply. Although the British couldn't hold them forever, neither was there any pressing need to abandon them at the moment. Curiously, being cut off from command was probably the best thing that could have happened to 13 Corps at this moment. With higher headquarters in a state that can only be described as momentary panic, the orders that would have come out of them would almost certainly have further destabilized an already shaky British position. Likewise, 1st Armored Division in the British rear had been free to take its own counsel, without having to worry about hysterical orders that would almost certainly have had it patching holes all over the battlefield. It was the formation whose Grant tanks had blunted the German spearhead. By the second day, therefore, Rommel was in the tightest spot of his career. His mobile formations were sitting deep in the enemy rear, and thus cut off from their own supply lines. They had a fully intact British defensive line behind them, and they were under non-stop British armored assault from their front and flanks. Supplies of all sorts were running out, and certain units, 15th Panzer Division foremost among them, were actually immobilized for lack of fuel. Rommel had fought a Kesselschlacht all right, but the wrong side had wound up in the soup. The British knew it, and would in fact refer to his position as the Cauldron, the English equivalent of Kessel. They may have lacked the doctrinal tradition, but they knew when they had an enemy force trapped and ripe for destruction. All day long they kept up their attacks. For the most part, these consisted of uncoordinated runs against the Cauldron by single brigades, but they were bad enough. A British brigade had as many tanks as an entire German division. The two sides exchanged casualties, large numbers of them, and by the end of May 28th, Rommel was barely hanging on. Clearly, the Panzer Army could not simply stay where it was. On May 29th, Rommel personally escorted a supply column from Bir el Harmat through a gap in the British lines, one of the long mine marshes that connected the main position in the north to Bir Hakeim to the south, but that was not covered by any troops. Condemned by some of his fellow officers as a hussar's trick, unworthy of an army commander, it was also a definite morale booster to his hard-pressed tank crews fighting on the eastern side of the British wire. In the next 2 days, further small convoys made it through 2 gaps cleared by the Italians along the Trig Capuzzo and the Trig El Abd. Escorted by the panzers and shepherded to the east, they brought in just enough fuel to keep the mobile formations in motion. These were quick fixes, however. With his mobility restored, if only temporarily, Rommel needed a permanent solution. He now made another of the war's most audacious decisions. With the Panzer Army's anti-tank units forming a great defensive crescent facing to the east, bristling with 50mm and 88mm guns, Rommel concentrated his tanks and infantry for a fierce, concentric attack against the box at Got el Oualeb and its garrison, the 150th Brigade. This was an attack to the west, that is, with the Panzer Army driving toward its own original position. The 15th and 21st Panzer Divisions hit the box from the east and northeast, the Italian Trieste Division from the south and southwest, and the 90th Light Division from the southeast, all supported heavily by Stukas. By the end of the day, there was a hole in the British position where 150th Brigade had been, and 3,000 prisoners, 90 tanks, and 100 guns had fallen into German hands. More importantly, Rommel had re-established a regular supply line from the west, and the truck columns could now come without requiring a panzer escort. The British armor to the east had sat passively that day, licking its wounds from the fierce fighting of the previous days, and the army command still seemed at sea. As one divisional commander put it, 150th Brigade was down and out before Ritchie realized it. There was more fierce fighting to come, to be sure, but the issue was no longer in doubt. The British never did consolidate what could have been a decisive superiority, while Rommel kept his armor in a concentrated mass even through the worst times. The Cauldron was admittedly a strange formation, but it had proved its utility as a base for launching attacks to the north and east, and it defended itself against anything the British could throw at it, which was usually a regiment or brigade at a time. When they tried to coordinate larger operations, they ran into disaster. Their major counterattack against the Cauldron southwest of Knightsbridge on June 5th was a classic example, a combination of an overly complex plan that bore all the hallmarks of being designed by committee, which it had, failed coordination between the attack elements, and tactical imbecility, featuring yet another unsupported tank charge. Consider the following description by the British official history, one of the great examples of its genre, courtesy of ISO Playfair. It was to be in two phases. In the first phase, the 10th Indian Infantry Brigade of Major General H.R. Briggs's 5th Indian Division was to capture the first objective in the early hours of 5th June after a really heavy artillery bombardment. The 32nd Army Tank Brigade of 13th Corps, with 7th Green Howards under command, was then to capture the Sidra Ridge. In the second phase, the leading role would pass to General Messervy's 7th Armored Division, with the 9th Indian Infantry Brigade of 5th Indian Division under command, its object being to destroy the enemy in the Cauldron. The 1st Armored Division, whose reorganized 22nd Armored Brigade was now in the 7th Armored Division, replacing the rather battered 4th Armored Brigade, was to prevent the enemy breaking out to the north or northeast and was to be ready to exploit success westwards. There was, therefore, no single commander for this counterattack. General Briggs and Messervy had to coordinate things as best they could. Moreover, orders mandated a separation, not a cooperation, of the armor and infantry. In case of armored action, infantry are self-protecting. They will not hamper the movement of 22nd Armored Brigade. Is this the voice of confidence speaking? Mellentine called it, justifiably, one of the most ridiculous attacks of the campaign. The preliminary bombardment landed on empty desert, having misjudged the exact position of the German front line. The assault, spearheaded by the infantry of the 10th Indian Brigade, went in at 2:50 a.m. and, contrary to expectations, crashed frontally into the Ariete Division. The Italians gave a typically good account of themselves despite equipment deficiencies, and Ariete held up the British strike force just long enough for 15th Panzer Division to get around its left flank and 21st Panzer to get around its right. According to one tanker of the 22nd Armored Brigade, the plan was to mop up the enemy en route and be at, map coordinate, B104 for breakfast, but soon ran into what Playfair calls the concentrated fire of most of the German artillery. A counterattack against the spearhead of the 10th Indian, the 2nd Highland Light Infantry, soon led to a crisis, especially because the infantry had orders not to come to its assistance. In the north, along the Sidra Ridge, the attack by 32nd Army Tank Brigade was a fiasco, coming to ruin against a wall of German anti-tank fire and an unmarked minefield, and leaving behind 50 of the 70 infantry tanks that made the assault. Finally, a small mobile detachment, drawn by Rommel out of his army reserve around Bir Hakeim, slipped around the British rear, completing the chain. In fighting throughout the next day, the British lost over 4,000 prisoners and 200 tanks, and with them the last slim chance at rescuing anything out of the debacle. The next day, Rommel launched a counterattack that was another one of the signal moments of the campaign. The 21st Panzer Division, along with Ariete, struck to the east while 15th Panzer Division came up from the south, both attack columns heading toward Knightsbridge. In the course of what was truly a wild ride, the latter overran the Duke of Cornwall's light infantry stationed at Bir el Harmat, and then, joined by other units from Bir Hakeim and by Rommel himself, dispersed in confusion the tactical headquarters of both British divisions, the headquarters of the 9th Indian Infantry Brigade and 2 of its battalions. The 3rd of the 9th Jats, had been sent to reinforce the 2nd of the 4th Gurkhas, the headquarters of the 10th Indian Infantry Brigade, and the survivors of the 2nd HLI. By this time, communication and control broke down completely, and the headquarters that had not been overrun were fleeing for their lives. 7th Armored Division to Knightsbridge, the 5th Indian Division to El Adem. It was as complete a rout as the Desert War had seen. With the threat from British armor ended for the time being, Rommel was now able to clear up one last problem in his rear, the Free French box at Bir Hakeim. It had been driving him to distraction since the battle began by launching harassing raids on the Panzer Army's already overworked supply columns coming from the west. A first assault on the night of June 1st had failed, and a second on June 6th had barely dented the perimeter. Both times, significant forces had to deploy against relief attempts from the outside. That was no longer the case, and Rommel was free to concentrate overwhelming combat power against the box. The decisive attack on Bir Hakeim opened on June 10th with 90th Light Division, Trieste Motorized Division, and a task force built around the 115th Infantry Regiment of the 15th Panzer Division, Group Bada, hitting the box concentrically, supported by nearly 400 aircraft, Stuka's Ju-88 bombers and Me-109 fighters. Even now, it was a tough struggle, perhaps the finest feat of French arms in the entire war. For all the romance invested in the battle, however, there was no chance that a lone brigade box was going to stop Panzer Army Africa, where the might of an entire British Eighth Army had failed. That night, much of the garrison evacuated Bir Hakeim, slipping through German lines to the east as best it could. By June 14th, it was clear to the British that they had lost the Battle of Gazala. The original defensive position had fallen apart, and the British were desperately trying to form some sort of east-west line to protect Tobruk from the hard-driving Panzer Army coming up from the south. The British offered battle one more time, a last-gasp tank attack between Knightsbridge and El Adem on the night of June 11th. Africa Corps and 90th Light, by now as exhilarated as the British were deflated, smashed it easily. The British command was still only tentatively in control of the battle. General Ritchie was commanding 8th Army, but Auchinleck was advising him hourly, an impossible situation that led to numerous contretemps and misunderstandings. Auchinleck, for example, thought that he and Ritchie were still discussing the possibility of a retreat long after Ritchie had already ordered it. It is easy to look at Gazala and see the things that had gone wrong. The plan hadn't taken into account the full range of possible British deployments, and Rommel had to abandon it early. The diversionary attack in the north had achieved little, and it seems to have barely registered on the British. Another full day might have rendered it more useful in drawing off British reserves. Once the two sides clinched, the German and Italian armored divisions drove themselves into a pocket on day 1 and ran out of gas on day 2. Attacking backward toward your own lines to reopen a supply path was a fascinating tactical expedient, but it will probably never make the textbooks at most staff colleges. If the British had made even the slightest effort to concentrate their armor against the cauldron, instead of feeding it in a brigade at a time, the Panzer Army might well have gone down to its doom on day 3 or 4. Rommel had shown immense personal bravery throughout the battle, as he always did, but he wasn't always as easy to find as an army commander should be. In assessing this battle, however, there is something more important than adding up the brilliance and the blunders. Gazala was a classic example of the German way of war, Bewegungskrieg. Its historic bloodlines are obvious, easily traceable to the maneuver tradition first established by Frederick the Great, the risky night march around the Austrian flank at Hohenfriedeberg in 1745, the combination of a diversion against the Austrian front followed by a deep flank march around the left at Leuthen in 1757, the march around the Russian army to attack it in the rear at Zorndorf in 1758. Most histories describe the opening maneuver at Gazala in a sentence or two, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. But there wasn't another commander around who would have risked such a dramatic maneuver onto the rear, nor another army in the world who could have pulled it off so smoothly. Rommel had made his share of mistakes. In his memoirs, he adopted an extraordinarily defensive tone about the entire operation. He had evidently heard the whispers within the officer corps about Gazala, and he spent a great deal of time explaining the exact difference between boldness, Kühnheit, and a gamble, militärische Hazardspiel. In the end, this subtle distinction mattered little. He had won the Battle of Gazala in the first half hour. It was the peak of his career, the only time that he welded his penchant for maneuver to truly destructive ends. Moreover, in the course of the fighting, the Desert Fox had, perhaps unwittingly, discovered a new truth of operational level warfare. Call it Rommel's rule number 1. Erupting into the enemy's rear with an entire tank army in the first moment of battle covers a multitude of operational sins. It was a fairly familiar sight in the Desert War by now. A long line of British vehicles of every description, all careening east at top speed. Rommel let them go. He had learned by now that a true encirclement probably wasn't possible in the desert. No matter how large an army was, it couldn't block every road, trig, or avenue of approach in this open terrain, and besides, it was time once again for Tobruk. Tobruk again. Like so much in this theater of war, a great deal of mythology about Rommel's second attempt to take Tobruk continues to color the literature of World War II. When Rommel first attacked the fortress in 1941, he did so with barely a division, a force that had just made a high-speed lunge from Elagela clear across the Cyrenaican desert. It had no real heavy weapons, little air support, and barely enough supply to eat, let alone fight. On that occasion, Rommel had failed to penetrate even the outpost line of the 9th Australian Division, and he suffered heavy losses. He then proceeded to invest Tobruk for the next 6 months. Given his small force commitment, it was an investment in name only, hence the disquiet of Halder and the general staff about the entire Egyptian venture. Tobruk continued to receive supplies and reinforcement by sea, and certainly no one was starving there in the summer of 1941. The siege of Tobruk, however, its presence behind enemy lines, impelled the British command to do something to relieve the besieged garrison. These were the traditional categories